compare right now his form with the prime JPL, right? I'll say he's like at 60 to 70% of the prime JPL. Cause like his age, like as y'all can see, like every season, like if y'all I don't know can tell or not, but like personally from my point of view, right, I feel his mechanics is dropping every season lah. But his macro is still there.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So but like his mechanics are quite bad. But he used macro to cover it. So in Singapore, right, you don't need that much mechanic to like be the champion. So like I feel like in local still right, in local is okay, but in international, as you can see from the Games of Future against the Russian team, I forgot what's the name. That's where they struggled because JPL couldn't find a catch, no engage couldn't be start, so eventually they just lost.
I see.
That's the point that I saw.
So, I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're the best person to ask, in my opinion, because you're so close to JPL. Okay, great. Then we're gonna talk more about the top 3 players, Nick, in Singapore, MPL Singapore,
Top 3 players,
Yeah.
including imports.
including imports. If you want to, I think you've been here for quite a long time. I'm gonna open it up for even past players as well.
Top 3 of all time, so
Of all
basically.
time on MPL Singapore.
Uh,
Who do you look up to?
One will be Bray.
Bray. Okay.
Two, I'll put JPL.
JPL. Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
3, Diablo.
Diablo.
Yeah.
Why Bray top though?
Bray, cause he's one of the best tank junglers I've ever seen. He's the way he position in turtle fight, he's like giving you the threat, but without like he don't even need teammates around him. Like he's a threat himself standing there in the turtle. Like people just backs off because his aura is so strong. Like I don't know how he does it, but like when I fought him, that's what I felt. Like his aura is way stronger than other junglers. Yeah.
Okay, great. Now I'm gonna flip it the other way around. Bottom 3 players in MPL Singapore
Bottom in this season or all time?
this season.
This season. But I cannot include subs.
No, don't include subs.
Yeah,
But
okay.
rosters.
Bottom 3.
Yeah.
Like serious one, like
Serious one.
bottom 3.
Yeah, because I'll definitely ask you why.
Okay.
Yeah. Bottom 3, let's go.
I'll say Jira.
Gira, okay.
Uh
Gira, actually. Yeah. It's Gira.
oh,
not
okay,
Jira.
okay.
Yeah.
The set guy.
That,
Yeah.
okay.
And Yoski.
Yunsky. Why Yunsky?
I feel Yunsky he needs my path to be good. Like
Your path.
yeah, like he needs like someone like JPL to start him out, to understand role more. Cause when I faced him last season, he seems like he don't understand his hero enough. Like he's playing Valia but he's opening the map. Like stuff like that. Like I can tell like he lacks the experience, he lacks the understanding. That's why I put him there.
Then you mentioned sub is because probably you mentioned earlier just now, it's a public player.
Yeah.
No community no community.
Yeah, no community experience. I don't know who is he. I
never know whether there may be another second evil, you know. You never know when he become a next powerful. I don't know.
Yeah, but for now I'll rank him bottom because I really don't know anything about him and I feel that he's bottom lah. Yeah.
But Gira is probably beef.
Huh?
Gira is probably beef.
No, it's not beef. I just feel that he as a like player in like I don't see him doing good in MPL. That's all.
Because it's too aggressive.
Yeah, it's too aggressive.
I see. Okay. Okay. Great. Now I want to talk more about for people who might have doubted you before or even today. Do you have anything to say to them? Vanguard may be relegated. Like people may say that Vanguard may get relegated this season. Do you have anything to say against them?
I'll say y'all can just watch this season as y'all be surprised where we will stand at the end of the regular or even playoff, because I'm very confident with my teammates. And when I have this kind of confidence, it was like during playoff vs Bleed, that kind of confidence. Like I really trust this current lineup that we can like really do something in MPL SG and not just stay inside. I don't want to stay inside. I want to prove to everybody that we are not just a dark horse. We are one of the contenders.
Then you mentioned, you said that they're more supportive right now, or 50-50, right? You also mentioned that only because once you got more like your results or something, right? That they're more confident in you. Now, in my opinion, I'm not sure whether you agree with me. Is it true that you see Singapore as a springboard for you to grow as a pro player?
Yeah, because it's my first time playing an MPL, so it's a new experience to me. Then I don't think that it's easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's stay for one more season. We come back here again. Next season, I'm gonna ask you a question. What's the difference between MPL and MPL?
You never know.
Yeah, great. Well, do you have anything to say to your fans?
I would say even if we don't have much fans, we will eventually get more fans because I believe that we can be a we can be a champion contender this season. Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. MJ, do you have anything to say about your new environment in Singapore?
Please support us in MPL.
Okay, that's all right. I'm great. Thank you very much. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. And welcome back, everyone, right here to week 3 of MPL SG Season 7. Now, earlier on in week 2, that was a week of upsets where we have seen a huge ton of events. With that being said, we're so excited because the overall standings have been tighter than ever. With that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. So as you see here on the screens, this is a standing that we have that is tighter than ever right now. In the top spot, our defending champions, Team Flash, with 10 points to their name. Bleed Esports, hot on their tails at 9 points. RSGSG with 8 points. Asterisk, our brand new debut team from qualifiers, coming in at 7 points. Vanguard Esports coming in at 5. Homeboys SG at 4. Evil at 3. And Exco Esports at 2. Wow, wasn't that crazy? Every team is almost just a point away. So you know, right here at week 3, there's gonna be major shifts in the overall standings. So with that being said, let's take a look at the overall schedule. So for today, week 3, day 1, we see today's match schedule. Opening up the show, Exco Esports going up head-to-head against Vanguard Esports at 10 a.m. Now then, match 2, we see Homeboys SG crossing swords with RSGSG at 12:30 p.m. Followed by match 3. This is the fight of the top of the table where we see our defending champions, Team Flash, going up against Bleed Esports at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, Asterisk is going to duke it out with Evil at 5:30. What an exciting day we have ahead of us. And of course, we know that every team is going to fight tooth and nail to head it for their playoff aspirations. So with that being said, let's kickstart our very first match for today. We're going to see the likes of Exco going up against Vanguard Esports. So with that being said, let's take a look at their wonderful faces, starting off with Exco. The boys are looking super ready. Can they build on that momentum given their win from Homeboys in week 2? We are sure that they are here to duke it out in the land of dawn and going up against Exco, presenting to you Vanguard Esports. Even though Vanguard Esports has a less than ideal week 2 that we have seen previously. The boys are looking super pumped up to enter match 1 for the day. Now, of course, in this transfer window, of course, we see additions on both teams. For Exco, we see the reappearance of LY4 and, of course, Coach Youngin over on the side of Vanguard Esports. Will we be seeing wonderful drafts coming in the land of dawn? Let's hand our time over to the casters to find out. Take it away, boys.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Season 7, Week 3, Day 1. I'm your caster, Moman, and with me is my co-casters, Churros, and surprise caster for today, Eris is around, ladies and gentlemen. So today we have the Exco versus Vanguard series. Okay, as we head on into Week 3, things get really heated up right now. Bottom 2 teams will be relegated out. So currently, at the bottom 2 standings, we have seen that Exco is going to be one of them. Eris, what do you feel about them bringing in LY4 as a coach right now?
Yeah, I think it's a very smart move, right? I mean, transfer week is the week where you really want to make changes, especially for the teams at the bottom who thinks that they need a boost. And I think bringing LY4, you know, a very prominent figure in the MPL. Yes, he hasn't been playing for quite a while, but I think the brain's still there, the knowledge is still there, and I think that's exactly what Exco needed during the transfer week.
Yeah, and speaking of the Exco lineup, we will have it on the screen really soon. So Churros, let's just bring us through that.
Well, same roster all the way through, no changes whatsoever. So Utah in the EXP lane playing a phenomenal job in the EXP lane, always having that split push mentality. Slowly in the jungle, Jet in the mid lane, Bertizi in the roam, and Gira in the gold lane. Well, of course, with the addition of LY4, I have to agree to disagree with Eris though. This is week 3, and Exco is fighting for survival. Whether or not they bring a coach in, they have to win the next 3 games in order to stay afloat in the competition. It's week 3. Next week, it's just 1 more game. So 3 more games in total. They really have to step up their game.
All right, so now we have the members of Vanguard on the screen. As we said, things have not changed for the players. Most of them are still the same. I do believe they have brought in Declan as a sub-jungler as well. Ken, Salem, Super MJ, Nick Stain, Lucian Stain, the core of the lineup. But they have brought in a new coach, Eris. They did bring in Youngin. What do you think about it?
I think this is going to be absolutely fantastic, right? We talked about Exco bringing LY4 in, you know, the experience that the team needs. And then on the other hand, you get Vanguard, who had very good performances last season, considering the expectations of them. Nobody expected them to come in, you know, beat Homeboys, beat Bleed. And I think, you know, being able to bring Young on board is a very huge boost. I'll definitely be excited to see whether or not this is a game that's going to be decided by both coaches, or is it going to be, you know, status quo, you know, Exco not being able to live up to expectations as Vanguard did last season. But expectations aside, you know, what do you guys think? Do you think this is going to be a one-sided match, given how Vanguard played?
Okay, I mean, for me, just taking a look at the stats itself, I feel that both teams are really stacked at this point, because both teams, they have been adapting really well to this series, but still, it's bottom 2 teams that will be relegated out. They are fighting tooth and nail right now, and Exco, they have a lot to prove. They have a very star-studded lineup. Looking at stats across the board, Utah, slowly, they have been performing as expected, but just not finding the wins. And because of that, they find themselves at the bottom of the barrel right now, and they need 2-0 wins if they want to secure themselves a space in the top 6.
Yeah, like you said, Slowly and Utah are the key players to victory for the side of Exco. And Utah having a significant job in the split pushing scenario, but there's also a narrative that we can spin off as well. Slowly was from Vanguard last season. So it's sort of like Vanguard understands how Slowly likes to play around in the jungle, but we have to see. Speaking of Vanguard, here is their statistics.
All right. So Vanguard, across the board, Eris, just bring us through it.
Yeah, I think fantastic numbers throughout the board. One key player that I would like to highlight here is Super MJ. You know, he's the new addition to Vanguard Esports this season. Fantastic in terms of queue participation. You know, a very vital part of Vanguard's performing lineup this season itself. 87.5%. He's practically the playmaker. But to a certain extent, as a mage role, that's what you kind of expect of him. Being able to rotate across the map, give that very, very much needed spike when he hits that level 4. The Eternal Guard is definitely going to be annoying to deal with. So we'll see, right? Whether or not Exco Esports identify it as a threat and whether they will take it out of the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, Super MJ, he is a very good mid laner, right? But in terms of jungling, I feel that Salem is a key part of their vital composition as well. And the thing is, they keep Lucian Stain safe. Vanguard has been a playstyle where they always manage to keep Lucian Stain safe, and he's always never found at this point. But then let's just see what these players have to say in the head-to-head video.
I think Vanguard, the players are actually very strong. Like for Lucian State, his goal lane is really quite strong, and like even though Slowly and Ryan were a very big part of Vanguard, I feel like the new players that they have brought in, like the other imports, I feel like they will actually fill the shoes for Slowly and Ryan, and they will have a chance of maybe getting better than a 4th place in this season.
I think Vanguard, each of them are individually good already. So I don't think it will make a difference. They are really good already. Personally, I think they will, because Lucian, his goal lane is very objective based, and next thing his grok is actually pretty scary. He's pretty good. That's his signature hero if I'm not wrong.
They are able to qualify again, and they are able to play against us face to face.
I personally feel they are the weaker point of Exco. If they really want to do some harm in MPL SG, I feel that they need to strengthen up themselves first, because I know Story is capable of doing greater things if his team performs, and also their roamer, former teammate of Story as well. So the two of them might have good synergy, just like how Chut and Story had last time.
And yeah, synergy is what we talk about when it comes to these teams, right? And knowing Slowly was a part of Vanguard last time.
Yeah.
Slowly Chud was a pivotal part of Vanguard. I mean, Nick Stain, Lucian Stain, they do know Slowly best.
Yeah.
And in terms of trying to break it down, what do you feel like how Slowly's jungle rotation? Nick Stain, he's the roamer after all.
Well, all I think is for Nick Stain, he has to play his comfort heroes. In the head-to-head video, we talked about the grok as well, but we have to take a look at the predictions. Honestly, though, for the audience side, it's a little bit 50-50 as of now, and I think that, to be honest, though, with the addition of the coach, I don't doubt them.
Yeah, I like the balance here, right? It's 55% to his Exco, Vanguard 45%, not much in between both of them. I honestly think neither side does have an advantage. At the end of the day, it's all predictions.
I know, at the end of the day, it's all predictions. Just like Nick Stain says, honest predictions, caster predictions doesn't matter. It's all down to gameplay.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I love how the teams are taking a little bit of advantage of it. You know, I saw RSG, she has been giving you guys a lot of hit. But here are the custom predictions for now. Churros 2-0. I'm going with that as well.
Yeah.
Just because of the experience that they have, the results that they're putting on board. But Moment, interesting. 2-1 Vanguard. You gotta explain yourself here, since you are the exceptional standout.
I mean, they brought in coaches, right? That's the big deal. Like what me and Jace has been talking about, the third person perspective.
Yeah.
Bringing in coaches changes the perspective of the game.
But you see, it's like a double negative. Yeah, Exco brought in a coach, but Vanguard brought in another coach.
Yeah.
Statistically, Youngin has performed so much better, has a lot more championships under his belt, international experience as well.
Whoa. You gotta be careful there. End of the day, LY4 does have the experience too. Yes, you know, more so
He's
as a player.
you're just backing him up because he's a legend just like you.
Hey,
all the way back in MPL SGMY.
All I gotta say is respect where respect is due, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how the brains of both teams kind of work it out. But here is the player hit-to-hit. I think this is a fantastic piece of information for most viewers out there who haven't been watching both their games. Utah definitely performing very, very well. I think the game that everybody remembers coming into victory is his Paquito game.
No, it's the stats don't tell the best of the stories. The KDA doesn't matter, kill participation doesn't matter. It's all about how Utah was able to utilize that split push capability to push down and force a lane prio for the side of Exco. But for Vanguard though, they've already sensed this. They know how Utah's gonna play. Maybe they'll ban out the Paquito, maybe they'll ban out very high mobility EXP champions, but whether or not they're able to succumb to Utah's wrath is really up to them. But Utah, though, in the late game was always finding the right flanks, always finding the right targets, and that's what I like about Utah within Exco.
It's interesting that you mentioned about, Vanguard Esports kind of identifying as Exco Esports likes to play the Paquito. And funny enough, Exco Esports actually, they actually ban out the Paquito themselves quite often. More often than not, is one of the top bans on their site, 67% throughout all of the games. And I think it's something that, if Vanguard Esports don't really want to ban out, they can pick it up for themselves. But at the end of the day, all this is just theory. And draft is going to be starting
Just
really
a game
soon.
theory.
It's just all game theories, right? You can go in, you can be absolutely prepared. It's kind of one of those ranked games that you have your team, you think everything's going to go well, and then the very last second you just go, oh, we're going to have a change of plans.
But it makes sense, right? Because for Vanguard, they identified that the Stain Bros need to be in their place. The Stain Bros. The Stain Bros really need to be in their place, especially Luxion Stain. So the Paquito is a huge threat to Luxion. You want to take that out of the equation. Luxion gets a free farm. You protect the president without fear or threat of assassination, and pretty much Vanguard plays well. And Youngin definitely knows this. So they're going to be playing rather very, very much protect comp, if I could say so myself, especially within the first phase of their draft.
But with the new coaches, Brian, I mean, they might change things up. They see the mechanics of the players, and they feel that maybe, you're meant for something more. And that is what coaches do. They play, and then they change the play style of the players as well. So we might see a new style of Vanguard today, new style of Exco today, and we do see the bans and picks already underway. So Harif, Xborg, Matilda being taken out. What do you feel about this, Aries? I mean, these are common picks, right?
Yeah, it's no surprises here. I think we see the Harif ban more often than not in the first phase, especially on the second pick. He's absolutely good in goal lane right now, alongside with the Roger. With the new patches coming in, you start to see a lot more unorthodox goal lane picks. And following up with that, I think the way that Exco bans, they really want to take out all these heroes that give a lot of support in the jungle. The Matilda, the Angela, and I think it's kind of just a follow-up for both teams, just following through with what they picked and banned. But interestingly enough, first pick for Exco, the farmies actually goes through. I think he's an absolutely beast of a support here, and knowing that Vanguard loves to pick the farmies for Super MJ, I think this is a fantastic deny coming from Exco Esports and a good first pick.
Yeah, both Jet and Super MJ, they do have a lean and mean Faramis, right? In terms of NetherRealm and whatsoever, their timings are on point. I was talking about Super MJ's Faramis NetherRealm's discipline. His discipline is there. He always uses it as a key time, but the Valentina is available. And they do pick it up for themselves with the Barats as well. Barats being one of the top few picks that we see out of MPL. I think he's a number 2 right now. Yeah, he is at number 2. Very high ban pick rate.
I think the Valentina and the Barats is a sick combo, considering the fact that Valentina can steal away the Faramis ultimate, in this case the NetherRealm, and this is going to just provide more support into that team fight composition that Vanguard Esports so love themselves. I think for Exco Esports, there's a lot of consideration here, how they're going to break down this Barat's front line, and Grog and Yutong. Yeah, I'm not really liking the Grog, I'll be honest here.
Yeah.
I think the Grog is a little bit too early. There is an early game burst that he can provide, and there's that Val Charge as well, but there's so much to consider here, right? Barat's, he's kind of CC immune when he uses the Daytona's Welcome. On top of that, you do need to think about the fact that Grog is someone that charges in front, hence Wild Charge, no pun intended. And then you have Yuchong as well with the Black Dragon form. So we'll have to see. Second phase coming in, whether slowly we'll be picking up a jungler that can have that frontline as well. Fadrin still on the board, and Youngin drafting. They're kind of just doubling down. You got Vanguard Esports here going for a very, very tanky lineup. A lot of sustain coming in the form of the Minotaur, the heal, the Minion's Fury. I think this is so tough to break down.
Yeah, in terms of control itself, I feel that Vanguard, they do have the heavier team fight control. Barat with the Daytona's Welcome and Owen Fury, Valentina, Terrify as well. In terms of Exco, Yuzong is currently the only one with any form of control. Grok, he does need some form of wall, and we do see the Hanzo ban already coming out. In terms of, let's say, roamers, right? I feel that Grok is a much more invasive roamer when it comes to Minotaur. Minotaur is very defensive. He wants to prevent the Grok from coming into your jungle as much as possible. And I feel that Nick Stain, I don't feel that this is a comfort pick in terms of the Nick Stain special. You know, Nick Stain likes to be aggressive, be in your face as much as possible. Minotaur, I feel that if he goes too aggressive, he might lose the early game momentum, especially against a Faramis and a Grok. Those are very invasive heroes when it comes to the mid and the roam lanes.
Yeah, I think the saving grace on Exco Esports side is that the Grok is a flex pick after all, right? We could see an EXP Grok. Yeah, it's kind of rare, but that's still viable. It is still possible. And you do start to see the target bans coming out right here. Hanzo, I think slowly played Hanzo really, really well week 2. So that's kind of just to make sure that, okay, we don't really want to give slowly his comfort picks. And, you know, Hanzo at the end of the day is still a very irritating hero to deal with. He can die for the backline. And looking at the way that Vanguard Esports has set up their draft, they don't want that to happen. They don't want someone that can just jump into the backline, go past both the Minotaur and the Barats. I think they have a draft that's really good to fight face-to-face in the lineup. So that's where we're starting to see the draft really shape up for both sides.
Yeah, interesting bans from Vanguard. I mean, taking out the high damage, high assassin types from Vanguard, instead of going for the tanky meta that we've seen. I mean, Fredrin is still on the board, and Paquito, you mentioned it before, Exco, they like to ban out Paquito themselves if they cannot get it, so they do choose to ban it out. I don't believe Ken has pulled out the Paquito throughout the seasons, but we do see him playing a mean Arlot. And now the Moskov being picked up by Vanguard. We saw this in the handles of Homeboys last week, and they pulled it off really well. But it is a matchup against a Claude. In terms of poking power, 1v1, I feel that Claude has the... Oh my god! It's a Dyrov pick coming out from Slowly, and this is what we see out of the MPL, ID, and PH regions. The Dyrov is extremely popular on the EXP and the jungle lane, and now Exco are bringing it in.
Yeah, Dyrov going into the jungle for Slowly, so that's going to be the Grok roam there. I think, honestly, Exco Esports, the draft has a lot of bursts. I've always preferred Dyrov onto the EXP lane just because he can bring about the Petrify, but there's still plenty of bursts, right? I think this is a very good draft for setting up the Claude towards the late game. We have seen Gira play the Claude a couple of times here, and just to round out the rest of the draft, we're going to see Vanguard Esports close up with a Lapu Lapu, a little bit more control just to add on, just in case the Borat and the Minotaur is not enough. You think about it, Vanguard Esports, not only do they have a tanky frontline, they have the MM in the form of Moskov, which is so mobile. It's going to be tough to catch him out, and this is my concern for Exco Esports. I think, yes, their draft looks really bursty. They have the Faramis, the Shadow Stampede, and they also have the Netherrealm, but whether or not Vanguard Esports is going to let that play out just because they have that tanky frontline and the MM that's hard to catch out, it just looks like a bit of a mismatch to me, in my opinion.
Extremely hard game for both of them. Both teams have a lot of synergy, but let's just head into MPL Season 7, Week 3, Day 1, Game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Exco versus Team Vanguard. Exco will have to fight for their place.
That's right. Okay. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulties right now, but I just want to say there are a couple trends that I see from Exco. Exco drafts around a lot of the objective control.
Yeah.
So you have the Grok, very popular in a lot of MPL regions. You have that wall to reset that Lord, reset the turtle. You have the reason to zone everyone out. The Dyrov kind of doesn't fit in to their zone control kind of lineup because you have a lot of zone control. You're giving yourself wide open for a lot of crowd control towards yourself, and you're facing up against a Barat. Sure, you deal a lot of physical defense penetration onto that Barat so you can melt him down, but it's not enough, especially when you want those long extended team fights with the Faramis backing you up as well. But for the side of Vanguard, though, it's more of like that early game punish. You want that early game aggression, early game invades, crowd control, and then just snowball your way through into that late game. No way that Exco is able to fight towards the objective. So we'll have to see within the games after everything's done.
Yeah. I think it's interesting enough that you mentioned about objectives. I think that's one of the things that both coaches should have highlighted to teams, especially with them joining Audition, the experience that they bring on board. At the end of the day, kills, yeah, it's fun. It's exciting to see kills on the board. You always see a lot of skirmishes, but I think the objectives matter the most. And I think that's where you have to pay attention to how XGO Esports want to play. We brought up about the fact that Vanguard Esports have a very thick lineup, very thick frontliners. So I don't think that's the way to go. You don't really want to fight head on, especially when Valentina hits that level 4. If she does manage to steal the Nether Realm, that's going to be a problem. Additional problem for XGO Esports. So split push wise, I think XGO Esports does have a bit of a match for match. They can definitely do it. They have the Claude, and I think that's one of the key mechanics in the draft that they can look to abuse. Both Moskov and Claude have similar timings in terms of farming, in terms of kind of hitting that spike. Towards the late game, I don't think we'll see Moskov kind of join up the fight that much as compared to the Claude, just because of Claude's ability to rotate a lot quicker. Then again, Moscow's ultimate, that sick ultimate, just that rework really brought him back into the game.
If he lands it.
True enough.
Like,
Yes.
I mean, there are times in ranked games where you go, yeah, I'm coming, and the arrow just misses.
Yeah,
right?
oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to clear my lane. But ladies and gentlemen, we are right back into play. This is the first game of today in Week 3, Day 1. We'll see how this plays out. Nick Stain already taking a lot of damage from that aggression. So is Bertizzi, but will be able to walk out of there alive as of now.
I mean, it all falls down to the early game between Nick Stain versus Bertizzi at this point, because Minotaur might have to play keep away for Salem as much as possible. We see if Salem he does not get this early game lead, if he keeps getting denied by Bertizzi, he will not get his level 4 in time, and that's especially important for a Barrage, more so than Slowly, who can have the damage to find the farm. And Bertizzi, he's doing an extremely good job of trying to stop these jungle rotations right now.
I just want to echo Vanguard's hit-to-hit video. They just want to focus a little bit more on the early game and the micro mechanics. So this is more towards that laning phase because they know that they are much better in terms of these micro mechanics than XGO. For XGO, though, they want to play it slow. They want to play it a little bit more patient. But what do you think is the gameplay for XGO? How do you think they should overcome this early game?
I think they're doing an exceptionally good job at this moment, right? 2 minutes in, Turtle's gonna spawn. We haven't really seen any skirmishes yet, which is kind of expected given how slow Barrage takes to kind of ramp up that power spike. And I think XGO Esports, they're just making use of the fact that they have the Claude in Gira. So it's just kind of farming the late game. You start to see a bit of a skirmish on the top lane. I think that's just setting up for the lot, or for the first Turtle fight. And I think this is going to be very, very important for both teams.
The Turtle starting up, but it's just interesting to note. Look at XGO's battle spells. It's all quantum charge. Dang, they just want to go for that rotation speed. Okay, Black Dragon form coming up. Salem is the main target. He's going to get petrified underneath that nose. Takes out that turtle, but he's the first one to go. Yuta takes down that kill. Nick Stain takes another one for himself. Illusion Stain is here with the Spear of Destruction. Slowly, barely makes it out alive. And Vanguard will take this one with another kill to their name. 3-1 with the turtle to their books.
Yeah, Vanguard Esports making use of the turtle buff there immediately on the spot. The shoes coming in for Salem, and it's so tough to break down the barracks. On top of that, we saw Luke Stain actually use the Spear of Destruction, join his team in the fight, and that extra firepower was just what Vanguard needed to win that small little skirmish.
And that's what we were saying, right? You don't want to fight into Team Vanguard because they do have them in Owen Fury behind. And this is what you were talking about, right, Churros? Everybody from Team XGO, they have the quantum charge, they have the mobility. They wanted to disengage as fast as possible. They don't want to go deeper into the trap that is Team Vanguard because Luxionstein is waiting behind with the Spear of Destruction, right?
Yeah, and well, the saying goes, right? They're not in here for a long time, they're in here for a good time, right? And that's where the quantum charge comes in. It's all about the team. Once the fight's over, gotta go fast, gotta go back to my lane, gotta rotate all over the map. And I think, that's where XGO Esports want to abuse it. The fact that yes, they might not be as strong when it comes to team fight, but if you can out-rotate, right, out-skirmish, out-push.
In the top side though, Yuta forced to use that Petrify just to get out of the way, but Ken will be delaying his inevitable doom. He goes down and slowly picks up that kill.
Yeah, very nice kill from the side of Slowly. I mean, they're trying to claw their way back right now. In terms of gold advantage, both teams are still, it's pretty much a wash. And Gira and Lucienstein on this gold lane not finding any form of advantage against each other. We talked about the poke potential from coming out from both Claude and the Moskov as well. We found that it's probably going to be key timings all across the board, just going to be the same, right? Both going for the Purify, identifying that both teams, they do have the control available, and Grok will be slightly more advantages when it comes down to these early game timings. But Minotaur, already with this early advantage, makes him a tanky monster, and that's what you don't want Nick Stain to be, right? At this point, with Nick Stain having just unabided control of this turtle area, just going around with the Minoan Fury, is going to be extremely hard for XCO to approach.
Oh, Ken throws down the ultimate, comes back in. You got another round keeping everyone from XCO alive, but Vanguard as well. Salem again with the turtle underneath their noses. Yuta running for his life, but Spirit of Destruction hits. Here comes Lucienstein with the cleanup crew, the janitor himself, and Vanguard takes down Turtle as well as one person from XCO to their books.
Right, we talked about this, right? Lucienstein being able to join the fight earlier than Gira just because of the Spirit of Destruction. We talked about whether or not he can land it. 100% hit rate at this point, right? So both spears on point. Yes, it's only 2 spears, but we are already starting to see, you know, the impact of being able to join that fight slightly earlier. And early into the fight, Vanguard Esports, they took almost no damage, right? We saw the Shadow Stampede come in, he tried to pull, and you barely put the dent on the Barat's HP. I think this is going to be a recurring problem, and XCO Esports, in order to fix this, they need to start split pushing slightly earlier. And we're starting to see that top lane.
Ken will not make it out alive. There goes Salem as well with the wall to block him out. Detna's welcome will not be able to save him though. He's delaying the inevitable doom, but here comes Shira with the blazing duet. Will not be able to take another one to their name. And Vanguard still making it out alive. XCO still in this one. Vanguard though still a little bit on top. It's not a lot though.
They managed to equalize with that Spirit of Destruction. Lucienstein coming in at correct time, getting the key kill on
Minoan Fury knocks everyone up and forced another round. A little bit of panic from Jet. There's no another round for the next 60 seconds though.
Yeah, the nether realm should be able to come back up if the next turtle fight comes along, but I think that was a good point. So speaking of equalized, the net worth is equalized right now, despite Vanguard Esports being able to secure both turtles and winning the fights in some way. That pick off the top lane was super important for XCO. We talked about them being able to split push, and I think that pick off on both members of Vanguard Esports was what XCO Esports needed to have a glimmer of hope into the mid game. And this is where we start to see XCO Esports abuse the fact that, yes, maybe we won't be able to be as tanky as you, but if we can find these pickoffs, if we can set up Gira for the late game, those split pushes will become very vital, and it puts pressure on the economy. Even now, they have a slight lead, you know, it's kind of negligible, but it's a statement.
Turtle already, Bertizzi, no more wild charge, but Ken with the greatest fire goes back in with the Black Dragon form as well, trying to zone Super MJ out of the way. Super MJ takes down a turtle yet again. Another turtle for Vanguard with another round, keeping everyone alive. But Jet still able to take down Super MJ, but slowly goes down. Oh, slam, boom! Nick Stain makes the call, and the curtains roll. And Utah able to get out there alive. It's a 2 for 2. Vanguard takes the 3rd turtle of the game.
XCO still having the damage to get the 2-2 trade, but an extended team fight will be going on as Ken does go in.
Oh, Utah! There goes his name.
A bit of a stretch there. I think he was trying to pressure Vanguard Esports away from the first tier in the mid lane, but there was just no way. You could see they were more than prepared to take it down. Yeah, a little bit of a loss there, but it isn't too much to deal with. I think that's where XCO Esports really put up a tough fight. They're not backing down. They're showing Vanguard Esports that we're not afraid of you, right? We're not afraid of taking up fights, and the scoreboard kind of shows.
Yeah, and in terms of split push, right? Claude and Dairoff, I feel that they still have the mobility when it comes down to these split pushing and getting these objectives, but Lucienstein has been doing such a great job of taking these outer turrets. And top lane, it's already gone from the side of Team XCO, and that's all Lucienstein.
Oh, hold on a second. Bertizzi will be able to hit that wild charge into an alley-oop by Jet. But here comes Salem. The rest of Goon Squad are here. Looks like they want to back off, but stuck underneath that wall, forcing us the Deadless Welcome to get out of the way. No more ultimates for that next turtle, that next Lord, though, for Vanguard.
I mean, that will be up and running by the time the Lord is up. But I feel that Salem using the Deadless Welcome for that wall, that placement from Bertizzi. Bertizzi amazing on the Grok so far. And we do see Exco having just a 2k disadvantage in terms of Team Vanguard. With the next Lord coming up, if Team Exco, they do get this Lord, it would mean that they would turn the momentum on themselves. Team Exco, they need this momentum as much as they can. They don't want them to get any more tankier.
First Lord, Vanguard trying to zone everyone out on their side of the river. Looks like a very successful zone from Vanguard though. But Exco having a full objective-focused lineup. They want to fight for more. The concealed play already up by Bertizzi. Wants to go for that Lord at 20,000.
Yeah, both ultimates out for both teams. This is going to be a spicy one. We already see Luxury Stain kind of pushing on the side lanes. He knows he can join the fight with Spear of Destruction, so he's not too worried about joining the fight. But then,
there we go.
Now the Spear of Destruction is out of play. I could have just jinxed it right then. No one knows.
No one knows.
Goes a little bit too wide. Again, with the Lord Salem getting it started almost at half health. Yuta holding on to that Black Dragon form. It's a very, very precarious situation. You don't have Moskov in play. Ken tries to go in, tries to poke, tries to zone, but here, the Black Dragon form, the sounds are horned, but they're going in with the Wild Charge and force a Purify onto Super MJ, but taking a little bit too much damage. Sky's dead. The Nether Realm keeps everyone for Exco up alive, and they're coming in like a cannonball, but here comes Luxury Stain, dealing so much damage, poking, melting, biting, and it's not enough. Oh, will we be able to do it? It's 1v3. One more hit to Bertizzi. He goes down. That's a triple. That's a Maniac. Second Maniac of MPL SG Season 7. It's a 1v1 for the marksman. Luxury Stain will be able to back off, but what a play. What a play from Luxury.
Yeah, Luxury coming in with the cleanup there. It was perfect timing. I was kind of worried for Vanguard Esports. They were like, I don't see the Moskov around. There's no Spear of Destruction. Will he be able to join up the fight in time? And he does manage to take it, get the Maniac there. And credit to the rest of his team. They stuck around. They took the fight. Yes, lots not taken, but that kind of shows that when that Moskov joins that fight, that's going to be the problem for Exco Esports. How are they going to be dealing with this Moskov?
And it was all Team Exco, right? Yuta was zoning out Super MJ to the point where he had to use the Nether Realm early. The Nether Realm for the side of Team Vanguard was popped super early, and they took all members of Vanguard down except Luxury Stain. He's been coming in so key into playing catch-up for Team Vanguard at this point. All the macro factors on Luxury Stain, but that's it. All their eggs are in one basket at this point, and in Team Vanguard, they do lose Luxury Stain to Team Exco.
Oh, you got this Griff's Destruction hit onto Jet. You might be able to join in the team fight at any time, but not for long though. It's a third of the Lord's health. Again, Black Dragon form tries to zone out Salem from that Lord. 11k! Oh. There goes Salem. There goes that Lord as well. Nether Realm keeps everyone up alive. You get a Boom Boom Slam from Nick Stain, but here comes Luxury again, trying to melt everyone down with chip damage. Bertizzi survived with the slipper, but here goes Jira with the Wind of Nature, keeping Luxury alive. That's a 3-for-1 in Exco. Everyone low, but the Lord still standing strong.
Yeah, it's funny enough though, you saw the Wind of Nature popped by Gira the moment Moskov came in, but it was actually the Valentina that broke it through, right? You got physical immunity, no problem, we've got magic damage. And you saw this fight so well executed by Exco at the start, but the moment the Moskov came in, they knew it was time to back off, but it's a Moskov. He's going to be dealing a ton of bursts. And speaking of bursts...
Oh, Super MJ has a tombstone with his name written onto it. Luxury chipping so much damage onto Jet. There's one more hit. He goes down for 2 seconds. Oh! Passive will keep him up alive. The Spirit of Destruction will keep Luxury Stain going. It's 7-0-5. Bravest Fighter will force the Black Dragon form. That's a wasted ultimate, but he might be able to go in yet again. Vanguard zoning everyone out from that Lord. Looks like a free Lord in Vanguard's name.
Yeah, that was so vital for Vanguard Esports to kind of force Jet to pop the Nether Realm early into the fight, and the moment that is a down that's not available for Exco, that's where Vanguard Esports looks to fight. They know they can outlast, they can outdamage if Luxian's there, and that is going to be the key to victory for them. Luxian buying time for Luxian to join the fight on this Moskov that's, I'm pretty sure, fairly farmed up at this point.
Yeah, I feel that all the farm is on Luxian at this point, and that's where Team Vanguard wants to be, right? But Team Exco, I feel that they're not going for these objectives in terms of the team fight. They have to focus down Luxian, and they've been going for Super MJ again and again and again. He's 7,000, I mean, they're 7,000, but Moskov is 13k. He has every single item that he needs. Immortality is up, Wind of Nature is up, so he's extremely hard to go for now. They did not find a sweet spot where Luxian could be controlled, and now he's just snowballing out.
Snowballing out of control as the Lord marching down that top side. Salem takes a lot of damage from Gira though. Lord charges in. That's a turret in half health. That's a T3. Nick Stain holding on to his ultimate. He's waiting, but no. Vanguard will not go in. That's the discipline, the evolution of Vanguard. 4k gold lead. And Luxian knocks in a Spear of Misery onto that wall. Bertizzi forced to use his first skill to get out of the way. This finally the T3 out of the way. Salem forced to use the Detonus Welcome, get out into safety, but no! You got Utah, will not be able to hit a Petrify. You got a 3-man knockup from Nick Stain with the Nether Realm being popped up as well. Vanguard will not want to commit to this team fight. Again, like a Marvel movie, everyone's taking lots of damage, but no one's actually dying.
You can see how cautious both teams are playing, right? Neither team willing to commit into a team fight, and understandably so, where Exco Esports, they have to deal with super minions pushing out the lane. And then on the side, you have Vanguard Esports kind of just ensuring that we just here for the turrets. We don't want to fight, right? Peace team, friend.
And we do see the orange bus being put onto Luxian, the enemy orange bus. Already from the side of Team Vanguard, they do have the handed map advantage. They have taken the inhibitor turret as well. It's going to be extremely hard for Exco to even step out of the base with the fear of Luxian, with the fear of the Spear of Destruction coming in at any time. If they go for a solo kill, he still has the immortality. And look at this!
Oh man, Bertizzi gets caught out, but he will be able to make it out alive. Yes. But Vanguard though, already starting that long lane zone potential for the next Lord coming up in 20.
Yeah, I think the key portion here for Exco Esports is just gonna suck up the damage and wait for Vanguard Esports to make a mistake. I think at this point, Vanguard Esports have been playing a very immaculate game, right? We're all here just to delay, allow Moskov to push the side lanes. And once those lanes are pushed out, we'll full commit into the fight. And then Moskov can kind of just join. But we're starting to see a little bit of a game coming up. The Vol chart's been used, so Vanguard Esports are definitely going to pay attention to that. Will that be the signal to take a fight right now?
Oh, Bertizzi does not have his ultimate. Nick Stain knows this. He's trying to be on his backs, trying to stop Bertizzi from doing any more harm. But the rest of Exco, they're getting ready. They're ramping up. Utah still has his Black Dragon form. Turtle, the Lord, already in 10k. They're going in with the Minoan Fury trying to knock everyone up. Salem gets that Lord. The Nether Realm popped by both sides. Ken with the Bearded Spider coming in from the backside, dealing so much damage. Gira already with the Blazing Duet. The rest of Exco, they're falling like flies. And Luxian, they're taking it in with the Wind of Nature. Takes down slowly, takes down everyone. Bertizzi on the run, trying to initiate the Great Escape. Just like the Great Houdini, but for going their own base. The Lord marching on that top side. It looks like an easy win for Vanguard as Luxian takes down the throne.
Wow, what a game from the side of Team Vanguard versus Exco today. Exco, they played it very well, right? Yuta, he managed to zone out Super MJ to the point where he was forced to use the Netherrealm multiple times. Exco played it very, very well in terms of team fight. Don't discount them from that. But Team Vanguard, they brought a new side of Luxian today. Today, we saw a Luxian that was so bloodthirsty for kills, so good in terms of cycling the enemy's cooldowns. We saw the mechanics of Luxian at its peak today. And I feel that the coach, he brought this side of Luxian to him. You are a good player. You can go for these timings. You have to know. And now, with him just activated, Team Vanguard just looks like a new team, man.
Maybe that's what he did it all along. Like, just someone to come and tell him, you didn't find, brother. You're doing all good. You are the beast. You're the man. And not just like, yes, I'm the man. Spirit of Destruction goes in, clears up the fight. He takes the win. But we'll have to see who's going to be the MVP of the game. Honestly,
I'm gonna say
it's
Luxian.
it's one of the Stain brothers for me. And yes, it is indeed going to be
Perfect
Luxian
game.
Stain.
10-0 and 6.
It's him. It's him. He is him. Because Luxian
He
Stain
is him.
was the key mitigating factor towards every single team fight. When Exco looked like they were winning, Luxian Stain would come in with the Spirit of Destruction. He got the first target slowly. Then afterwards, he got everyone, almost everyone except Gira with that Maniac. 4 members of Team Vanguard were already down, and Luxian Stain came in and said, not today, not today. Not on my watch. As long as I'm in the game, I will bring this game back. And that was the key for Team Vanguard.
You know, we can have a counter for every time Luxian hits a Maniac. I think there's 3 times already this season.
Oh,
And
my.
it's only the 3rd week.
I said it. He is him. Luxian
is him.
Stain is him. And I feel that in terms of evolving, last week we saw Ken evolving as an EXP laner, as the Arlot hitting all these final slashes that were super pivotal. Now we see more players of Team Vanguard stepping up. We see teams in the head-to-head. They keep saying that Vanguard is very mechanic based. They are extremely good players. And now we have the item builds from both teams. We do see Luxian Stain just going for damage at first, then afterwards building towards the immortality, building towards the Rose Gold Meteor, knowing just how much advantage he had. And in terms of itemization for Team Exco, it's extremely hard for them to deal with.
Yeah, I think it's very concerning to see that, yes, you have a lot of damage built up on Slowly's Dyrov, but there isn't really much of a front line, right? You got the Dreadnought armor, the Dominance Eyes on Utah, but that's about it. There's really no one that can soak the damage coming from Luxian Stain. There's no Blade armor. It's just too much damage coming out of Vanguard Esports to break down Exco's Esports frontline. And on the flip side, in terms of damage-wise, Vanguard Esports is able to kind of just soak up everything that Exco Esports has to offer. I think, yes, it's 16-20 in terms of scoreboard, but we saw that every single time that Exco Esports wants to take a fight, they struggle to close it out just because Luxian Stain is just there lingering around. MVP of the match, what more can I say?
We're here for a good time.
We're here for a good time,
right? It's like, that's how the Moscow drive-by comes about. I've got Quantum Charge, I've got the Spear of Destruction, I'm coming in, boom, boom, pam, pow, I'm out, I'm back to split pushing.
And with a lot of the side of Exco building up the Quantum Charge, what do you think of this? Like, is the rotations working for Exco, and what do you think they should change up?
In terms of the early game, they got it on point. They were winning the team fights. They just couldn't find the key objective to winning the game, which was Luxian Stain. With that Quantum Charge, they needed to get Luxian Stain chased down as much as possible. But they had another objective on top of that, which was the Valentina, which was the rat in question. They wanted to get out the Netherrealm as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a side note to the previous scene, right? We saw Moskov actually pick up the Master Assassin on one of their emblems. And you might be wondering, he's going to be in a team fight, what's the point then? But that actually helps him to deal against Jira's Claude in the early game of the stage. So whether or not he's in a team fight or in a 1v1 situation split pushing, he's always going to be able to dish out a ton of damage, right? When it comes to team fight, you don't really need the Master Assassin because of the items coming out in the late game. So I think that's perfect setup coming out from Luxian Stain. And if you look at the damage coming out, obviously it's going to be Luxian Stain as the rich guy. 912 gold per minute. Just for context purpose, I think on average in an MPL game, we generally see people
600,
get from
700, yeah.
700, max 800. Anything above 800 is kind of out of the norm. I wouldn't say out of the norm, above average. That's how I'll put it. And I think Luxian Stain has been able to consistently not only split push, but join the fights the right place, the right time, just when the team needs in. I feel a little bit sad I feel a little bit down for Exco Esports though. I felt like there were a couple of fights where it was really, really close, but the answer comes back to how are we going to deal with this? And this question will be posed in the second game. Now we know that Luxian Stain can play the Moskov that well. I'm not saying that I don't know it, I'm just saying it's new information, right? It's new information. We're all trying to process it, and I think this is something that Exco Esports have to take note of.
Yeah, but to be fair though, Luxian Stain plays any marksman well. So like, how can you outban him? About 5 bans on
To quote Losey, he's the best. Right? Not my words, Losey.
And let's just take a look at the highlights over here. We see Luxian coming in with the Spear of Disruption. Always there to rely on when in terms of having, your problems, Team Exco winning, Vanguard losing. I mean, yeah, you just wait. Luxian is coming.
I think the key point in that fight is we saw the Nether round from the Valentina coming out after Jets. And that's so important, right? The first person to pop the Nether round kind of loses the fight in some sense because it's kind of expected, right? The cooldown's going to go off first, the team is going to die first. And once again, we see Jet popping up the Nether realm again in this fight. And once that Nether realm is down, you see Super MJ, alright, I'm just going to pop it right after yours, and we're going to win this fight because we're tankier, we have more damage because of Luxian, and he's able to just chase down the remaining members of Exco Esports who are just scrambling for their life.
I've got a lot of questions though. We talked a lot about Vanguard, but for Exco though, it's always Bertizzi having a very panicked wild charge. It's always Yuta flying in with the Black Dragon form a little bit too early. How do you think that impacts the entirety of Exco?
I think it's a sign of knowing where the power spike is. I think they recognize the fact that if Moskov joins the fight, they're going to have a very, very tough time to close out the fight. And so, like you said, it's kind of like a bit of a desperation, them trying to catch someone out, trying to make a play. And sometimes I think they stretch a little bit too much, right? And that's where the wild charges come in. Yes, they did get a couple of kills in the early game, but once that Moskov comes online, it's good night, baby.
Yeah, it's extremely hard game, well fought by both teams, but let's break it down with Kin at Off the Desk. That was a very nice segment.
First game of the day. We'll give it some time, and I think speaking of first game of the day, so second game is coming in. I think Kin Teofu will have a lot to say about the first game. I think especially around the team fights, around the turtle, around the lords. We spoke about them being able to kind of even out the scales with the split push.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, it was actually the Moskov that was out pushing the Claude.
It was actually, but the Dairoff was one of the good plays as well. But that's just my opinion. Let's take a look at the analysts at Off the Disc.
It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu here. This is a game of excellence from Luxian. Maniac, Savage, whatever you want to call him, he is a monster today. So I'm just going to break it down how it went down for the match itself. Exco, they put up a brilliant fight, but end of the day, you can't deal with the Steam brothers here. So let me show you what's happening here. The line is drawn pretty clear, right? There is the usage of the Spear of Destruction here. Very nice stuns coming in to try and control the rest of the team on the side of Vanguard, right? They've already committed the Black Dragon form, but here's what's happening. Ken, as well as Mr. Nick Stain, doing a very good job of controlling, and later on you'll see a line drawn very clearly on the back lines on the entirety of EXO, blocking them from number one, the Lord, and secondly, access into their backlines. Nick Stain, very nice control here. You can see all the way, Luxian Stain is all alone at the backline. Nobody else is there to defend against the likes of the damage coming in from Luxian Stain, and Exco struggling to even get past into the backlines of Vanguard itself. Later on, you'll see the two big synergies coming out from the side of Vanguard here. First and foremost, Nick Stain jumping in with that Stomp of Despair. Pure sadness for the side of EXO here. They couldn't do anything. And followed up by the combination by Super MJ as well. And here we go. This is the MVP of the game here. Luxian Stain. Nobody else could actually catch him. And you will see saving that Spear of Destruction to just cause absolute mayhem for the entirety of EXO here. With the Spear of Destruction going to be TPing down all the way into the backlines. And when the Moskov is on tilt with Immortality, there is no way you can win the fight as well. Right, so that's it from me today for this portion. Let's see what's going to happen in the second game in this 3-game series between EXO and Vanguard. Back to you guys.
I honestly want to cut him off right there. He's like, that's it for me today. No, you stay here.
Yeah.
We still have a game 2, possible game 3. So we'll definitely see him come back with the segment. But I think honestly, thoughts, guys? Game two?
Kin said a very important point, the synergy. And it actually improved over the last 1 week, especially for Vanguard. Everyone's playing like a unit. Everyone knows their job. Luxian is always on the back line. They're always protecting him, and Luxian can even protect himself. So when your team is backing you up and you back yourself up, there's no way that you can die. So whether or not he gets a perfect game in game number 2, really yet to be seen. But he is a sure threat for the side of Exco, though.
Yeah, I feel that both teams, I mean, even Exco, they brought it up as well. We see Yuta present a lot in these team fights. We see him on the Yuzong very present, always forcing out the Nether Realm from the side of Super MJ as much as possible. But still, I feel that Team Vanguard, they brought it back. They brought it back, right?
Yeah.
Both teams leveled up.
It's a very delicious game, and I can't wait for game number 2. Speaking of delicious, though.
Yeah, the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all the MPL Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad. Go on and smash your hunger. Terms and conditions apply, but Mac Crispy, man.
Yeah, if you're on a diet like me, McCrispy's the way to go. No carbs. All protein.
Hey, all carbs, no protein.
And speaking of all protein, that's what we will have to bring in for the next game with the bans and picks given from both sides. A protein-filled lineup, very meaty from the side of Team Vanguard. You see so many frontliners, Minotaur, Farats, Lapu Lapu, and a lot of control as well. And this is what Team Vanguard is going for. On top of that, just stacking control, making sure that you cannot move while you're getting damage at the same time.
Yeah, I want to say that slowly it seems like one of those guys that when in a classroom when a teacher asks what is 2 times 2, everyone would say 4, but he will say 3. You know what I'm saying? So he doesn't want to stick to that meta. He's always trying new heroes out, and that's the Dairoth coming in.
He refuses to conform.
He refuses to conform. You said it right in my mouth, Eris, and I want your opinion on how he plays out, because he picks up the Hanzo one time. It's 100% win rate, although albeit 1 game only. You have the Dairoth as well. He picked it up for 2 games, 0% win rate. But how do you think it goes around with this?
Honestly, I think it's a bit of a tough situation with me, right? The way I read the game, I've always felt like slowly he's better on the Assassins. We thought that this meta, after the most recent big patch, we'll see Assassins come back into play, but we haven't really been able to see that. It's still mostly fighters, mostly tanks, the Barats, your Fedrins, and I think that is kind of holding slowly back a bit. I think he's a fantastic assassin, and that's why we still see Exco Esports trying to experiment with it. How can we make slowly perform on the assassins, but through a tank? And I think it just doesn't work. You gotta pick a choice here. They went to Dairoth, didn't really work out. I think you play to your team's comfort. If you know he can't really perform on the tanks, go for it. There's the Fannies, the Hayabusas, the Lancelots. We've seen him perform. He can do it. We've seen Brave pick up the Link. And I think that is something that Exco Esports have to keep in mind.
It's Victory Day 1, man. If you want to test it, now's the time. But to be honest, though, Exco fighting for the life, fighting for survival, they need to win this game. You have 2 games back-to-back that you need to destroy Vanguard if you want to make it through to the playoffs. And they are at risk. One of the lowest in the standings right now. But, of course, we need to go back to the draft for game number 2. Vanguard already taking out a lot of these supports, the Minotaur, the Faramis, and the Nathan, taking out for Vanguard. Exco, though, Loi, Matilda, it's a lot of trends right here. Mobility for Exco, they don't want to deal with that. Vanguard, on the other hand, don't want to deal with team fight.
Yeah, it's going to be an extremely hard ask from the side of Team Exco, given the fact that Paramis has already been taken out, right? It has been the crux of the strategy. Jet has been playing a mean Paramis, but we've seen Super MJ on the Valentina. He plays it better. I'll be the Paramis that you need. Now, Angela being taken out, what will we see these teams pick? And now the Harif on the board. This guy has a 70% win rate on this competition so far. The highest ban rate and the highest ban rate that we've seen. Pick rate that we've seen out of this entire MPL. 74.36%. He is number 1 on the list. And it's being picked up by Vanguard. Luxian Stain.
70% win rate for the Harith. I mean, why not, man? 70%. It's not flipping a coin. It's flipping a 10-sided die, and you're always like, you know, seven times the charm. But Exco though, how can they counter this Harith? Go back to Esmeralda. Go back to basics.
Yeah, there's still a lot of heroes on the board right now. You know, you got your Valentina, you have Esmeralda, like you mentioned. I think there's Roger that you can consider. Whether or not they're gonna play in the jungle depends to be seen. But they're sticking to the guns here, right? They still want to pick up the Grok. I think this is the strat that they're trying out right now. The Vexana comes into play. I think that's fantastic. It's kind of similar to what we saw in the previous draft. We go for a tanky front line, and we go for a control mage.
Yeah, the Grok kind of seems to me like it's a counteractive measure. I'm picking it up because I don't want Nick Stain to pick it up.
Yeah, and I mean Grok, but I feel that Grok with Vexana is extremely strong. In terms of the barrier, Grok denies a lot of control. Vexana gives you a lot of zona control, so you can scale up as a team and take away map control very, very handily as one step at a time. But Vanguard, they do have the Arla available, and if the Vexana, she does step out, slightly out of position, that final slash will bring Vexana so close to Team Vanguard, and that's what Team Vanguard was going for. We see Ken on the Arlot evolving last week. He pulled out these final slashes that caught key targets off guard. I mean, early in the game, I was just railing on him for wasting these final slashes. And now, he has been evolving. And it's going to be extremely scary for Team Exco to deal with, especially with the Fredrin as the front line. With Akai, I feel that it's extremely strong in terms of peel, in terms of taking away focus from the Vexana. That's where Team Vanguard's focus will come into play.
Honestly, I would like to see the Kufra. I think the bouncing ball would have done a lot better for Exco Esports. But Akai does the job as well. You got heavy spin, you know, you can kind of disengage or engage if you want. And I think that's also one of the measures that Exco Esports has in line, or has in mind to kind of do the Harith, right? When he's in Summon Force, when he's trying to do the Chrome Dash, you can just use the heavy spin to kind of pin him down. But here we see the bans coming out from both sides. You've got the Florian being banned out. They just want to remove the sustain. Woo! Spicy. That's all I'm gonna say. Spicy.
Okay. It took me a while to get it. Message to slowly. Gira is not me because you know it's an ode of respect over to slowly. It's like, hey, slowly, you need me for you to win.
You know what's really funny? If Gira actually pops off this game, if Gira becomes the MVP of this game, this is going to be. It's gonna be such a punch.
Yeah, it's a revenge match.
Yeah,
it is a revenge match that slowly actually needs in this competition.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Yutong get banned out by Vanguard at this point. They just want to take out a little bit more control, fighters, and this Akai is a smart pick after all, right? Once again, very flexible draft coming from Exco. As Vanguard, you're gonna be wondering, is the Grok gonna be going to EXP or the roam? Is this Akai a roam or a jungle? I think it's gonna be a jungle Akai. Grok's gonna be playing that roam role, and it's gonna be a different kind of EXP lane. And speaking of EXP laner, you need someone that is able to do the Arlot.
Yeah, Arlot, I mean, very, very good at trying to displace people. But Valentina being plucked off, I mean, it's an extremely good ban coming in from Team Exco. We see the coach effect right now. The drafts, I feel, extremely strong, trying to go against each other. Valentina against Vexana, you don't want your Eternal Guard being stolen as well. And the gold laner of choice from Team Exco will be Bruno. He does hold his own versus the Harith. But I mean, we talked about back to basics, right? Esmeralda is still in the pool in terms of EXP lane. So Team Exco, they can pull that out of the bag if they want to. But I haven't seen Utah on the Esmeralda, so he might be playing a lean and mean Esmeralda as well.
Well, it's pretty much the same gameplay, right? Just split push, join in the fights when you can, and just target that back line. And Utah does that very well. They didn't ban out the Paquito. Maybe Vanguard is trying to force the Paquito onto Utah because it's something that Vanguard could very easily counter, especially with the Arlot using the final slash, keeping him out of position. You need to be very in your face. But the Hellcurt gets picked up right here. I think it'll be going into the hands of Salem, and then Fredrin into the EXP lane, and then Arlot in the roam.
I think it's gonna be more of a Hellcurt roam here. We're gonna see Hellcurt roam. We actually saw Asterisk put it out through FMM. He had a
FMM.
fantastic mid-game, you know, and with the new passive, you just go get your stacks when you're out of the fight. I think this is something that Vanguard Esports, what a surprise. Well, I just speak a little bit to Youngin before the game. He said, we're gonna have a little bit of a surprise. I think this is it. This is the surprise they have been waiting for.
Actually, to be fair though, I couldn't remember the last time I saw Nick Stain with an R-Lot. So maybe he's not comfortable with an R-Lot. So the Hellcurt is something very different. Plays a little bit like a Natalia. But yeah, game 2, Vanguard and XGO, the drafts are all set. Is XGO able to take at least one game away from Vanguard, keeping them afloat in the rest of the competition? Or will Vanguard initiate a clean sweep onto XGO? This is the battle for revenge. Game number 2. Let's get into the game, boys.
Yeah, in terms of vision advantage, I feel that Team Vanguard are playing an extremely dangerous game here. They know their vision advantage. You mean Nick Stain, you can deny so much vision. Super MJ gives you so much vision with the Astral Echo. They will know where they are at all times and deny the vision away from them.
I think Draft is a lot more balanced this time around in game 2, right? You start to see a little bit more sustain coming out from XGO side, a lot more CC. Yes, we spoke about the Grog and game 1. Maybe didn't really do too well, but now you have an Akai to back that up. You have a heavy spin. The wall coming off the Grog is going to be highly utilized. So the question remains, will they be able to deal with Vanguard's surprise pick here on the Hellcurt? And it's Nick Stain. We've never seen how Nick Stain play an assassin roam before, or a damage roam, an aggressive roam to a certain degree. He has always been control, Kufras, Minotaurs. So this is something that's a lot different to what we see Vanguard traditionally draft.
And we do see him going on the Bruno, falling extremely low on the bottom lane. Gira will manage to flicker out of there. Still in danger though.
Oh, Gira.
Oh, look at Nick Stain.
Living
He's
with
just,
a sliver though.
He's just slithering around his stuff. He's
Nick
waiting for
Stain,
it.
he's
That
out for
ship is
blood.
the
Gira's
first
still alive with a sliver, but not for long. Luxin Stain takes down that kill. It's the Stain Bros combo. Beck taking down first blood.
And I was gonna lead to that, you know, Nick Stain, he, as a Hellcurt, you require a lot of farm. You require some form of kills in the early game, and he did find Gira. But still, you require a lot of funneling for you to be a danger factor. But we do see the likes of Team XGO grouping up the top lane, looking for something at this point with the turtle spawning. Correct timing at this point. Salem will be able to contest this. I mean, he does have the vision available, and Nick Stain, he's already level 4.
It's a third of the turtle's health. Ken tries to go in with the final slash. Slowly gets popped up, but Jet finally takes down that turtle underneath the noses of Vanguard. But in goes Yuta with a falling star moon targeting onto Ken. But he goes down, and Vanguard takes down one of another.
And in terms of damage, right, early game, Team XGO, they have a lot of damage with the Vexana available. With their mid laner being a Novaria, it's still poke, it's still item based. You still need to scale up before you reach a point where you are poking it through. With Bertizi in front, with Slowly in front, it's going to be extremely hard. But
Gira! Nick Stain, out for blood. Gira goes down. There's a gravestone with his name on it.
We're starting to see the tables turn right here. In game 1, it was XGO looking for pickoffs, looking for the split pushes. Vanguard were like, yeah, we want to take this fight. And this time around, the tables have been turned, right? Vanguard here, they're looking for pickoffs. They're trying to abuse the fact that Hellcurt can use the Deadly Stinger to just jump on the Bruno. And XGO, on the other hand, they're just looking for teamfights because they're just so tanky in the front line.
The lights are off. The lights are off. Heavy spin onto Salem, but he gets out just in the nick of time. Does not get the purple buff, though. Slowly picks it up for himself.
And now we did see Yuta having signs of life on the top lane already, 1-0-1. It will be a factor in the mid game where Luxin Stain wants to come online with the Zeman's Force as much as possible. And Luxin Stain having a good time in the bottom lane now, but in terms of hero matchup, I feel that he's not going to have a good time.
Ooh, the Zeman Force and the second skill dealing so much damage already onto Gira. And like he said, his message, Gira is not him, and he's showing slowly that. And XGO needs to reposition his resources down on that bottom side for that next turtle.
Yeah, in terms of map control, really handed towards Vanguard right now with Nick Stain on the board. Nick Stain just popping the ultimate just as a deterrent factor, just to prevent anything from going on. In terms of forcing team fights, Exco cannot force any team fights. Vanguard will be on the front foot. They will have the momentum for now with the Astro Echo available at all times. Nick Stain popping the ultimate once again.
Turn off the lights, heavy spin onto that backside though, but the turtle down low slowly picks it up. Salem goes in ham. Ken tries to go in with the final slash as well. Bertizzi goes down to the hands of Luxon, and Salem goes back home.
Extremely hard fight for Team Exco at this point because Vanguard, they have the vision advantage. I mean, in terms of damage, Exco, they will have it. Vanguard, they just have vision advantage, and it's so hard
What is
if you
Yuta
can't
doing
see
there?
anything on the map.
Oh, Yuta's on the opposite side of the map though. He wants to take down Luxon Stain. They identified that he's the win condition though, but is losing out so much farm, so much wave fire up top.
This is going to be recurring team. Speaking about recurring team.
Oh, Jira pops the flicker once again, but the rest of the Goon Squad are here, and Exco realizes that. They don't want to fight this one on that top side though. Ken, a 1v1 against Yuta though.
Yeah, I think this is by coming from Vanguard. Knowing that they have to apply pressure on the bottom lane, this is what forces Baptiste to constantly be babysitting Gira on the goal lane. And that actually forces a lot more pressure on Yuta to be able to rotating. We already saw Yuta at the bottom lane early. We were wondering why he was doing that. But if you look at the retrospective things, if the Grok is unable to rotate, you need your EXP laner to kind of fill that void. And that gives up a lot of space for Ken to split push on the top lane. And that's going to be added pressure on how Exco is going to be rotating across the map.
Well, Super MJ has a lot of damage with the Astro Echo already. And Ken just zoning out Yuta, just being on his backsides. And Yuta, there's nowhere that he can go, nowhere that he can run. The next turtle spawning up in 30 seconds.
And Yuta having the lethal ignition on the Esmeralda. I feel that that's really a new build that we've been seeing as of the late. Not going for the sustainability, just going for the damage at this point. Of course, with the support emblem, we'll have the healing available, but the damage-wise, you want that from the lethal ignition as much as possible, especially if you're going for targets such as Luxon Stain, low HP, Super MJ, low HP as well, and if he can find Nick Stain, like, why not, right?
Oh, concealed play down on that bottom side, going through to Luxon Stain, pops that Purify, though Gira gets out, the Jet pops the Eternal Guard, and Luxon Stain just walking out, just like the Great Houdini, disappears into the midnight.
Yeah, it's going to be trade here. Vanguard probably should take slowly down, but the heavy spin comes out.
A desperation heavy spin from Slowly pops that out of the way. That's a free turtle for Vanguard.
Yeah, a bit of a trade-off there. Exco going to be taking the first tier at the bot lane. Ken just trying to apply a bit of pressure in the mid lane. There's just lots of options for Vanguard to play around here, and they're just trying to break down Baptiste as much as possible. And this is what we spoke about Vanguard. They're not really going to be doing too well in terms of team fight, in terms of tankiness. So what they can do is just poke, right? You got Outlaw coming in, just poking away at the Grok's HP. You got Nick Stain that's constantly hunting for the Bruna. There's just so many things that Exco have to look out for. But I think Exco has been doing pretty well. You know, they're matching in terms of farm. They're matching in terms of objectives.
I've got a question though, Eris. I noticed that Luxon Stain picked up the Festival of Blood instead of the Mystery Shop. How do you think that changes the tide of battles?
I think that's about sustain here going, right? You can increase your mana, you burn down the max HP as well, because that's where Harith, he's just going to be constantly putting a lot of DPS. So you want to break down the front line of Exco. You have the Grok, you have the Esmeralda, you have the Akai, and I think it's a really smart play. It keeps his mana pool up as well. So this is what Vanguard looked with.
Nick Stain from the flank, Hero gets caught out, but he survives, not for long with a sliver. Bertizzi gets caught out underneath the bush, but he gets chowed down by Nick Stain. Takes down a double kill just in time for the next Lord popping up in 40.
And Yuta nowhere inside, all the way at the bottom lane. I mean, Gira keeps getting caught like this. Being Nick Stain, he's doing an extremely good job on the Hellcurt, but I feel like Gira's not going to have a good time at all.
It's 0-3-3, man. If I was him, I'd be stressing out right now. This is an elimination round through to the regular season, and if I could win any team, it would be Vanguard, but they're not giving me an easy time.
And Yuta, he does not have any form of sustainability to join the team fight at all. Going for first 2 damage items already. Starlium, Scythe, and Magic Power from the Blood Wings as well. With Vexana having the Glowing Wand available, it would mean he has a lot of damage in these team fights. And with the Enchanted Talisman, cooldowns are there. He can be the fountain of damage that he is meant to be.
I'm kind of concerned to see that there isn't a sign of anti-heal coming out from Exco just yet. No Dominance Eyes, no Necklace of Durance, and that's going to allow Salem to just constantly heal up. And
oh, Bertizzi taking a lot of damage, but then Praiser's Wrath gets popped down. Bertizzi, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Luxgen is here in your nightmares.
And that's a good point from you, Eris. I mean, you were talking about not having the anti-heal, right? That just proved that even though you have damage, no anti-heal, you can't take us down, right?
And on the flip side, Super MJ actually prioritized the Necklace of Durance.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, Salem getting knocked back with a heavy spin. Gira goes down low. Nick Stay takes him out. But Salem is still in the midst of battle. He wants to look for the retribution. And Luxgen Stay takes down Sully. That looks like a free Lord for Vanguard. It's still going on. It's still going strong. And Salem takes down the Lord.
3 kills and the Lord for the side of
Whoa!
Vanguard.
That's a lot of damage coming in from Nick Stain. Finally gets that shut down, and Salem tries to protect, but not enough. Jet survives with a pixel.
And Nick Stain, I mean, he wanted to go for the style points, he wanted to go for Jet, but giving up his own life during that period of time might not be the play that you see, but they do have the Lord pressure available from the side of Team Vanguard. Getting 3 kills, that's a 4K gold advantage already. That's higher than the previous game, and that previous game we saw Vanguard already owning with Luxgen Stain.
And you can see how afraid Gira is playing right now, and you can't really blame him for it. You can't really fault him for it. He's constantly been ganging the lane. There's all nearby. Yes, you know, your priority is to take on Lord, but there's just too much to go through at this point. You kind of have to go through all of the front line.
Whoa! Slowly will not be able to escape their Praiser's Wrath. Utah trying to zone out Nick Stain from that bottom side, dealing a lot of damage, but not enough to take Nick Stain down. And Exco on the back foot as Vanguard 4,800. No, make it 5,000 gold ahead of Exco.
Extremely hard ask for Exco to come back from this. They will have to rely on Yuta a lot. His Esmeralda is not performing as well as we thought it would. Not finding the damage, not finding the sustainability in the team fights. Just to the fact that Team Vanguard, they did pull away to the early game lead. Now, Exco, they have to turtle up, get the key items on Yuta, and take the team fights to their advantage when it is to their advantage. Because Team Exco, they cannot afford to make any slip-ups at this point. They lost all outer turrets already.
Yeah, Exco Esports under a lot of pressure. I think there is still a way back into the game, but it's in the form of being able to burst down Salem, right? Before you use the Appraisers Wrath. If they can take down, you know, the Fedra before a buckle to fight happens, I think this is where they can look to fight. Remember, you have the heavy spin, you have the deathly grabs, you have lots of CC to kind of lock the Fedra in place. The question is, will Vanguard allow that? Because there is still the Hellcat to worry about, the fact that he can jump in the backline for Gira, the fact that he can just instantly delete Jet if he wishes to, right? So I think there is a bit of concern there. Salem coming in, you know, going to be using that Retribution. That's going to be another steal away. Not that he needs it, but he does have that advantage in terms of level as compared to Slowly.
It's going to be an uphill battle for Team Exco at this point. We were talking about Vanguard's vision advantage. They have the Hellcurt's ultimate. They have the Astral Echo from the Novaria as well. They know where Vexana is at all points of time. But meanwhile, on the side of Team Exco, they have to do so much bush checking because of Nick Stain's pressure, right? Nick Stain will be threatening to kill Gira or Jet at any point in this game right now. He is at that snowball point.
Looks like Vanguard wants to quickly down this Lord to pull Exco out of their comfort zone, out of their base, and into that Lord pit. They want to be able to fight so that they can find that flank onto the backside. Gira not having a good time. He does not have that damage to play this fight, but slowly takes a lot of damage, forced to use a desperation heavy spin just to get out of the way. That's no heavy spin for this next evolved Lord. Lord will go into the hands of Vanguard.
And Yuta is trying to get as much farm as possible. Team Exco not committing to that Lord. I feel that that was the call from them because, I mean, as a team, They felt that Yuta still requires more farm to go into these team fights. He does need the tank ability. He does need the sustainability. He does not have that yet. And if they go into the Lord with that unprepared, they might have just been throwing their lives for no reason. So Vanguard, Exco, both making the correct calls, but Vanguard still handedly in the lead. Extremely hard ass for Team Exco. Lord marching down.
Yeah, Vanguard here they just have to play a little bit safe now. They don't really have to make too much of a play. Just let the waves push in, just usher the lot into the mid lane. I think that is going to be guaranteed tier 3 coming on the side of Vanguard. And Exco here, there's really nothing much they can do unless they can force a fight, unless they spot any members of Vanguard. But Dark Knight falls.
Oh, Dark Knight falls. You got the Lord marching down, but Final Slash picks down 2. There goes Jet. Liberties is quick to follow, but Utah on the backside finally takes down Super MJ, but not for long. He goes down as well. That's 3 for the side of Exco. Vanguard still standing strong, 4-man strong, and slowly, no more heavy spin for him to use to push everyone away, and he is sent to a grave with his name written on it. Jira left to his own devices, trying to defend against 4, but not for long. As the Hammer of Thor falls, Vanguard will take this game.
And it's gonna be a 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. Gira doing what he can, but eventually will fall, and so will the base to Team Vanguard, who take these series 2-0. We were expecting, Exco trying to come back, trying their best to put the fall on Yuta, but Vanguard found the chokehold onto Exco. Extremely well done in terms of strategy by them.
Yeah, they were missing the early game, advantage that they sort of have. You saw them go for the first blood on Lucian Stain, or rather Lucian Stain getting the first blood with the Synchro Fusion, even though Hellcat didn't get it, but all the more better for Vanguard at this point. You want the first blood to be going onto the goal laner, in this case the Harith, and I think this was exceptional gameplay. They knew what they had to do. There was a little bit of a tight fight similar to game 1, where we saw the team with the tankier front lines kind of be able to soak up the damage, going for objectives, being able to win those team fights. But once the mid game sets in, I think that's where there's a little bit more concern for Vanguard, just because they weren't able to find those team fights anymore in their favor. Akai wasn't able to find a perfect heavy spin. The Grog wasn't able to use Wild Charge in the right place at the right time, just because of how separated the members of Vanguard was. And on top of that, you had Hellcat to deal with all of this. And it was just so much pressure on Gira as goal laner. I don't fault him for that, right? It was just really, really good drafting coming out from Youngin on the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, speaking of Youngin though, the coach makes so much difference, and I've seen the evolution.
I know where this is going.
Vanguard, are they a huge contender this time around for Vanguard?
I think it's too early to say. I think it's really,
week
really
3,
too early.
It's just 2 more weeks.
It's just week 3. At the end of the day, playoffs to me, it's always a coin toss. But you know what's not a coin toss?
The MVP.
The MVP.
I'm saying Luxian again. He's got a perfect game. 2 perfect games in a row. His KDA's all up there. But
I gotta give it to Nick this time, because Nick, he brought the pressure in terms of map control, in terms of the early game kills. He got the advantage needed for Luxian Stain to perform. And Nick Stain was the enabling factor as the roamer, because he managed to cancel out Gira to the point where Luxian Stain could be like, yeah, just leave me alone. I'll be fine. I got enough farm. 3 people ganked him. Sure. I'm getting out of this one alive.
The fact that Luxian was able to just walk out of 3-4 ultimates thrown at him, it was just a sight to behold, right? It's just Luxian playing out of his mind. Nick Stain being the enabler. The Stain brothers really a huge threat in the entire competition, especially in Vanguard esports.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot that Exco had to deal with. That Vanguard had to put out, right? You talked about members of Exco trying to catch out the Hellcat. He has a hidden terror, the extra movement speed, the fact that he has pretty much a free Garden Helm with his rework. And I think that was a very big point that, Vanguard were looking to exploit, and the fact that they took it out at the very end of the draft definitely caught Exco out of guard. No pun intended.
We are seeing different sides of Vanguard today. We saw Luxian Stain performing just now in the game 1, and now game 2 we see Nick Stain performing as well. I mean, I feel that Ken, he has been a solid R-Lot for the most part of this whole tournament, because the fact that the heavy spin was not available was due to Ken forcing it out with the final slashes, always making sure that Slowly is out of position. He has the final spin out. Desperation, you called it, right, Ryan? I mean, he had to heavy spin out most of the time. And in the later stages, when he went for the kill, that final flash was used onto Jet most of the time, where it was just decisive right there.
I just gotta say, Nick Stain playing a hero that he's not really known for. Remember, we talked about this in the draft as well. Nick Stain's always on the enchanters, always on the initiators, but in this case, it's more an assassin role. And I like the way that Youngin was able to bring him out of his comfort zone and elevate his play style and gameplay to the next level.
Since we're on the build here, I just want to point out once again, Super MJ prioritizing the Necklace of Durance just because they know that there is a lot of sustain on the side of Exco. I think mainly because of the Esmeralda and the Akai, and the fact that Exco didn't pick up either Dominus Ice as a first item or a Necklace of Durance for Jet on this Vexana, sorry, brain fart there. But yeah, I think that was a big impact as to how Vanguard managed to win the team fight. There was no one that's able to take on Fadrin. You look at the emblems here, pretty standard across the board. I don't think we see anything out of the ordinary. But Nick Stain here, definitely the man of the show. That Master Assassin, the number of times he hunted down Gira, boy, I wouldn't... Honestly, it was a tough game. It was a really, really tough game to Exco to play because you were constantly torn across the map. You had to protect your Bruno, but at the same time, you had to go for team fights, and there was it's just really, really tough for Exco to scale as the game went on.
Yeah, and all the momentum fell onto Nick Stain, right? He was the playmaker, I feel, but it was all to enable his brother. Enable Luxenstein as the carry, as the rich guy. I mean, if you look at the stats, he is able to deal the damage, and it's more than 50% of the entire team. I mean, combine it, 114k. Luxenstein has been putting up numbers this entire series, and we see slowly he tried to beat the tank as much as possible, but he was forced into desperation by Ken. All across the board, Vanguard, they had extremely good synergy. They knew what they were doing. Itemization for Super MJ was extremely good as well. So scary to deal with in terms of team fight. They forced Gira into a corner, and then they forced Jet into a position that he doesn't want. Slowly cooldown not there. Yuta's farm not there as well, because he was forced to go in early as much as possible to take out Luxenstein after Gira was killed. Then afterwards, Yuta could not recover in terms of farm because he went for the Stadium Scythe, he went for the Blood Wings, he did not have any tank ability, he did not have any sustain, did not go for any forms of early game advantage in terms of like getting an enchanted talisman or whatsoever, did not have that.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that you point out Luxenstein as well. I think it's fair to say that he has received a lot of hit ever since Vanguard qualified for MPL in the previous season. A lot of people criticize his gameplay. They say he wasn't putting up numbers, he wasn't putting up stats. But if you look at how Vanguard has evolved as a team, I think that's kind of a strat that they're trying to pull off, right? Yes, 80% kind of expected on the Harif, on the Moskov, sorry. But the fact that he's able to pull all these numbers on the Harif as well goes to show that they want to involve Luxenstein in the fight, but at the right time. They don't want to rush him into fights when they're not ready, when he's not found up yet. And I think that's the way that Vanguard have found their identity. We'll put pressure on the enemy, buy time for our goal lane to farm up, and when he's ready, we'll go ham.
Yeah. I just want to add, like, this game actually puts Exco down at the bottoms. It's very, very difficult to claw themselves back up, but we'll check this out after a mic check.
I cleared it, I come up.
Nice!
Oh, clock coming.
Hey, watch on. You're alive.
No. I'm coming.
Can we go?
Go.
Bikan ha.
No Petri.
Ay, nice.
Can go. Wait, my ulti 3 seconds.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I can go.
Go.
Doklo.
Kami mo. Hey, look.
I'm coming. I can save you.
Hey, di ulo ha. You want to fight?
Ulo.
Ay, tiro. Nice!
Can go. I think you can go.
Nice one! Look shot! Nice!
Action back. I can save you guys.
Hey, Yuzong. Nice! We can fight ha!
Come on, guys. Keep fight.
Hey, we can fight! Nice!
Run, slowly.
Don't die ha!
Hello, bye.
Nice one.
Ken, you careful, Ken.
Hey, no dash.
Hey, nice one. Nice one.
Akai here.
Never.
Nice. Ready for this?
Go for top, guys.
Akai and Vexana going to your...
Top lane now, with tower.
Nice.
Watch me.
Nice, good. Help MJ, guys. I'm okay. Hey, pass him. I think nice one. Hey, relax.
Can I just say, that was fantastic. I think it was very clean communication, very precise, right? Every single information given to the team is exactly what they needed. Lucian Stain informing his team, I'm going to clear this wave and I'm going to join you guys. There's no petrify, we can clean up, discipline, we take top tower. That's what a team comm should look like, right? Very positive, no one panicking any side of distress. The fact that they were confident throughout the fight, and I think that was just... I wish my team communicated like that during my rankings.
You know, to be fair though, they were very serious in the early game, in like first game. And then after like they knew that they were gonna win and they had the upper hand, they were like, no, nice all the way. So like, I love that so much. But hey, here to break it down, it's Kin Tofu from Off the Desk.
All right, welcome back. Now, this was a fantastic game by Vanguard, and I think they are the team of the day. Game one, we were talking about, hey, Lucian Stain is so painful. He's a well-played, well-oiled machine. But this time, the entirety of Vanguard playing absolute to their limits as well. Right, first off, we have Batizi, who was down for the count for another 8 seconds. The Lord was already being taken by Vanguard. But what's beautiful here is the understanding of where Exco could only go from here. Slowly, as you can see, will have to commit the heavy spin and look at the positioning later of Vanguard. So clean. So the moment slowly gets pushed away into the middle of everyone. Look at the positioning of Vanguard players. Ken on the backside, MJ as well, Lucian Stain. Nobody is reachable or envisioned on the side of Exco as well. And from this, they will then transition into a death ball, just capturing the entirety of Exco. Right off the bat, you will see them start moving into position. Ken this time played a spectacular movement across the entirety of the map here in the Lord's Pit. You'll see how Nick Stain also does a combination with the team here to make sure he takes Gira out of the picture. And once Gira is out, there's not a lot of damage left on the side of Exco. Right off the bat, you see Gira being chased off already, and Nick Stain gets a mega kill for the team as well. And more importantly, they have to finish this combination. That's where Ken comes into play. Mr. Ken doing so much work in that part of the Lord Pit. He's going to be able to, number one, chase away the Vexana. Jet has nowhere left to go. He's going to put a barrier down here. And once Ken knows that, hey, there's no more danger to the team, he then transitions to help out the rest of the team here. Very beautiful movement from the side of Ken. Making sure he's able to get his eyes on Yuta, making sure that his goal laner is safe. Lucian Stain, once again, one of the win conditions, playing safe and killing off the game entirely for the Exco from this point on. So you're going to see Yuta chase him down. He's going to try and get him down, but Lucian is already so far ahead. He is so paying the damage, and Ken comes in to join the fray, make sure there's no more options for the side of Exco to take. And this was a beautiful fight, and they just continued this combination the entire day, and Exco didn't really stand a chance from the mid-game onwards. And that will be all from my section. Congratulations to Vanguard. Exco, it was a valiant effort, but it didn't last that long. So right now, we're going to throw it back to Cheryl. Let's hear that interview.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kin, for that analysis. Now, Vanguard definitely knew the assignment and they delivered. And right here, I have Lucian Stain beside me. So you guys had a very busy week in the transfer week itself. We have seen the addition of Youngin as well as Deck as a roam, as a sub. So with that being said, does these new additions make you feel more comfortable moving on right here in the regular season?
Yeah, it made me feel more confident. Because my room always, when telling something, he always talk back. But Riston say talk to wood better. But now he never talk back, so it's a wood now.
But I mean, Riston is a really good coach before the addition of Daryl. And of course, once Youngin came in, do you think that it changes the dynamic or the play style that you guys have already adopted?
Yeah, it changes everything because listen to him, especially Nick. Yeah.
So Nick finally got someone to to kind of just hold him down, put him in place lah.
Yeah, it becomes a wood.
So Yang Yin is the teacher with the rotan. Okay, interesting. Now, also, we realized that there's a shift in terms of the draft as well. Usually, Nick is always playing hard tanks, and then you guys, like the typical Stain brothers, are always together like Siamese twins. But right now, we see Hellcut and then you playing the Harif, so which means that you guys are in kind of different positions in the map constantly. Does this pose as a difficult situation for you guys and you're adapting? Or this is something that you guys have planned out long time ago?
No, we can play this, but we're just not confident last time. Because we don't know how to draft.
Right, so right now with the addition of Coach Yang In, it definitely boosted your confidence approaching the game. Now, another thing I would like to ask is, you have been, I would say, lack of better word, consistently late when it comes to team fights usually, but yet you always delivered when it comes to kills. So is that a strategy for Vanguard Esports?
I don't know, maybe I just slow. I slow reaction like oh yeah, that's why.
Or is it but the thing is, yet you deliver in terms of KDA. So like, is this something that, you know, that the team already knows that, you know, they just set up and then you come in and then just do the cleanup?
No, today just lucky only, that's why. MJ always carry.
Okay. So moving forward, you have faced off 5 different teams already in the regular season. Who do you think was the toughest goal laner that you have met so far?
Gira.
You bully him until like that, then you Gira. Like, okay, let's be real. Who is the toughest goal laner that you have met that poses a challenge to you?
The CS, I guess, cause he confident. But they are not confident. But now got Yang In, so confirm more confident.
So if you get a chance to meet him in playoffs, that is the one that you're looking forward to. Would that be?
Not say looking for, I'm looking for the fight Vanix, but
Vanix.
Fight CS again, I think sure win.
All right. So thank you so much, Laksha, and congratulations on being MVP of Game 1. So yes, guys, congratulations to Vanguard Esports. Now, once again, they definitely knew the assignment and they have delivered right here from match 1 itself. So it is a very exciting opening right here for week 3, day 1. So with that being said, we're moving on to match 2 in just a few moments time, where we will see the likes of Homeboys SG going up against RSGSG. Now, with the scores so tight in the overall standings, what will unfurl in match 2? Stick around and we'll see you then.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
这肯定是不用讲的，这个不是cut TZ就是 Hades， 随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, wait.
No, it's this fellow.
I think this should.
It's this fellow.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's confirmed import.
Yeah, I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio, no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Kia.
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh, I think it's
Who is?
import.
Oh.
You can to play EXP.
If I spell name,
It's okay. Oh, wait. We are no cure. Correct.
You look like Venom Cup, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro, forgot about him, huh?
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no cure.
My goodness.
So, it's for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase up.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one, eh. Wait. You tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Bray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is it? You don't know who is it? And then? What are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
This one confirm know who already lah.
Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now, eh.
I guess all the opposite.
Correct, it's Bray. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Correct, it's Bray.
Yes.
2, 1.
Oh, Brian.
Bray.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Right here, I'm joined with Super MJ and Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports. Super MJ, do you want to add on to any more of that introduction?
Yeah, I'm Super MJ from Philippines. Then I'm playing mid lane for Vanguard SG. Yeah.
Okay. Nick Stain?
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain and I'm the roamer for Vanguard, and this season I hope everybody can support us. Yeah.
Last season in 4th place, which is very high for any community team. The last time that a community team did this was Team Evil when their first debut. What do you feel about that, Nick Stain?
I'll say y'all see us wrongly lah. I don't feel we were a community team at all, like from the first place.
Okay.
Cause Lakshan has been in Xeon last time. Then I also has been Evol's Blitz late for damn long already. Like for quite a long period of time. And also Super Ryan is been revival like around those kind of people lah, like MPL. Plus Slowly and Chut, they were from MDL as well, right? So I don't think based on those kind of facts, y'all can call us a community team lah, to be honest.
But this time around, you are getting someone from the PH instead of ID. Chut is from ID.
Yes.
Slowly is also from ID. Now this time around, you're replacing it Salem and also Super MJ. Both are PH imports. So I think I'm just gonna pass it over to MJ now. MJ, have you played with Salem before?
Yeah, I play with him in rank.
In rank?
Yeah, not on the same team.
Not in the same
Yeah.
team. Nick, when I would say that you're very actively involved in the organization of Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that? Yeah. When you saw Super MJ for the first time during the trials, what was your impression of him?
I was like, cause before Super MJ, right, we actually locked in another mage.
Oh, your second choice MJ.
No. No, let me finish first. We locked in another mage. It's called Ryojin. This mage from Euphoria Esports.
It's also from them.
Yeah. But we found out that like after a while of playing, at first he was doing fine with that one hero Nova, yeah. But after a while, we realized like, oh, that guy like very shaky. He keep on dying, scream like he's causing us the games. As an import, you cannot be causing us the games, right? Like you should be like somewhat doing your job well, right? So what we felt was like me, Lakshan, and like the management, we felt that Ryojin wasn't doing well, so we decided to kick him. So we kick him, then we were finding another mage. Then we had this one coach that time that is called Zemi. He went to look around and found MJ. And then MJ came to try out. And on the day of trial, right, like we played a few scrims together. I realized me and MJ like the synergy like quite good together.
Wow, so
yeah.
Super MJ is gonna start calling himself MJ Stain?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. One day.
So we found our synergy like quite good, right? Then like it was way better than me and Ryojin like I speak. And then I was like, bro, like no point, like just why not? Like MJ is so much better. So like what's the point of the Ryojin, the other mage?
Okay.
So we just took MJ in lah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then what about Salem? I need to remember it's like Salem, not Salem.
Okay, so for Salem, right? Initially he was on Salem as well. Initially he was another hyper, but due to some internal issues, we changed hyper to Salem. Yeah.
Oh, so he wasn't supposed to be the hyper, or was
yeah,
supposed to be?
he was another one,
Yeah.
but due to some other issues, we decided to change the hyper.
Are you able to share who that hyper you got, or is it an import
Yes, it's an import
from PH as well?
from PH.
I see.
Yeah.
Knowing that Slowly is now in Xcode Esports now, what do you feel about? Do you have anything to say to Slowly being in Xcode now?
Although we somewhat kicked him out, but he's still a friend of ours lah. So I'll still wish him all the best. But just know that we will knock him out of MPL this season lah.
Okay, nice. All right, now I want to focus more on Salem, MJ. Do you want to tell us, like, especially for the Singaporeans who are watching or do not know about MDLPH for the first time, how is it like in MDLPH, and is there any difference between MDLPH and playing with our Singaporean boys and girls?
It's very different because in PH when you playing with your fellow countrymen, it's very easy to communicate like that. You can execute plan properly like that. Then you know what their wants, what they don't want to do like that. So in Singaporeans, like I need to adjust more like that in my language barrier like that. I need to improve, then teach what I learned from the PH, share the ideas like that.
Then, why do you decide to come to Singapore as a Filipino import?
I think I want to explore more. Then I want to learn something like that. New environment, new ambience, new people. Then I learned a lot. Then
What have you learned being a Singaporean import in Singapore?
You need to adjust. Then you need to step up because you know that they need help. That's why they get me. So I need to step up, do my job like that. Yeah.
How's your parents think? What does your parents think about you coming to Singapore?
I
Are
think
they okay, or are they like worried about you or stuff like that?
like 50-50 like that. But they know me a lot, so they don't worry about me. Yeah.
So you have very supportive parents, right?
Yeah.
That's great. What about Nick?
Thank-
What about
thank you
Nick?
to them.
Yeah.
Oh, my parents always ask me to quit.
Because you've been on the sub for a long time, is it?
No lah. It's because like they don't really want me to play game that much. They want me to study, but like, I don't really like to study also lah. So I just continue playing lor. So like I'm kind of like rebellious. Like, I don't really care, but I just continue playing.
From what I gathered from the ground, it's like Vanguard with Salem and also Super MJ, depending on their performance in regular season, You guys are dark horses once again. What do you have to say to them?
Regarding the dark horse,
Yes.
I after last season, right, and then like since we improved with Filipinos imports, right, I don't think y'all can see us as dark horse. We are one of the teams that can really hurt in the like upset, like Flash, Bleed, all this. Like I see it coming in my in my imagination. Like in my in my in my books, right, I already see it's written in my books.
All right.
Yeah.
Who? Oh, sorry. Which team are you looking forward to fight?
Of course.
Okay, I know you're definitely going to say Team Flash. What about the second team?
Second team will be Bleed lah. Yeah.
Bleed.
Cause they are the two teams that I feel have the highest chance of winning this season. Yeah. Other teams, I think not really.
Do you put them below you or above you?
Personally, I put below me. Yeah.
Since we're talking about that, bottom two teams to be relegated this season.
Exco and Asteris.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but why Asteris?
Hey, no. I was changing my mind.
Okay.
I'll change it to Exco and Homeboys.
Exco and Homeboys. Why Exco?
First of all, Exco,
Because
I think...
Is it because Slowly is in there?
No, it's not because of Slowly. I think it's because of the Singaporean players. Because I think they are not strong enough to
Who do you think is the weakest thing in Exco?
I think, if you ask me honestly, I think it's their goal laner.
The gold laner, Gira.
Yeah. I saw his gameplay, he seems a bit too aggressive, which I think would get punished in MPL SG. But in qualifier, since it's so-called the lower tier, that's why he get to shine there. Yeah.
Okay.
Then for Homeboys, I feel that their trio mid is like in a mess. Unless in the transfer window they do something about it. Yeah.
The trio mid is Buji, Sub, and Wolf. Based on this list that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I feel Buji is fine because he has the RAG experience, but it's the Rome and the Hyper that is inexperienced, and they are like publics of SG, which I don't think will succeed in MPL SG. Like in in MPL, I feel that if you have a weak trio mid, you basically just lost the game already.
Yeah. Do you have any like thoughts, or do you think you agree with Nick's bottom two?
I think, yeah, but the other team, I don't have an idea.
Okay.
For some Singaporeans.
Okay, great. What about this? Instead, for you, which team would you like to face most?
I want to face Bleed also and Flash.
Because Bleed has the Sagit Nu and Seiji in there. Team Flash is because they are the best right now. Okay. Nick, I want to talk to you about your relationship with JPL. How is it like? Because I don't think the people from outside of MPL Singapore players knows about that relationship. Can you elaborate more on that?
So like since season 3, you know, JPL has been playing ahead of me, even though like I play in MSC all those, right? Me and JPL, the reason why we can play together in the same team in MSC or like all these kind of big international tournament, right, is because we have a good friendship with each other, like at the first place. Like we always laugh and joke about stuff when we're in the same team. So like you all can't see us as like arch rivals or whatever. Like we are just like casual to like so-called friends lah. But like that day, like that time when we fought Bleed, right, that BM wasn't targeted like on JPL only. It was like on the whole Bleed because like they kicked me out.
We talk more. I want to talk more about JPL a little bit. People know that he's not a young spring chicken anymore, right? Do you think his skill, as well, someone that's very close to him? I know I asked this to quite a few people, right? Do you think his skill has deteriorated, or what do you think?
I think right now, like if compare right now his form with the prime JPL, right, I'll say he's like at 60 to 70% of the prime JPL. Cause like his age, like as y'all can see, like every season, like if y'all I don't know can tell or not, but like personally from my point of view, right, I feel his mechanics is dropping every season but his macro is still there.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So but like his mechanics are quite bad. But he used macro to cover it. So in Singapore, right, you don't need that much mechanic to like be the champion. So like I feel like in local still right, in local is okay. But in international, as you can see from the Games of Future against the Russian team, I forgot what's the name. That's where they struggled because JPL couldn't find a catch. No engage couldn't be start. So eventually they just lost.
I see.
That's the point that I saw.
So I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're the best person to ask in my opinion because you're so close to JPL. Okay, great. Then we're gonna talk more about the top 3 players, Nick, in Singapore, MPL Singapore.
Top 3 players,
yeah,
including imports.
Including imports. If you want to, I think you've been here for quite a long time. I'm gonna open it up for even past players as well.
Top 3 of all time, so basically.
Of all time, MPL Singapore. Who do you look up to?
1 will be Bray.
Bray, okay.
Yeah. 2, I'll put JPL.
JPL, yep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
3, Diablo.
Diablo.
Yeah.
Why Bray top though?
Bray, cause he's one of the best tank junglers I've ever seen. The way he positioned in turtle fight, he's like giving you the threat, but without like he don't even need teammates around him. Like he's a threat himself standing there in the turtle. Like people just backs off because his aura is so strong. Like I don't know how he does it, but like when I fought him, that's what I felt. Like his aura is way stronger than other junglers. Yeah.
Okay, great. Now I'm gonna flip it the other way around. Bottom 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Bottom in this season or all time?
This season.
This season. But I cannot include subs.
No, don't include subs.
Yeah,
Look at
okay.
main rosters.
Bottom 3.
Yeah.
Like serious one or like
Serious one.
bottom 3.
Yeah, because I'll definitely ask you why.
Okay.
Yeah. Bottom 3, let's go.
I'll say Jira.
Gira, okay.
Gira
actually. Yeah. It's Gira.
Oh,
not
okay,
Jira.
okay.
Yeah.
The set guy.
Set,
yeah.
okay.
And Yunsky.
Yunsky. Why Yunsky?
I feel Yunsky he needs my path to be good. Like
your path.
Yeah, like he needs like someone like JPL to start him out, to understand role more. Cause when I faced him last season, he seems like he don't understand his hero enough. Like he's playing Valia, but he's opening the map, like stuff like that. Like I can tell like he lacks the experience, he lacks the understanding. That's why I put him there.
Then you mentioned sub is because probably you mentioned earlier just now, it's a public player.
Yeah.
No community no community.
Yeah, no community experience. I don't know who is he. I
never know whether there may be another second evil, you know. You never know when he become a next powerful. I don't know.
Yeah, but for now I'll rank him bottom because I really don't know anything about him and I feel that he's bottom lah. Yeah.
But Gira is probably beef.
Huh?
Gira is probably beef.
No, it's not beef. I just feel that he as a like player in like I don't see him doing good in MPL. That's all.
Because it's too aggressive.
Yeah, it's too aggressive.
I see. Okay. Okay. Great. Now I want to talk more about for people who might have doubted you before or even today. Do you have anything to say to them? Vanguard may be relegated. Like people may say that Vanguard may get relegated this season. Do you have anything to say against them?
I'll say y'all can just watch this season as y'all be surprised where we will stand at the end of the regular or even playoff. Because I'm very confident with my teammates. And when I have this kind of confidence, it was like during playoff vs beat that kind of confidence. Like I really trust this current lineup that we can like really do something in MPL SG and not just stay inside. I don't want to stay inside. I want to prove to everybody that we are not just a dark horse. We are one of the contenders.
Then you mentioned, you said that they're more supportive right now, or 50-50, right? You also mentioned that only because once you got more like your results or something, right? That they're more confident in you. Now, in my opinion, I'm not sure whether you agree with me. Is it true that you see Singapore as a springboard for you to grow as a pro player?
Yeah, because it's my first time playing an MPL, so it's a new experience to me. Then I don't think that it's easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stay for one more season. We come back here again. Next season, I'm gonna ask you a question. What's the difference between MPL and NPL?
You never know.
Yeah, great. Well, do you have anything to say to your fans?
I would say even if we don't have much fans, we will eventually get more fans because I believe that we can be a we can be a champion contender this season. Yeah.
Okay. I'm good. MJ, do you have anything to say about your new environment in Singapore?
Please support us in MPL.
Okay. That's all right. I'm great. Thank you very much. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
OSIM.
这肯定是你，不用讲了，这个不是cut DG就是Hades。随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, wait.
No, it's this fella.
I think this should.
It's this fella.
The one?
Bro, correct
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's confirm import.
Yeah, I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Kia. Wait.
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh, I think it's
Who is?
import.
Oh.
You can go play EXP.
If I spell name,
It's okay. Sorry. We are no cure. Correct.
You look like Vietnam Cup, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro. Forgot about him,
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no cure. My goodness.
So, it's poor for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase us.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one, Wait, you tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Bray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is it? You don't know who is it? And then, what are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
This one confirm no who already lah.
Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now,
I guess all opposite.
Right, it's brave.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, it's brave.
Yes.
2, 1.
Oh, Bray.
Brave.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Right here, I'm joined with Super MJ and Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports. Super MJ, do you want to add on to any more of that introduction?
Yeah, I'm Super MJ from Philippines. Then I'm playing mid lane for Vanguard SG.
Okay. Nick Stain?
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain and I'm the roamer for Vanguard, and this season I hope everybody can support us. Yeah.
Last season in 4th place, which is very high for any community team. The last time that a community team did this was Team Evil when their first debut. What do you feel about that, Nick Stain?
I'll say y'all see us wrongly lah. I don't feel we were a community team at all, like from the first place.
Okay.
Cause Lakshan has been in Xeon last time. Then I also has been Evol's Blitz late for damn long already. Like for quite a long period of time. And also Super Ryan is been revival, like around those kind of people lah, like MPL. Plus Slowly and Chut, they were from MDL as well, right? So I don't think based on those kind of facts, y'all can call us a community team lah, to be honest.
But this time around, you are getting someone from the PH instead of ID. Chut is from ID.
Yes.
Slowly is also from ID. Now this time around, you're replacing it Salem and also Super MJ. Both are PH imports. So I think I'm just gonna pass it over to MJ now. MJ, have you played with Salem before?
Yeah, I play with him in rank.
In rank?
Yeah, not on the same team.
Not in the same
Yeah.
team. Nick, when I would say that you're very actively involved in the organization of Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that? Yeah. When you saw Super MJ for the first time during the trials, what was your impression of him?
I was like, cause before Super MJ, right, we actually locked in another mage.
Oh, your second choice MJ.
No. No, let me finish first. We locked in another mage. It's called Ryojin lah. This mage from Euphoria Esports.
It's also from them.
Yeah. But we found out that like after a while of playing, at first he was doing fine with that one hero Novaria. But after a while we realized like, oh, that guy like very shaky, he keep on dying, scream, like he's causing us the games lah. As an import, you cannot be causing us the games, right? Like you should be like somewhat doing your job well, right? So what we felt was like me, Lakshan, and the and like the management, we felt that Ryojin wasn't doing well, so we decided to kick him. So we kick him, then we were finding another mage.
Mm.
Then we had this one coach that time that is called Zemi. He went to look around and found MJ.
Mm.
And then MJ came to try out. And on the day of trial, right, like we played a few scrims together. I realized me and MJ, like the synergy like quite good together.
Wow, so
yeah.
Super MJ is gonna start calling himself MJ Stain?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. One day.
So we found our synergy like quite good, right? Then like it was way better than me and Ryojin, like who I speak. And then I was like, bro, like no point, like just why not? Like MJ is so much better. So like what's the point of the Ryojin, the other mage?
Okay.
So we just took MJ in lah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then what about Salem? I need to remember it's like Salem, not Salem.
Okay, so for Salem, right? Initially he was on Salem as well. Initially he was another hyper, but due to some internal issues, we changed hyper to Salem. Yeah.
Oh, so he wasn't supposed to be the hyper, or it was
Yeah,
supposed to be?
he was another one,
Yeah.
but due to some other issues, we decided to change the hyper.
Are you able to share who that hyper you got, or is it an import
Yes, it's an import
from PH as well?
from PH.
I see.
Yeah.
Knowing that Slowly is now in Xcode Esports now, what do you feel about? Do you have anything to say to Slowly being in Xcode now?
Although we somewhat kicked him out, but he's still a friend of ours lah. So I'll still wish him all the best. But just know that we will knock him out of MPL this season lah.
Okay, nice. All right, now I want to focus more on Salem. Sorry, not Salem. MJ. Do you want to tell us, like, especially for the Singaporeans who are watching or do not know about MDLPH for the first time, how is it like in MDLPH, and is there any difference between MDLPH and playing with our Singaporean boys and girls?
It's very different because in PH when you playing with your fellow countrymen, it's very easy to communicate like that. You can execute plan properly like that. Then you know what their wants, what they don't want to do like that. So in Singaporeans, like I need to adjust more like that in my language barrier like that. I need to improve, then teach what I learned from the PH, share the ideas like that.
Then, why do you decide to come to Singapore as a Filipino import?
I think I want to explore more. Then I want to learn something like that. New environment, new ambience, new people. Then I learned a lot. Then
What have you learned being a Singaporean import in Singapore?
You need to adjust. Then you need to step up because you know that they need help. That's why they get me. So I need to step up, do my job like that. Yeah.
How's your parents think? What does your parents think about you coming to Singapore?
I
Are
think
they okay, or are they like, I'm worried about you or stuff like that?
like 50-50 like that. But they know me a lot, so they don't worry about me. Yeah.
So you have very supportive parents, right?
Yeah.
That's great. What about Nick?
Thank-
What about
thank you
Nick?
to them.
Yeah.
Oh, my parents always ask me to quit.
Because you've been on the sub for a long time, is it?
No lah. It's because like they don't really want me to play game that much. They want me to study, but like I don't really like to study also lah. So I just continue playing So like I'm kind of like rebellious. Like, I don't really care, but I just continue playing.
From what I gathered from the ground, it's like Vanguard with Salem and also Super MJ, depending on their performance in regular season, you guys are the dark horses once again. What do you have to say to them?
Regarding the dark horse,
Yes.
I after last season, right, and then like since we improved with Filipinos imports, right, I don't think you all can see us as dark horse. We are one of the teams that can really hurt in the like upset like Flash, Bleed, all these. Like I see it coming in my in my imagination. Like in my in my in my books, right? I already see it's written in my books.
All right.
Yeah.
Who? Oh, sorry. Which team are you looking forward to fight?
Of course.
Okay, I know you're definitely going to say Team Flash. What about the second team?
Second team will be Bleed lah. Yeah.
Bleed.
Cause they are the two teams that I feel have the highest chance of winning this season. Yeah. Other teams, I think not really. Yeah.
Do you put them below you or above you?
Personally, I put below me. Yeah.
Since we're talking about that, bottom two teams to be relegated this season.
Exco and Asterisk.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but why Asterisk?
Hey, no. I was changing my mind.
Okay.
I'll change it to Exco and Homeboys.
Exco and Homeboys. Why Exco?
First of all, Exco,
Because
I think...
Is it because Slowly's in there?
No, it's not because of Slowly. I think it's because of the Singaporean players. Because I think they are not strong enough to
Who do you think is the weakest thing in Exco?
I think, if you ask me honestly, I think it's their goal laner.
The gold laner, Gira.
Yeah. I saw his gameplay, he seems a bit too aggressive, which I think will get punished in MPL SG. But in qualifier, since it's so-called the lower tier, that's why he get to shine there. Yeah.
Okay.
Then for Homeboys, I feel that their trio mid is like in a mess. Unless in the transfer window they do something about it. Yeah.
The trio mid is Buji, Sub, and Wolf. Based on this list that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I feel Buji is fine because he has the RIG experience, but it's the Rome and the Hyper that is inexperienced, and they are like publics of SG, which I don't think will succeed in MPL SG. Like in in MPL, I feel that if you have a weak trio mid, you basically just lost the game already.
Yeah. Do you have any like thoughts, or do you think you agree with Nick's bottom two?
I think, yeah, but the other team, I don't have an idea.
Okay.
For some Singaporeans.
Okay, great. What about this? Instead, for you, which team would you like to face most?
I want to face Bleed also and Flash.
Because Bleed has the Sagit Nu and Seiji in there. Team Flash is because they are the best right now. Okay. Nick, I want to talk to you about your relationship with JPL. How is it like? Because I don't think the people from outside of MPL Singapore players knows about that relationship. Can you elaborate more on that?
So like since season 3, you know, JPL has been playing ahead of me, even though like I play in MSC all those, right? Me and JPL, the reason why we can play together in the same team in MSC or like all these kind of big international tournament, right, is because we have a good friendship with each other, like at the first place. Like we always laugh and joke about stuff when we're in the same team. So like you all can't see us as like arch rivals or whatever. Like we are just like casual to like so-called friends lah. But like that day, like that time when we fought Bleed, right, that BM wasn't targeted like on JPL only. It was like on the whole Bleed because like they kicked me out.
We talk more. I want to talk more about JPL a little bit. People know that he's not a young spring chicken anymore, right? Do you think his skill, as well, someone that's very close to him, I know I asked this to quite a few people, right? Do you think his skill has deteriorated, or what do you think?
I think right now, like if compare right now his form with the prime JPL, right, I'll say he's like at 60 to 70% of the prime JPL. Cause like his age, like as y'all can see, like every season, like if y'all I don't know can tell or not, but like personally from my point of view, right, I feel his mechanics is dropping every season but his macro is still there.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So but like his mechanics are quite bad, but he used macro to cover it. So in Singapore, right, you don't need that much mechanic to like be the champion. So like I feel like in local still right, in local is okay, but in international, as you can see from the Games of Future against the Russian team, I forgot what's the name, that's where they struggled because JPL couldn't find a catch, no engage couldn't be start, so eventually they just lost.
I see.
That's the point that I saw.
So I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're the best person to ask in my opinion, because you're so close to JPL. Okay, great. then we're gonna talk more about the
And welcome back, everyone, right here to week 3, day 1. Now, earlier on in our first match itself, we see the likes of Vanguard Esports going up against Exco, where Vanguard Esports did a clear 2-0 clean sweep. Now, for the next match coming up, we'll see the likes of Homeboys SG going up against RSG SG. Now, even though Homeboys have seen a rather tumultuous game a week 2 earlier, they seem to have worked out their problems and are performing very well. Whereas on the other hand, we see RSGSG, a brand new roster, very exciting and unpredictable at the same time. With that being said, where are your casters? Where are your votes going to? Which team will win? Leave them in the comment section below. With that being said, let's take a look at their wonderful faces, starting off with Homeboys SG. Yes, definitely, ladies and gents, we see a highly anticipated figure right here at Homeboys SG, otherwise known as Zach Xuan. Definitely a lot of eyes on him right now. As you guys know, this seems to be like a transfer week high where we might see changes happening at the Land of Dawn. Going up against Homeboys SG, presenting to you, RSGSG. Now, definitely, once we kick-started the regular season, odds seems to be against RSGSG, but they have defied all odds and continued, riding their high and dominating the Land of Dawn. Now, it seems that this week, it is a transfer week shakeup. On one hand, we see Homeboys SG with a brand new addition of Zach Xuan, whereas on the other hand, for RSGSG, we see the addition of Pacifist right there as coach. What will unfurl in the Land of Dawn today? We'll hand it over to the casters to find out. Take it away, boys.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to RSG versus Homeboys. Before we talk about the teams, we have to talk about ourselves. And with me are my homeboys, Churros and Eris, and I'm your caster, Moman. So, we talked about Zixuan just coming into Homeboys, replacing Sop on the roster for today. And we will see, do you ban Fanny? What do you do, man? Global number 1 Fanny's in town.
Well, Zixuan has been known as a global Fanny at one point in the entirety of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang career, right? I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see an assassin matchup in this kind of competition.
One can hope.
One can hope. But Homeboys, though, they're not out of the woods. They beat Evil, and then Evil beat RSG. And with Zixuan coming in, previously who was from KBG or Keep Best Gaming in China, coming into Homeboys from the Games of the Future. Well, the synergy is in question.
Yeah, the synergy is indeed in question, but we did see the synergy coming out last week, and now we do have the members of Homeboys SG. Eris, could you run me through the members?
Yeah, no big changes except for one star
that's a huge change. That's a huge change.
Right, Zixuan coming in onto the jungler role, replacing Sam, as you guys mentioned earlier. The rest of the members, no changes across the board, and you gotta mention Anip here, right? Anip performed exceptionally well against Evil in last week's game. His Moskov, boy oh boy, that was a near perfect Moskov before Luxionstain's performance
today.
It
was pretty chef's kiss, huh?
Yeah, was Luxionstein trying to pull an Anip cosplay, or Anip pulling a Luxionstein
inspiration?
Well, Luxionstein did get a Maniac though, so until Anip gets a Maniac himself, then we'll talk.
We'll have to see in this game. Probably RSG will just ban it out, but as we're talking about RSG, we do have the members on the screen right now.
No major changes, but the Phoenix has risen from the ashes. Closer Bray, Godzilla, Derry, and CS, they have showed a very, very strong performance last week with a shaky start in week 1. So I'm very excited to see them going through in this game of Homeboys. To be honest though, I think it's going to be a very, very close game, especially since Homeboys identified that CS is basically going to be a problem. What better way to shut him down than to pick up an assassin themselves, which is in the form of Shin. So whether or not they're able to beat RSG is really yet to seem to questions.
Yeah, it's what you were saying, right? We might see an assassin head-to-head because we might be seeing Bray going up against Shin, both known for going very assassin heavy and very, all this damage build. But we did see what these players are going to say in the head-to-head. I mean, oh yeah, it's the stats first. Okay, never mind. We got no stats on
Get
this shit.
excited.
Yeah.
I know you're excited, you're starstruck. I am too, but here we have stats on across the board. I think it's very similar to what we saw coming up from Exco and Vanguard as well. Once again, going to feature the major. Buji on his Faramis, 78% Q participation, plenty of KDs across the board. But I think the story that we're trying to tell here is that this is a team that has defied expectations, positively or negatively from week 1, and then coming in week 2 being able to turn it up, showing that, hey, we're still in the race, we're still here to make it off the playoffs, and the fact that we are bringing in a big name like Zishan, given his past performances, whether positive or not, I think that is a bold move, even after a good performance in week 2. So whether it's an improvement, we'll have to see.
This is a very, very precarious situation. Yes, you have brought a big name into Shen coming into the entire roster, but they are still third last in the standings. And whether or not this is the best time to try a new composition, new draft is yet to be seen. But we have to look at the other side of the table. RSG, SG, CS, Derry, Godzilla, Bray, and Closer. What really stands out to me is that Bray, known for being an assassin-heavy kind of player, he likes to play the X-board. He likes to go for the fighter jungles. It's sort of like a Mobile Zane cosplay, sometimes bring out the Alpha as well, plays very well with the Fredrin as well. So he's all adaptable. Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that we've seen coming into this season, the biggest change I've seen for RSG is that Davey is starting to play a lot more support as he did compared to previous seasons. That's a huge, huge difference to what we see from a traditional Davey pick.
Yeah, Derry is pretty much known for one of those like very aggressive, in your face, annoying mosquito that was always within your jungle and always poking at you. But we will see what the players think about themselves in the head-to-head.
Outside of game, I feel he's also his mental is good lah. I feel like although I was in ISG for about two seasons, so I had only like one season where I communicated with him because he went to NS. But I feel in the team he's one of the most stable one.
Depends on his team but kita orang tahu apa yang dia boleh main dan dia pun tahu apa yang ex-teammate dia ada dekat Homeboys dia boleh main. Depends on the team Kalau team dia boleh buat untuk performance dia, kira boleh macam tu Dia depends on the team.
I would expect him to put some fight to me in the mid lane since I've taught him how to play aggressive and all. So when I fight Homeboys, usually is see who more aggressive.
It will be not really a one-sided, but I think we're able to defeat Homeboys because it's not like Roy is back, and as I mentioned, he's like I think he's like one of the best majors in Singapore. So I think like he's able to like rotate and like his mechanics are probably like better than Buji, and that's why I think it'll be a easy game for us.
You know, this is a very, very interesting matchup. One of the, dare I say, match of the day, because it's also a revenge match. Gary from Homeboys in Season 6 coming into RSG, facing up against his old team. Bougie was from RSG, now facing up against his old team in Homeboys. So this is a very, very, dare I say again, precarious situation for both sides. They know each other's ins and outs. So are they able to surgically break down each of their team's win conditions, you know?
And with the new additions to the side of Homeboys as well, there will be a lot of planning to do from the side of RSG. But RSG, to mention that they have a new addition as well in terms of a coach. And looking at the audience predictions, it is close, 47% to 53%. But I was talking about the coach, RSG. They have brought in Pacifist as a coach. We were talking about RSG not having a coach in the previous games, and now they do have it. Will he be able to counter Seifel and Zixuan coming into the roster as well?
Well, we'll have to see whether or not, you know, at the end of the day, I think what I mentioned in week 1, or rather not week 1, but game 1, I stand true to the statement. I think transfer week is very vital to teams who are looking to have that improvement, you know. And well, speaking about improvements, I guess the cat's out of the bag. We're kind of doubting whether or not bringing Zixuan in will be enough. I think to kind of even that out, bringing Pacifist on board after week 3, or rather after week 2, does add a little bit of stability to the team. You know, you have an additional voice in the team. You have an additional mind that's drafting for them as well. So I think that's a very good balance to both sides in terms of addition. Whether or not, like I said, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, right? Whether or not it work out, we'll have to see.
Actually, this was something that I want to talk about a lot. It's the gold lane matchup. Aneep and CS has been the core players for both sides. Aneep, yes, his statistics are much higher, but CS, they're taking down a lot of the objectives. So Aneep wants to go for the kills, and this is what it's telling me. In CS, it's always on that back front. They play pretty similar heroes. CS is very comfortable on the Claude. They like to go for that split push approach. And the only thing is, from last week, it was the players actually drafting for themselves. And what I noticed is that RSG doesn't like to go for a lot of the heavy engages. They play like 3 split push heroes. You got the Ling, you got the Claude, you got a random Angela as well. So whether or not Pacifist will be able to put Derry on a very suitable engaged tank will be in question, but RSG has been performing better when it comes to objective takedowns.
Yeah, you can see that through the stats as well, right? We saw CS having the 7th in terms of league, in terms of kill participation for his team. And that's not to say that, you know, he's not one of the better marksmen, but I think it's more of how the team wants to play, right? We saw a very different stat when we're looking at Liechtenstein, when his kill participation was a lot higher at 80%. And I think for RSG, it's a lot different, right? You have the likes of Diablo in the past coming in to free up the EXP lane. This time around, it's closer. You have Bray playing heroes like Ling, who goes for the backline. So there's a little bit of weight lifted off CS's back. And I think that's a very good balance as to how the team wants to play. I think in teams that play really, really well, and those teams that are in the top of the league, they generally spread the responsibility across the board, just in case, you know, it gets targeted in the laning phase, they don't really have a good game. There's still another figure in the team to kind of share that responsibility.
Yeah, we talk about the hybrid versatility that Team RSG has. They have a lot of fallback options, but let's just take a look at the drafting and batting patterns from these two teams. Currently, already Harif and Angela being taken out of the pool. I mean, Roger as well, and the Faramis with the X-Borg from the side of RSG.
It's very interesting that RSG actually banned out the X-Borg for themselves. It's sort of like Bray's signature hero, and they're banning it out because of the fact that, like, okay, RSG wants to play safe this time around, and that's what they're telling me. They want to go for either the Fredrin or the Barat, and the X-Borg is something that really takes them down. But Homeboys SG, they will finish up their first phase of that draft with the Matilda ban. RSG gets first pick advantage.
Yeah, Barat is still on the board with Fredrin getting banned out. And here we go, Barat's getting picked up immediately as we spoke about it. You know, I think we've seen a lot of success on Barats. For RG's wise, it's 50% at this current rate. They haven't really played much Barats because he's been constantly banned out. But I think the Barats is a very good pick. Granted, the Angelo is banned out, but there are other supports that can bring these Barats into play. You know, you still have the Rafaela, you have the Florin, which RG can look to pick up. But for the side of Homeboys, I think the interesting thing here is that we're going to see the Frederick combo, the classic Barats-Frederick matchup. Now the question is, in terms of difference, who's going to be supporting this main show in per se? And one of them being Moskov. They actually leaked the Moskov through. Not leaked per se, but there's only so many beds you can go off, and this is Homeboys prioritizing their win con. You know how good the Moskov can be when it comes to teamfight. The ability to just throw a Spear of Destruction, land on someone, and join that teamfight from the other end of the map.
Yeah, it's extremely hard for Team RSG to just ban out what Homeboys SG can potentially play, but we do see the pickup being the Nathan as the goal laner for the side of RSG. But do know that Nathan was once a jungler, so potentially Bray can pull it out. I mean, they have the versatility that we talked about from the side of RSG as well. With Closer, Bray, and CS being the three cores, they can potentially swap things around. And finally, we do have the Grok picked up for Derry. We know what he can do on the Grok as well. Very comfort pick. If Derry has a good game, I mean, most of the time, RSG, 80%, 90% take the game.
It's all about that mid trio, right? And the reason why Grok is so meta at this moment is because RSG likes to play around the objectives. Grok using that rock wall to displace the Lord, displace the turtle, gives a lot of time for RSG to be in position. And you want to be able to be in position at any point of time, especially when there's a huge objective fight. But there I say again, Baraz versus Fredrin, a very, very typical tank-to-tank matchup in the jungle. It seems to me like our dreams are going to be memes yet again. No assassins this time around.
Oh my god, it seems to me that is the case indeed. Fredrin and Barats might be, I mean, they are ready to pick. I mean, Valentina out at this point, but they do choose to take out the Loi and the Novaria. But you have to think about it. The Kadita is still in the pool for Godzilla. If he wants to go for it, that Kadita is a very, very possible and probable option for him.
We're going to see the Lolita combo as well. Just to counter Nathan, I think that is a really good counter. And this is the first game that we will ever see Lolita combo as well. So we'll see, right? I think this is a really good pick. It adds on to the survivability, you know, additional front line for the Moskov. You got Valentina that's able to steal the Daytona's welcome or the wild charge if needed. So I think Homeboys SG here having a very balanced lineup. I think for the side of RSG, SG, the threat now is, can we catch the Moskov? And that's why they picked up the Alpha. You need someone to be able to jump the back line, either that or strat the Fredrin quickly enough so you can kind of just close out the fight. And without that front line,
there's a
Eve. They look very capable.
Oh my!
Is that a debut of Eve too in FPL SG?
Nah, that's not a debut.
played it. Cortese played it.
Cortese played it once, yeah. But they're gearing up for like a strong team fight composition. I like that a lot. Werner Cure with the signature Benedetta, all smiles from him. They know what their win condition is, and they think it's going to be an easy game. Cypher has a perfected draft in this time around. Pacifist coming in with this draft as well. So team fight versus a split push with the Lolita using their shields to reflect Nathan's damages, Nathan's basic attacks. It's going to be a very, very tough fight for RSG.
Yeah, it's important to note though, we're going to be seeing closer play on this Baras. This is something that I think so far only RSG actually has been consistently pulling out. Most of the time teams pick up the Baras, they put him in the jungle, they try to rotate with him, so they have that extra tankiness, should I say, in team fights, especially for around objectives. But this time around, it is going to be Bray on his signature. You know, he has a lot of signature, so at this point it's being overly used, but it is one of his comfort picks.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. Week 3, Day 1, Series 2, RSG versus Homeboys. First game of the series. Let's see how both teams play this out. We have Bray on the Alpha, who has the win condition of trying to pick off the Moskov as much as possible. I mean, Anip, we know what he can do on this Moskov. We'll see as with this newfound energy and newfound synergy from his team pull this off. And Derry already early, very on, has to force out the flicker as the entire team of Homeboys is on him.
Oh, you got to stun up, but Derry walks out of there alive. That's a 3-man collapse onto Derry. That's the power of the Benedetta. Just proxy that wave and just come in with the defense in within your jungle.
Yeah, that's amazing coming out from the side of Homeboys SG. Dealing with Derry's aggression on the Grok is very key in securing as much of the early game for Fredrin as possible. And I feel like on this gold lane matchup here, CS versus Anip, I feel like Nathan will have a much better time, especially with Yoon on the help.
Oh, it's already a Spirit of Alpha being committed, but Yoon able to dash out of there safe with the Spirit of Misery. Pushing Bray back, looks like he sets his eyes on that turtle. Coming up in 30 seconds. Oh, Derry off the map though. Takes down a kill for himself.
Homeboys actually, they're just punishing ROG at this point, right? They're playing, they're looking for picks off, and Derry overextends just a little bit on the other half of the river. That's where Homeboys actually look to pounce. They have the taunt coming out from the Fredrin as well, and I think this is where RG actually have to be very cautious. Yes, you know, you have a lot of pure damage on Bray, on this Alpha, but you also need Derry to hit that spike, to get that wall charge before you start the team fights.
You know, we were discussing right before the match itself, Bruno Cure being the EXP laner, always being in that team fight closer, coming in, trying to close up that gap. He takes down Sashed. Bray steals the turtle underneath their noses, and Sashed goes down. Bougie from the backside trying to run away with the wall charge. Already committed, but the RWM tries to reach for Bougie, but not close enough. Goes a little bit wide. RSG back on top.
RSG just having the key rotations during that team fight over there. They had more members to begin with. Yoon was nowhere in sight on the Lolita, playing on the back foot. RSG just had the man advantage.
Oh, looks like another invade onto Homeboys' jungle. And there's nothing that Homeboys can do. Werner Cure can't take 4 members on his own. And RSG, another buff stolen away from the hands of Tishen.
Yeah, still the 1v1 situation here. Vernocure in a bit of trouble. Closer does deal massive damage at this point, and Vernocure might be playing with fire here.
Oh, like the final blow just to clear up that wave, and Vernocure heads back to safety.
Yeah, a bit of wave cleaning, you know, waves to clear up for both sides before the turtle fight. We're already starting to see the EXP laners are coming in. And look at the position of Closer here. He's already prepared to take up the responsibility of rotating, even before the Benedetta, which is, you know, a very different case where we see Benedettas play against other kind of EXPs. And I think this is where RSG actually does so well with negating Vernocure, right? We see Vernocure constantly putting pressure on the map. But speaking of pressure,
they identified the win condition. They want to go for a nip, but the Numenon Blast hits down, but not enough. No stuns whatsoever. Bray finds the way, but Tishen with the Braze's Wrath tries to take down Derry, but not enough. Tishen will be able to walk out safe. Bray still has his Spear of Alpha. Doesn't want to go in. Wants to zone out for the turret down below.
And RSG are very aligned as a team at this point. They were protecting Godzilla, making sure his Eve ultimate...
Oh, Spirit of Alpha, not enough. Vernocure! I spoke too soon, and Vernocure goes down yet again. RSG with another kill to their name.
Homeboys SG being in a position where they don't want to be in. Bray, he has to reach with his damage so far, and they don't want to be there.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Homeboys though. They are trying to defend the blue buff.
Eaten up by the Detonus Welcome. Spirit of Alpha targets onto Yoon. Yoon nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Underneath that turret. Electrifying Blow with the Petrified combo onto 3. But Vernocure will be able to use that just to push everyone away. But you have that split, you have that lane swap already in play right now. RSG on top by 2,500 gold.
RSG taking the key team fights when needed without the Spear of Destruction available for Anip, right? That means he couldn't come in time.
Yeah, I just want to say before that team fight, right? You gotta give credit to Homeboys actually, despite them being on the back foot. Look at how quickly they made the call to rotate. The moment they knew that they couldn't contest for turtle, they dropped it and immediately headed to the top lane because he knew, I'm not a matchup for Nathan. Let me just quickly go to the top lane where I can get some farm where I need it before I can join the team fight. And RG actually just kind of responds accordingly. It's kind of like that mirroring, just to make sure that we're going to apply the pressure on him. We're going to make sure he's not able to split push, and Nathan's able to do that.
Bray gets caught out by 3, but Wild Charge keeps him alive just for now. Spear of Destruction, but here comes Anip. He's just dealing that damage. He's coming in ham with those spears, and they get a double kill. This Homeboys coming up alive, but RSG still has the lead, 2,400.
Slowly but surely, Homeboys SG, they have to find these pickoffs with a neat Spear of Destruction. And now we have the mid.
RWM Yoon tries to get CS stunned in with the shield, the Electro Final Blow onto the back line, but Verticure taking a little bit too much damage. He gets punished for being a little bit too close to closer. With 20 seconds until the Lord spawns up, Homeboys SG, they're not in a position contest for this one.
So close there. He was trying to go for Godzilla on that Eve, but the Petrify wasn't enough, and that freed up CS to kind of just burst the Benedetta down. I think the trade-off is still definitely in RSG SG's favor, because before that fight, Homeboys SG managed to get 2 kills, but in return, RSG chunked down a huge amount of HP on the mid turret, and they managed to get the tier 1 on top, and on top of that, this is going to be a close fight, which I kind of slightly favor RSG on this turtle.
RSG under a 3v4, but Numenon Blast with the flicker onto Bray. They want to go for more, but Yoon taking a little bit too much damage from closer. That's a dinosaur, but off the map though, they take down Anip. Anip goes down, Deadness welcome onto Sashen. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. With the Brazeless Wrath, taking down Bray. He finds a way. Yoon tries to run away as well, but Buji will be next on the chopping block. It's closer, marching it down. Shin just dashes in. Verticure trying to go for that backline, trying to do enough damage, but it's on a pixel, a sliver, able to get out alive with an eye for an eye. But Derry closer and Godzilla, they want more. They're out for blood. And Shin pops over the other side of that wall to keep himself safe.
In terms of map advantage, RSG, they do have it. They are in the orange buff right now. They took down Anip on the bottom lane as well. That's a win for RSG right there. And now Electro Final Blow.
Electro Final Blow, but Entropy keeps CSF alive. He is the core damage dealer for the side of RSG. And Homeboys SG, they're scrambling for any farm whatsoever is left on the map. They're picking up the scraps with the purple buff coming in, eaten up to Shen with the Deadness welcome. Numenon Blast erupted, disrupted by Bray. He finds 2, make that 3. Into Shen, still running for his life. Here comes Verticure, but a little bit too late. Will not be able to run away as of now. And RSG still up top, taking down 3 members of Homeboys, and 5,800 gold, make that 6,000.
Perfect timing coming up from Davey as well. That wall charge knocking up 2 members of Homeboy SG and making it so tough for them to close out the fight. And once again, another fight at the top lane. This has been an action-packed match throughout the entire game. 9-4, 8 minutes in, but the favor in RG just because CS has been split pushing the entire wave. And this is bad for Homeboys SG. I think they need to start regrouping and stop taking fights when they need to buy time for Anip instead to farm.
It's a Numenon Blast and a Spear of Destruction. Anip, here he comes. Derry on the chopping block. He tries to run away. The CC immunity keeps him alive. There's not enough damage for Homeboys SG. And RSG, they have their sights set on this next Lord.
Lord will be pivotal. RSG, they have been playing these objectives very perfectly, with CS taking out so many outer turrets. If you look at the turret advantage from the side of RSG, they are no turrets down at this point, and Anip has not found the space to even push out as well. Extremely scary.
Yeah, even before that Lord fight, we saw Lolita commit the Numenon Blast at the top lane earlier on. Anip had to use the Spear of Destruction to kind of push in, and well, another wild charge.
Collapse, but retaliated by Derry with the wild charge. They take down 2. Anip on the run as well as Shen and Yoon. They need to be able to defend on this base. Homeboys playing on that back foot. The deficit is increasing as we speak. 9,000 gold with the Spear of Alpha coming in direct to Yoon with the flicker. Deadness welcome. Closer, hits onto 1. They want to take down that T3. Yoon on the run. Spear of Alpha does not collect. Goes a little bit wide. Goes a little bit short. But the RWM comes back in to Shen. Enough. by RSG, but here comes Bruno Cure trying to buy as much time as they can, and Homeboys SG, they're scrambling as the Lord marches in on that top side. Here comes Derry with the wall charge, 3-man Spear of Alpha from Bray, he finds the way! The Phoenix has risen from the ashes. We doubted RSG, but it takes down game 1 in convincing fashion.
The way that RSG was playing, there was no key member that you needed to look out for. They were just a team unified, aligned against Homeboys SG. Early game, Derry was shut down, but they managed to find key ways to come back every single time. Key objectives taken by RSG. Very strong gameplay by them.
I think the important fact to note is that CS is completely left untouched the entire game, right? I think other than the early skirmishes in the early game, we didn't really see Homeboys kind of catch him out of position, and that's the threat that the Grok brings to the table. He's constantly being a distraction. There's that fear of the wall charge coming in. Derry pulling off really good wall charges to kind of disrupt the backline, and that gave CS so much space to focus on what's important: the turret, the turtle, the Lord, and honestly, Homeboys actually had no answer. I think they had a game plan in mind. It was for the Moskov to kind of scale, but because of the need to constantly take part in team fights, he didn't really have the space to farm for the goal needed to scale into that late game.
Yeah, I mean, Vernacure being on his signature pick, the Benedetta, the idea was there. Just proxying the wave, going back, getting support to your jungle so that Zestren can farm up. But I don't see a lot of impact from this Fredrin. He's always at the Lord Pit or the Turtle Pit, but we have to see the MVP up this game. I think it's going to be, okay, it's going to be Derry. I was going to say CS though. He played a heck of a game, but Derry was the enabler.
Yeah, it was even Derry or Bray for me, right?
Yep.
The fact that the Alpha pick came in, he shredded the Fredrin. It was like knife cutting through butter. The pure damage was just too much. But more importantly, Derry was the one that set it up. He was constantly being distracting to Homeboys SG, and every single time it felt like, okay, we're about to get the Eve, we're about to tear the Alpha down. Derry comes in with the wall charge, knocks the backline up, and Barry just that just gives Bray so much space to just lifesteal back. And I think, honest to God, Derry deserves the MVP this game.
Yeah, I mean, he bought so much space in the early stages of the game. Despite the fact that he gave up his life most of the time, Homeboys SG, they did have the correct response. But in the backline, you were saying, right, CS was getting out so many key objectives. In that 1v1, he was just making sure Anip could not come online at all. He could not find the Holy Trinity. He could not get the Demon Hunter Sword out. And that, with that said, Anip could not join his team fight, could not deal damage at all.
Yeah, the fact that Bray picked up the Alpha and we all kind of was hoping he was going for the Barats, that last minute switch by Pacifist, and he was drafting as well, was so smart, because that wildcard pick up the Alpha, there's nothing that Homeboys could do to counteract the aggressiveness that comes out from Bray coming into the early game, which led to their downfall ultimately from that mid game, unable to go in for any of these turtle dances or the Lord dances. It was just RSG taking all the major neutral objectives from Homeboys SG's hands.
And very good involvement from Closer as well on the EXP lane. We saw him on the Barat struggling in the first half of this tournament, but now he's doing extremely well in the regular season. I find that this RSG team, they have found their pace, they have found their synergies, and they're playing perfectly with each other right now.
And let's just look at the emblems across the board. Derry taking up so much movement speed, Quantum Chubs just to add it, just in case he wasn't fast enough. Gotta go faster. And he takes that Quantum Charge. And then on the other side, you look at Bray and Closer both pick up the Tenacity just to add that extra tankiness, right? Just that cream on the top. Just to help frontline a little bit more, buy a bit more time. And I think that's very smart coming out from Bray, because you think about it, Alpha doesn't really need too much of a damage. He doesn't need to scale with physical attack because he has that pure damage. So that Trill gives him the early game spike, clears creeps a little bit quicker, does a little bit more damage with the Alpha Strike as well, rather than the Spear of Alpha, and I think that was superb across the board.
Well, Homeboys unable to touch that turret at all, so, oh man, this is
criminal.
One-sided game favoring RSG. It's criminal.
I mean, Bougie, he had the highest damage dealt. It's just that he could not find the kills when needed. It was all onto Derry at that point, right? All the damage taken was onto Derry, and Derry yeah, I'll give my life as long as CS gets the objectives, as long as we win the team fight with Bray, keeping shredding away the Fredrin, making sure he's not able to energy eruption one of your key targets at all. Vernacure, he was involved in every single team fight, but he could not find damage.
Yeah, I think the stats practically summarizes the whole game, right? You look at the damage dealt, damage taken, total heal, every single one of them pretty even, with a bit of a spike here and there. Obviously, RSG winning the game, you do see a little bit of advantage here, but the key standout here is the turret damage. Every single time Homeboys SG gets a kill, there is always a turret of theirs getting taken by RSG SG. It's that opportunity cost. Every single time RSG loses a member, we're going to punish you by taking away a turret. We're going to punish you by securing the Lord. We're going to punish you by securing the total. And that is just, it's such a beauty to see, because you would think that, yes, you know, it's very even in terms of kills early game. It's kind of even in net worth, but turrets win you games. Kills don't.
You know, for CS though, 917 GPM, and it's only a 10-minute game. It was a very, very strong Natan, but we'll have to see the highlights right here. Moman, break it down.
Let's take it in review. Closer finds a very nice Daytona's welcome to Zishuan at that point. And now Yoon, I mean, these were the team fights that Homeboys SG were looking like they were winning. But with Bray coming in, with Godzilla coming in the backline, and you see here, Anip, he does go in with the Spear of Destruction, but on the top lane, CS got the tower. And that's the key objectives that they were going off for. Despite Homeboys SG trying to come back, they were slowly taking away the map advantages that Homeboys SG had.
I think more importantly, look at Godzilla in this fight. While the front lines, while the Barats, the Alpha, the Grog was doing the dirty work of thinking everything up, you always see Godzilla at the back line providing the CC needed, the slows, the degen, the damage over time. It was just so much that Homeboys SG couldn't deal with, whether it's pure damage or slow.
You know, when you
How
say
do you play?
Godzilla, when you say Godzilla, I always think of Barats. You know, I think that Closer and Godzilla should change names, because that's how basically Closer played. It's basically Godzilla running it down, and imagine Homeboys is basically Tokyo. It's just all of their skyscrapers are just chunking down, and that was a very, very well played Closer. Remember, we talked before the match started, like, hey, Closer really needs to step up. Your EXP needs to be that secondary tank in your entirety of your lineup, especially for RSG. And Closer, he made that count. He made that game count. So it's really, really interesting to see how things play out and whether they're able to shut Closer down, because Closer is a threat.
Yeah, Closer, CS.
Closer stuck close.
Yeah, Closer is closer to becoming a threat.
He's closer to becoming a threat, yeah.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. So now let's go over to Kindo Fu with Off the Desk. And on the desk is us, guys, as I feel that during the team breakdown itself, whether CS was getting away map objectives, it was all about control for the side of RSG. And that's what I believe Kindo Fu was trying to talk about. But let's just find out from the man himself.
Well, problems galore here. Right now, it is just full control. RSG showing off the strength of their drop, how they're able to control Homeboys from a distance as well. Now, this is a very interesting one, because right off the bat, Homeboys already caught with their pants down here. Yoon having the back off. Right away, Bougie gets taken out in the match itself, and this is a horrible position, because look at who is fronting for the front lines on the side of Homeboys. Chuan and Yoon, they are going to be caught on the fronts, and there is no one here on the back line to protect Mr. Anip, and you will see how RSG actually catches Anip out all the time. So they force them back into the base itself. They managed to put a lot of pressure on the tier 3 right at the start. Now they're going to start transitioning down, and later on I want you to keep your eyes onto Closer. No, we're talking about Closer. You know, the Barat's not being a EXP laner, a good EXP laner all the time, but this time Closer makes it work with that Daytona's welcome, with the flicker as well. Very big play here. Anip is all the way at this side, and you know, he feels safe, right? But surprise, surprise, Closer with the Daytona's welcome to cancel out the Fury, so there's no more defensive measures on the side of Anip for this Moskov. Now they're gonna continue, and another thing, they actually keep Xuan on the side here, so he's unable to tank for the team as well. And if he lands himself in a 1v5, he's probably gonna die as well. So right off the bat, they force Anif's back. And here is where teamwork makes the dream work. Godzilla with a perfect RWM. Look at where he catches Anif here on the cusp of his RWM. Now Anif has to be forced to move back. There's no other opening for him. He can't dive into the 5-man of RSG. And that's exactly how RSG is going to keep them. Another person here. Full combination, Mr. Dairy with the wow charge later on. He's going to change the whole game here. Guardians Barrier to keep Anip on the back foot once again. And straight away, here comes that flicker wow charge. Keep your eyes on Dairy here. He's going to start transitioning towards it. And here we go. That's the first combination. Flickers in, gets a wow charge. And what more? Icing off the top of the cake, we have Mr. Bray coming in with the Spear of Alpha. And there is no way for Homeboys to control the game, and that was game 1. So RG, very strong performance. Right now, let's see if it's going to be a clean 2-0 again. Right, boys, back to you. Let's see what happens for game 2.
Thank you so much for the detailed breakdown, Mr. Kintofu. And that was it for the game 1. Now, moving into game 2, we see that Moskov was picked up by Ani, but still not being a key factor for RSG. They're playing their own game, right? At this point, we know what we want to do on Closer. Closer has evolved. He is becoming the EXP laner that he's meant to be. So Bray, he's freed up to play the heroes that he wants. He can play the alpha right now. And with that, we might see different picks coming out from Bray. But before all of that, we were all noticing what skins these characters had, right? And speaking of skins, we do have, here come new challengers. The highly anticipated new characters of MLBB and the King of Fighters 97 collaboration are now unveiled. And the collab skins have already arrived on 24th April. So if you open the game, you can see them right now. So popular characters such as Valir, Kyo Kusanagi, Masha as Mai Shiranui, and Paquito as Terry Bogard will bring their unique fighting techniques to the land of Dawn.
I can't believe you actually are able to say that
Ultimate Showdown
with a straight face.
Come on, man. As a kid,
Kusanagi.
Do you play King of Fighters? Do you play Street Fighter game?
yeah, I do. It's a very nice game. Back in the day. But, you know, coming back into the battlefield.
That sounded so depressing back in the day.
Back in the day.
Come on, guys. We need
not
energy
that
right? Well, speaking about the game, let's take a little bit of a recap on the previous game itself. The draft on the screen right here. I think we spoke a lot about Sustain coming in, Davey being able to play the support as he always has, but coming into this season, it's been more evident with the Rafaela, the Angela. Obviously, we do see the Matilda coming into this current patch. But all 4 heroes that I mentioned earlier being taken completely off the board, and that left both teams to pick the hard supports, or rather the hard tanks, and that's where we saw the debut of Lolita coming out for Homeboys SG. I think that was a very good pick against CS's Nathan. But on the other side, RSG is like, no problem, right? You don't want to play sustain? Let's just go for more damage.
Correct.
We'll bring Bray's Alpha into the picture. We'll move Closes Barats into the EXP lane, and I think that is the flexibility that RG actually has on board. The fact that they can pick the Barats early but not commit him into the jungle, that is something that I haven't seen any other team exercise as much as compared to RG themselves.
For Homeboys, they actually picked a team fight heavy composition, but every single team fight was won by RSG because of the layering in, because of the disruptions. They already knew that once the Luminon Blast gets charged up, it's just wild charge in that general direction. It doesn't matter if I stun this Lolita, I just need to knock her up. But game number 2 is underway. We are in the draft right now. Homeboys SG doesn't want to deal with the Alpha anymore. The Angela Alpha off the charts for our Homeboys, RSG on the other side. Typical same bands from the Matilda and the Harith.
Yeah, very reactionary draft coming out from Saifu as a coach. I think he identified that, yes, the Alpha is giving us a lot of problems. We don't really want to deal with him. Let's just take him out of the picture. I think for RSG, it's kind of a hygiene practice to just ban out the Matilda and Harith, especially when in the second pick. And for Saifu, it's like, okay, you want to play that game? Let's just take out those heroes that you did so well in the early. A bit of too much of a reaction?
I think it's too much of a reaction.
Yeah,
it's like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, but I don't think RSG is going to go for the same pick because you don't You don't use the same trick, the same prank on someone twice.
Yeah, and now, there's heroes like the Roger being up on board. There is the Fedrin, the Barats that RG can pick. Really interesting if they give Homeboys the Roger, but they pick up the Fedrin as well as the Barats for themselves. I think that is going to be insane.
And with
They
that,
actually leave the Roger open.
yeah, the Faram is being picked up, right? I mean, Godzilla, he can play the Valentina as well. And it's not banned out at this point. But an X-Borg and Barats from the side of RSG.
Oh man, Braze X-Borg has almost 100% win rate. And it's so hard to take down. The fact that the true damage coming in from X-Borg's passive as well shreds down a lot of the tanks. They want Homeboys to play a tank jungle. But this is a sort of like a borderline elimination game for Homeboys SG. I just want to note that Homeboys are actually at the bottom of the charts, the third from the bottom. If they lose this game, they have to win the next 2 games in order to be viable, safe for the playoffs. If they lose this one and lose tomorrow's game, is basically it. Homeboys will be at the bottom of the charts.
Yeah, I think over here, someone like a Baxia looks really good, but they're just gonna go for the traditional Fedrin against Barra's lineup. I still like that Baxia, right? You got Degen coming in for its passive. It's good against the Xbox and the Barats as well. It helps with keeping the team in the fight. It's a very strong frontliner. But there is that Xbox, passive that you have to think about. The pure damage coming in once he gets the max stack. So I can understand why they decided to go for the Fedrin. It adds a little bit more of crowd control with the taunt. In return, RSG does pick up the Claude. It's something that we've seen coming out from RSG time and time again. Heroes that split push really well. Nathan in the previous game, now it's going to be the Claude, so not much of a difference here.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for the side of Team Homeboys SG because they do have the Paramis, Fredrin, and Moskov, still same thing. But RSG, I feel like they have figured out Homeboys SG. They have figured out the Moskov of how Ani plays. If he's going to go for the team fights, we have CS on the goal laner, and he's going to be able to pick things off. And now we do see the Minotaur and Florin being banned out.
I think with the Valentina being banned out, that's the fear of, Godzilla's, the nether realm being taken away. And I think, honestly, with Minotaur getting banned out, there's not much roams left in the game that's good. I think Grok is one of them. Homeboys SG takes it out as well. There's still a couple of, viable solutions. Rafaela is still on the board.
And there we go. Rafaela has been picked up.
No, it's interesting because, RSG might only pick Rafaela because they're hoping that Homeboys will play a slow hero. Maybe it would be good if they have a Yuzhong just fly into that backline. You need a lockdown as well, so maybe even a Kaja might work here.
I think they need to have a bit of a backup option. I think heroes like Paquito does offer a bit of mobility because at this point in time, yes, they have the frontline, the Fedrin, but they need to do something against the Claw. They need someone to be able to push out the side lanes. I think it's either a Benedetta or a Paquito. I think both options work really well. And not only that, you need someone that can kind of out-rotate the Barats because that's what RSG likes to do. They like to bring the Barats into the team fight early, and that's where mobility comes into play.
Yeah, there we go. The Paquito gets picked up by Vernocure, and then the Edith will be in Yoon's hands. To be honest, though, I think that Edith being the roam and the setup, very hard to lock down Claude, though. I think that Claude will be building in a Purify. It's going to be very difficult because you have a Fairy or an Angel on your shoulders as well, especially in that late game. And then you were talking about, okay, you need Paquito to out-rotate the Barats. In the late game, though, you need someone to out-rotate the Claude. It's very, very difficult for Homeboys to basically do that unless it's that Moskov.
Yeah, and once again, a signature pick is available to Godzilla if he wants it. There is the Kadita. We saw him perform the Eve in the previous game. The amount of CC that's needed, but I think they need a little bit more burst. Whoa, look, it's actually going to be the Farsa. And it's like for like, right? You got both the Farsa as well as the Kadita available, but he chose to go for the Farsa instead. Honestly, in my opinion, I think the Kadita could have been a little bit more safe. But that being said, Farsa has a lot more burst and range.
Yeah, and the name of the game for RSG is to take out that Netherrealm as fast as possible. Without the Netherrealm, you can chunk down the Fredrin, you can chunk down the Edith before they get things going in the team fight. So it's going to be very pivotal for RSG to make Godzilla have a good game as much as possible. And we've been seeing Derry evolve into these support roles more often than the tank roamers. So we did see him play a Lean and Mean Angela in the previous series, and now on the Rafaela as well. I mean, he will be put to the test.
And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this might be potentially the last game for Homeboys in this series if RSG manages to bring out a clean sweep onto them. RSG, though, has a more balanced draft, but again, true to their identity, very reactive draft. It's sort of like they don't really have a lot of crowd control abilities. It's more single target, and they're playing a very, very late game draft. And whether they are able to pull that in, yet to be seen.
Okay, quick wipe recap before most of the fights happen. The cleanest looking skin in this game. We're seeing a lot of skins here, right? You got the Idif Collector, you have that Moskov, look really sick. You have the Paquito coming out as well. Consensus, boys?
Skin buff.
I like the X-Borg Bumblebee. Yeah, I like the X-Borg Bumblebee and the Transformers.
Oh, old school.
Yeah, it's old school, but it's tried and true.
But the Moskov, though. The Moskov.
Come on, the Moskov.
You know, like me and Eris were like just camping on that day itself just to get that gold. That gold
You
ID.
gotta get a number, right? You
We
gotta
need to get a number.
And speaking of number, well, we mentioned that Terry Bogart on the Paquito is in this game as well.
So if you want
putting
to,
out there. Yep.
It's still available for 14 more days.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah. But going back to the game, we're gonna see a lot of Passino coming from both sides. They were vying for the Little Wanderer there. I think it went in the way of Homeboys SG, but you know, no biggie. It's just a small gold or EXP, if I'll put it that way. But it does help your jungler hit that level 4, and we see Homeboys SG putting a lot of priority on that.
Thing is, Bray has a lot of early game advantage when it comes down to these early game rotations already. He is already level 4 to Zichuan's level 3 at this point. And with the turtle spawning in at 3 seconds, it's going to be a big problem. Especially Zichuan just going to be on the brink of hitting it, right?
Yeah, and that's the importance of Little Wanderer there. I actually thought that Zichuan got it, but it was actually Bray. And that, you know, you can definitely see the level difference coming in. Bray up against the Frederick.
On the top side.
Ooh.
Oh,
that was what I was worried about. I was worried about the Foster getting caught out by the Paquito, and well, First Blood goes in the way of Homeboys SG.
Yeah, Homeboys, it looks like they're in a better position contest for this turtle, though. Yoon pops a knock-up. Zishen takes down the turtle from underneath their nose. Detna's welcome will not be enough to save Closer. The Nether Realm will keep everyone up alive, but here comes a Nip taking out Closer, just writing a name for his gravestone. There's 2 kills for Homeboys in the early stages of that game.
And that was just the snowball effect of Godzilla going down there. They did not have the key damage, but they do now.
Oh, Zishen in the early game aggression with a Praise's Wrap. They take down Bray. They take down Bray and just get away from the jungle. RSG on the back foot in the early stages of the game, but it's not too much of a difference or deficit from this time onwards. Take a look at the emblems. Is there anything that stands out, boys?
I think most of it is quite straightforward. I think what's interesting to note is that the Claude went for the Must Assassin, while on the other side, the Moskov went for the Tenacity. So I guess it kind of evens out to a certain extent. But end of the day, you know, it's all about the late game. It's about how these teams bring the marksman up to speed, you know, brings the goal laner up to their power spike, and how they involve, you know, their respective goal laners. Yes, they're, you know, kind of slinging a bit of flashy.
Styling a little bit, and just that key pickoff from Vernocure on the top lane onto Godzilla just formed the whole snowball effect. But now we see Bray already being kind of challenged.
Derry with a lot of damage taken in by the Praise's Wrap. The last Insanity will pop that Nether Realm, but not enough to take all of them down. But here comes CS from the backside with the Blazing Duet. A little bit of damage, but a nip with the Spirit of Destruction lands onto Bray. No commitment just as of yet. RSG and Homeboys, they back off.
Yeah, both teams still posturing for position at this point. Momentum could fall to anyone. That 2k gold lead has become a 1k gold lead, and that's just CS on the bottom lane doing a great job, while Anip has been in the team fights, right? CS, he has taken most of the gold plating as much as possible, and that's going to fall back in the late game, in the mid game.
Oh, talking about the mid side though, Bray taking a lot of damage. Looks like he won't be available for that next turtle. Yoon already in position to zone out the rest of RSG. It's a free turtle for Homeboys.
Yeah, scary, scary stuff. Homeboys SG finally finding that momentum with Anip would be scary on the mid game. That all depends on the CS, whether he can find the key objectives, right? Whether he can take out these timings. And it's Paquito.
Yeah, I think the importance here is the addition of in on this Idif, right? Compared to the previous game, now that they have an Idif, they have a little bit more power spike, right? The fact that she's not exactly a traditional tank where she just soaks up damage and covers for the team and peels for the team, but now you have a frontliner that can not only soak up, you know, you have additional CC in terms of the knockup, you can pull them back as well, but on top of that, when he pops the ultimate, she gets tankier, she has a bit of damage. It's a lot more well balanced in terms of the early game, but can they see it through? Because RSG is just playing very patient here. They're just waiting for CS on this clock to build up the items, to build up, you know, whatever goal he needs to join the team fight. But Homeboys actually, I gotta say, they're doing an exceptionally good job at pulling the game in their favor at this moment. But the goal lead is so slight that just one team fight can just turn the tables around.
Eruji actually barely making out a way from the feather airstrike. But on the top side though, a little bit of 1v1 action from Closer and Werner here. Looks like no one is gonna go down as of this point. RSG slowly diminishing the gold lead to their favor as the Lord popping up in 40 seconds.
We did mention before that Homeboys SG are at the bottom, nearing, I think, 6th position at this point. Their position is very, very shaky, so they will have to fight for their lives here.
Speaking about shaky position, Bray gets caught up. Firaga armor almost taken out of the way, but Barry forced to use his ultimate just to stun everyone out of the way as the Lord popping up in the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, both teams will have to fight for this turtle here. Both at a wash at this point, 17 to 16k. At this point, doesn't really matter. 6 minutes into the game, but still, I feel that all the farm has been funneled onto CS at this point, and CS will be a key factor for Homeboys SG to catch. And you mentioned before, Eris, they don't have the catch factor.
Oh, Vernocure chasing after Bray. There's a target on Bray's back. Vernocure forced to use a flicker to get out of the way to conceal play by Yoon, but no commitment from Homeboys. Just want to zone everyone out, get a free turtle to their name, but on that bot side, it looks like RSG wants to go for a trade. There's 3 men down, trying to take down the tier 1 turret. You got a knock up onto Godzilla. No fair airstrike as of now. Buji with a Shadow Stampede, forced to use that flicker out of the way. Godzilla's trapped in the middle. CS a sliver of health, but off the map though. Oh, CS with a BMI just to dodge, shake and bake from the Spear of Destruction. Derry also down low. Bray is all alone, facing up against 4 members of Homeboys. They're right back on top.
Yeah, good pressure coming out from RSG onto the bottom lane, but Homeboys with a perfect reply. Yes, they lose the tier 1, but they do manage to equalize. They even manage to find a pick-off in the form of Renuka at the top lane.
A nice little onward onto Closer, but the fair airstrike keeps him up alive. Nice backup from Godzilla. For on the top side, though, it's a 3v1 situation with the T1 down low. Vernocure able to use that knockout strike just to get out of the way.
The question begs, right, can RSU punish this Paquito? Because he's been causing so much problems. You know, he's kind of like the thorn in RSU's neck at this point. He's constantly going for the backline. You know, he's not afraid to kind of soak up the damage for the team and do the dirty work of split pushing. Well, bot lane.
Detna's welcome underneath the turret, but here comes Godzilla with the backup. Netherrealm keeps everyone up alive. There goes Closer with the kill, secured by Nip. They take the turret down at the bottom side as well, but RSG constantly looking for trades. Just 30 seconds until the Lord spawns up. By all metrics though, Bray should be able to take down 1 turtle, but no objectives taken by the side of RSG. They're playing on the back foot.
RSG, they did manage to get a top turret, but both bottom turrets have been taken out. And we do see them prioritizing this purple buff right now.
It feels like a repeat of the game between Exco and Vanguard all over again. The question comes in. Who on RSG is going to deal with the Mossgrove? Anip has been untouched throughout this entire game. You only have the quad that can dive to the backline. Yes, you have the Feather Airstrike, but look, you're constantly expanding it before the huge team fight comes about. It nearly drops. He's just a roamer. He doesn't care. Zushen comes in with the taunt, and just like that, you know, it's so tough. It's so tough for RSG to find the pickup of this Mossgrove, and you're always playing catch-up in terms of rotation because that Paquito is going to out-rotate the Barats as well.
Ooh, speaking of Paquito, look at where he is now. Vernocure, find the kill! Oh, it's Godzilla! Here I am, taking it out from that flank. Closer with the Detna's welcome. Will not be able to catch Vernocure! He dashes and flashes out of the way. You got Zishan trying to start on that Lord, half a health. Bray, no position contest for this one. Verticure doing so much, but here comes a Nip with the Spear of Destruction landing on his two members down. RSG will lose out from this Lord, and Homeboys securing it up on top. All this time, CS pushing down that bottom side, tier 2. Will not be able to get that turret, but will be able to get the lane prio.
Yeah, good lane management coming out from Anip there, just to push the bottom lane before joining the team fight. I think, you know, like I said, whenever you see RSG kind of take a team fight, it feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But in this case, it's even worse. It's no steps forward, 1 step back. And look at Bray, he's just getting shredded by Anip at this point in time. He's online, he's rearing to go, and this is the way we want to see Homeboys play. That up in your face, we're not afraid because now we have Anip by our side.
And Godzilla losing that early advantage. He will not be able to have the damage to be that deterrent factor as the mage, right? You want to zone them away as the Farsa, as a mage player as much as possible, but he does not have the damage at this point. It's getting extremely hard. And CS, with that farm he's getting, he has to make something out of it. And this will be the key moment, definitely, because if Homeboys SG manage to take any more outer turrets, it would mean no map control for RSG.
Break on the middle, so it's a Shen. Got that flicker, and Dennis welcome underneath the turret, and everyone won't be able to save him with the Feather Airstrike, doing tons of damage. Here's RSG coming back to life. The skies descend as RSG deal everything that they have in their arsenal towards Homeboys, trying to delay their inevitable march into the turrets.
Yeah, well, that was definitely something that Homeboys SG, you know, they bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah.
They stuck around for too long. You had waves pushing out lanes that wasn't really need to overextend. And yes, you have the Nether Realm, you have a tanky frontline in the form of Fedrin, but you could see what RSG could still dish out even when they are on the back foot. The Feather Ash Strike being able to burst down not only the Fedrin, but just kind of immediately negate whatever HP or, you know, false HP as I put it, that the Nether Realm could put out. And that's something that Homeboys actually have to be aware of. They, you know, they can afford to be aggressive, but not cocky.
Here goes Nip with the Spear of Destruction, but onward directly onto CS, able to walk out of the way. The Blazing Duet will be able to do a lot of damage. Bray pops the Firaga armor, gets out of the way, but here comes closer with the tiny dinosaur. Won't be able enough to deal to take the damage that Nip deals onto him. But there goes Bray as well. It's a killing spree for Vonacure, and RSG backs off.
1 for 2. The Blazing Duet coming out. Not enough damage though, and the top turret already being taken out with the outer turret not being anywhere in sight. And now Vernicure gets the jump onto Derry as well.
That's gotta hurt for Vernicure. Oh man, there's a target on Derry's back. There's no way he can survive from a Paquito that's 4-0-3.
On top of that, you hit Anip with his passive, just piercing through the turret to provide additional damage to the heroes that were standing directly behind it, and that was actually going to be Derry. And I just gotta say, I think Homeboys SG, they always have that threat in them. Say what you will, but even when they are on the underdogs, you cannot afford to underestimate them. The fact that they have such a holistic approach coming into this game, right? The thought and idea of picking up the Idif was something that we had a little bit of a question mark. We're like, is that really something you want to go with? You know, the win rate isn't really good on the hero, but they had an idea in mind, which is we're going to provide more tankiness in front line. We're going to negate the fact that we didn't have a really good early game in game 1, and that Idif kind of, you know, balance out in terms of damage, and then we have a late game insurance in terms of Anip on his signature Moskov. I think it's well balanced as compared to what we generally see on the losing game for Homeboys SG.
Speaking of insurance, there we go. We got a concealed play with the Lord marching in. RSG has the high ground with Fair Airstrike already committed by RSG. Looks like Homeboys, they just want to take down the T3, but the knockup onto CS will not be enough to take anyone down. Last descending by Bray to hit on their backside. He got the immortality, keep him up alive. But there we go. We got the Vernicure with a lot of damage. Zishren goes down, and Homeboys, they're starting to charge. They want to go for more, but everyone's falling like flies. Anip taking down 2 members. Vernicure again with a lot of damage. Anip from the backside with the Spear of Destruction. Another successful defense from RSG to their base with Closer still left alive.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. That was a Hail Mary coming off of RSG actually. And I gotta say, Homeboys, they were kind of ambitious there. They were definitely ambitious. You know, I gotta say, I can't blame Homeboys SG.
I mean, with the Spear of Destruction onto Farsa, right?
You had to go in.
He had to go in.
Like,
Then he just went in, got hit by the tower. He was 1 HP. He just died right there. That was just heads-up play coming out from RSG, knowing that they can hold. And still, they're pretty much in the game at this point. With all other turrets, they will be losing all this lane priority, right? But CS, as a Claude, he still has the farm available. He still has the lane clear available. Farsa, she does have lane priority in terms of clearing these creep waves as well. So don't count RSG out as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one defense, but Homeboys, they're still up by 2,300 gold from 7,000. So RSG made a very, very good move. Good defense, good layering in of a lot of those skills. But the threat, a huge threat from Homeboys SG is still the Vernal Cure. If you leave CS or Dairy alone, that's it. Basically, they get one-shotted.
Yeah, this is a very scary moment for RSG SG, right? They don't know where the Paquito is, the Idif is outside, the Moskov is not there. I think this is exactly how Homeboys SG wants to play. They want to keep RSG SG guessing as to where their members are, and the fact that a lot of the heroes have a lot of bursts, including the Moskov and the Paquito, that's a scary thought, because RSG SG they're not used to this. They're usually in control of the game, you know, we are always in the lead, we're controlling the momentum, and I think in one of the rare cases, Homeboys SG is doing exactly what RSG SG does to other teams, right? We're now taking the lead, we're forcing you into your own half of the jungle, there is no way you can step out. And even for Bray, you know, yes, he's doing a good job, but look at this, he might just go down here.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Vernal Cure from that flank finds Bray in the midst of all of that. RSG, no way to contest for this Lord now. It's the evolved Lord, mind you. Vernal Cure will be able to walk out safe. A little bit of a disrespect right there, but a Spear of Destruction lands onto Godzilla, dealing tons of damage. Godzilla will be able to run away with the Feather Airstrike, dealing tons of damage, but Vernal Cure has a target on Godzilla's back. They will take down 2, make that 3 with the Deathless Welcome. Not enough to keep them all up alive. It's CS against the world as of now, and CS still standing strong, dealing tons of damage. And Neep goes down. We'll be able to go in for that defense. Vernal Cure takes down yet another one. It's just CS against the world as of now. It's got an immortality, but that won't be enough. Homeboys defied all expectations, but here comes Bray. The Ghost Squads come up alive. That's sanity, a last-ditch effort to save them, but Homeboys will take game number 2.
A well-deserved tiebreaker here. I wouldn't say tiebreaker. A well-played game coming from Homeboys SG to earn themselves a possibility of a tiebreaker. I think that was a game that was kind of, I wouldn't say decided from the draft, but definitely in their favor. This time out, we see Anit having the space to farm, you know, the Paquito coming in to do a lot of the heavy lifting to provide the distraction that they lacked, that they wanted to give with the Benedetta in game 1, but this time around it played into their hands, right? It's a Moskov against the Claude. Both heroes expected to carry the late game, but in the case of Homeboys SG, Anip was the deciding factor. The fact that he had the space to farm, the fact that he had the damage, is his signature hero.
Yeah,
it's nothing less than what we expected.
With the story of this entire regular season, it has been adaptability, right? Teams having the adaptation to evolve and come out of these situations stronger than before. We saw RSG having a rough time at the start. Now they're better than before. Homeboys, in the first 2 weeks, they were having a horrible time. Now they are back better than before. And the way that they played the first game, I mean, they were down so much in terms of objectives, and now with the Moskov, they did get so many objectives. But I feel that the MVP is still the Paquito. Come on, man. Terry
Vernal Cure, 100%. He's finding the flanks,
there we go.
waiting in the Albert Bush. Godzilla, someone who plays his rotations, plays his position very well, is unable to escape from the raft. That is Vernal Cure.
Bet. Like, I think at the end of the day, you know, it's really how the team wants to play. And Vernal Cure played it perfectly. Remember at one point in the game, RSG actually had a glimmer of hope coming back into the fight, and he was so patient at the red buff.
Yep.
The orange buff of RSG SG's jungle, and he picked out Godzilla.
Yeah.
Right? The one member who had the burst to kind of take down the front line in terms of the Fedrin and the Idif, boom, gone. The Paquito wipes her out, and that just makes it so hard for RSG actually to even take a fight then.
You know, there's another trend that I want to point out. Is that, again, the casters are all wrong.
Oh yeah.
We all said 2-0, but
all wrong. We're
We're
all
all
said
wrong.
2-0, but you know, I like to be proven wrong.
Season of change.
It's a season change. I mean, players are adapting. I mean, we can adapt too. You know, it's a 1-1. Really good tiebreaker series. It was a great game to watch, though. In terms of itemization, Eris, you said before you like the Necklace Endurance, especially when you're up against a sustainable lineup. And you look at what Bougie built. First item, Necklace Endurance on the Faramis against the Rafaela, against the X-Warwick. Extremely heads-up play for Bougie right there.
They're learning from you. They're learning from you. Once you listen to Eris, you win a game.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, right? Homeboys actually they didn't really need that much of damage coming out from Bougie, just because they had the Idiot for the Primus Wrath, and so that allows him to just go for a little bit more of a utility build at the start. And once you have the Necklace Endurance and the Dominance Eyes coming out on both the Faramis as well as the Idiot respectively, that's where you can start to look into more damage items. That's where you see the Lightning Treasure come up. And just to add on top of that, you know, you have the Feather of Heaven coming up as well, or rather the Blood Wings, just to add a little bit more sustain to the Faramis. And when that shield gets popped, you get the extra movement speed. So what's not to love about Boogie's build, right? I think on top of that, you also have the Purify just in case he gets caught up by either Dairy or Godzilla. And I think that is just fantastic. Like you said, I always love myself a degen in regen.
A degen in regen indeed. I mean, if you look at what Derry was going for, he was trying to just be there and sustain his team as much as possible. Bray with the Brave Smite, he was there to sustain as much as possible. And Bougie just identifying that, just playing keep away as much in the early game as possible. But of course, not to discount the fact the MVP of the game, Vernacure. I mean, he was on Godzilla's tail the whole time. 1, 5, and 6 Godzilla. You don't expect this out of him from the Farsa, from any of his signature heroes, right? But Vernacure, in the early stages of the game, the first turtle, before the first turtle fight even occurred, Godzilla was dead. The mage was not available. And that was Vernacure, all him right there. And that's what I feel that really changed the status of the game.
To be fair though, I think Derry was very uncomfortable when he was playing the Rafaela, because usually he will go in with the engages, but for RSG's side, it's only closer. You have to rely on one deadness welcome. What if you miss? If you miss, you have to play a reactive measure. And Derry's just there to heal everyone out, get out of the way, and it's not his identity. And Derry put him on an aggressive engager, and I think that is the key to success for RSG.
I think it's not so much of, you know, Dairy being on the support. Yes, that could be a contributing factor, but it's more of how Homeboys actually reacted to the draft. The Paquito pick here to kind of punish both the Rafaela and the Farsa pick was just smart, was just intelligent coming up from Homeboys actually. The fact that they identified that, okay, they have a lot of sustain, but they don't have too much of a front line, right? And the fact that we have a Fredry to tank up the fight as well, I think we're really well balanced. What we need is to pick off this soft support and the mage in terms of Godzilla, and they identified it, and Vinocorp played the part. I think it was really holistic in terms of game 2.
Yeah, despite the fact that CS, he did get the funnel farm on top of everything. He did not get the key damage because if you think about it, you can go into Homeboys SG's lineup as much as you want as CS. You're not a solo pick off, you know, damage type of character on the Claude. Is going to be extremely hard to just try and get key damage off. And they're going to be playing together as an Edith, as a Faramis. It's going to be extremely hard, bundled together. And CS, he did what he can.
Well, I mean, they didn't get to the late game rough enough. But we'll have a look at the highlights to break everything down from the early game to the end of the game. And here we go, the highlights. Eris, bring us through.
Yeah, I think straight off the bat, you see a name coming put into the action early game with that Spirit of Destruction. And then over here, look at Yun, right? He's kind of like the secondary marksman. And then Anim was like, alright, it's my turn. Let me take over the shift. Let me add on to the misery that you've already piled on members of RGSG. And over here, I think that was perfect. The Nether Realm to kind of negate the Xbox Ultimate, just to make sure that, you know, Homeboys actually survive long enough. And that also frees up Vinocorp and Anim to go for the backline. And this is something that is a very recurring theme throughout this entire game. Look at Anim, just constantly protected by this wall of tanks right in front of him. They're throwing everything to make sure that Anim sustains, and he's constantly out of reach of RGSG. And over here, yes, they do manage to punish Anit as well as the rest of the teams were always saying, we talked about Spear of Destruction, like come on, you land it, you have to go in. It's one of those things. But on the flip side, right, even if Anit didn't die there and they all backed off, that would have been still a tough game for RSG actually to come back into the game. It was still really tough because even though the goal lead wasn't too far ahead, the map presence and the threat of the Paquito was ever lingering.
Yeah. Hey, that's just your opinion. That's just your opinion,
I'm
man.
wrong. I'm wrong. I said 2-0.
That's just your opinion. That's just your opinion. But another person's opinion I'm really want to know is Kin Do-fu with Off the Desk. Let's find out what he has to say.
Our first tiebreaker of the day. It's 1-1 now. Homeboys, excellent draft as you can tell. Let me explain a couple of things that are happening here. One small mistake by Bray here, being set so far apart from the team itself. Take a look at where he's at here, getting called out by the entirety of Homeboys, and take a look at where the rest of the members are at. There is no savior coming in from the side of RSGSG to help him out, so he's going to be taken out in quick succession. Now that's going to be the first of many problems they're going to face on the side of RSGSG. The other issue is that they have committed the kill for Bray without using a single ultimate, so all resources are still available for Homeboys SG in the next fight itself. Now this is going to be a precarious situation for the side of RSGSG because right now they have to deal with a concealed play coming out from Yoon here, getting right into the middle of the main damage dealers here, trying to catch out Godzilla and Dairy. And here's where the draft is expected to work out for the side of RSG, right? RSGSG, they are banking on two ultimates to kind of waste the NetherRealm. The first one being Faster's Feather Airstrike, the second one being CS's Blazing Duets. So here they actually committed the NetherRealm to kind of negate the Blazing Duets, and this is where Godzilla feels, hey, it's safe, it is time to use my Feathered Airstrike. But take a look at one more hero, the MVP of the day. His role is very simple, he is just here to chunk down on Godzilla here. Right here, this is where Vonacure makes it all work and happen for Homeboys SG. Forcing out the cancellation of the ultimate, also forcing out the Winter Truncheon, a defensive item. And with all defensive measures gone for the side of RSGSG, it is just status quo for the side of Homeboys. Now Homeboys, of course, they managed to make a small little mistake. They let Anip die, right? But at this point, take a look at where Xuan is at. He comes in, he protects that defensive deterrent against RSGSG. They have to back off already. And from here on out, it is just Homeboy's game to play because CS is extremely low. He has to buy some time, go back to heal. But this is where the MVP makes himself known. He gets the kill onto closer as well. No more tanks for the side of RSGSG. And what do you do from this point on as Homeboys? You just go on to win the game. And now you're here to change the fate. And maybe pull off a surprise upset onto RSGSG. So Homeboys, what a game from you guys. Let's see if you are gonna tip the scales and win this series for yourself. Boys, it's time to take it back to you.
Yeah, and now we have the tiebreaker, Game 3 going in. Homeboys SG, we mentioned that they were at the 6th position, right? They are nearing the bottom of the barrel.
Hey,
come on.
No bad vibes, no bad vibes.
No
good vibes only.
No bad vibes, but I mean, emotions drives gameplay. I feel that this redemption coming through from them, this is a very good driving factor in trying to win RSG, trying to draft better, trying to go against what's going to be against them, like RSG. I mean, CS, we were saying that he's been playing amazing. Closer has been playing amazing as well. And now, Homeboys SG, it looks like they figured out the formula. They know that Anna Moskov, the first game was kind of, we were still trying to hash things out. Yeah, they went for the objectives, despite the fact that they go for team kills at the same time. CS was in the back line taking the objectives. But Anit, he's took the objectives with his team right now. And with Yoon, every time they won a team fight, now they converted. Instead of previously, they did not convert. They won the team fight. They had to back off because CS was taking the objectives. Now Anit, with his team, are taking the objectives and converting out the team fight. And that's extra value that adds on into the pressure of the game.
I think a little bit of downfall of RG as this draft is also the pick on the far side. Whenever you use the Feather Airstrike, you kind of leave yourself in an open position, and against hero picks like Paquito, as well as Farmis, as well as the Idif and Moskov, there's just so much instruments and tools available to Homeboy SG's disposal to kind of disrupt that. We saw the Feather Airstrike game disrupted by the Idif a couple of times already. The fact that you can get easily picked off by the Paquito, the burst coming in. I think there is also a threat that Homeboys SG were well prepared to put on board. And so coming into the third game, I think it really comes down to the draft, because if he actually went for the Kadita pick, that could have been a very different story.
Yeah, because you're always constantly seeking out where Bruno Kara is. You have an escape mechanism, the rough waves. I want to talk a little bit about Closer. Remember in the first game as well, this is a question for you. Like, Barats in the EXP lane, you really need to utilize your passive and try to get that 10 stacks as much as you can. But if you're a Barats in EXP lane, it's a little bit tougher because you don't have a lot of free reign in terms of the minions that come through. And if you're a tiny Barats, there's a practically useless Barats.
Yeah, I think the idea that RG is going to put on board is that he doesn't really need to rotate as much. There is still a lot of camps available to him, and the fact that when you hit that level 4, when you're trying to fight for the turtle, Barats is going to be nearby because the turtle spawns in the EXP lane. So I think that's the idea that RGS is trying to put on board. It's that the Barats will always be able to be at max stacks when the fight comes about. And honestly, given the new passive of how Barats has been reworked since the first time, it's a lot easier to keep his stacks up. So I think that isn't too big of a worry. It's a little bit more of the macro play about how they're going to be able to deal with this Paquito. And coming to game 3, will we see RGSG ban out the Moskov? Because that is also something that Homeboys SG have been abusing all game. Even in game 1, when they were losing, there were a couple of times when Anit came into the fight and we were like, ooh, that was a little bit close. And it was only because RGSG was able to convert sacrificing either Dairy or Bray, but in return they got an objective. But in this game, it was a lot more apparent that they couldn't do that. They had to commit to fights. They were a lot squishier because this time around you have a Rafaela as well as a Farsar, and that was a lot harder for RGSG to equalize the losses that they received during the team fights.
There's actually a narrative over Homeboys versus RSG. It's that the battle of the side lanes. It's very, very strong side lanes for both sides, and RSG side lanes for CS and Closer, they have very phenomenal games, but they're not very consistent in the way that they perform. But for Homeboys though, they just need that one warm-up game. Then moving on for game 2, game 3, they're always like coming in, like, yeah, I'll show you how it's done. Nip only has like made basically 2 unique hero picks, basically just the Roger or the Moskov. You ban out both those 2, what will a Nip play? And we haven't seen a Nip on other heroes except these 2, and it's still week 3, right?
Well, he doesn't have to, right?
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that we have to consider as well, is the fact that he's been so successful in the Moskov, and every team is allowing to have it. It's like, sure. I mean, if you're gonna open the Moskov, I'm gonna pick it.
It's like you want to test the temperature of the water.
Yeah, he's so better in this current form, or rather in this current patch, that there's really no downside to picking up Moskov early game, other than the fact that yes, you need a bit of time for your Moskov to build up the items, but it's quite similar on most marksmen, right? You see CS playing the Claude, he also needs time to be able to build up those gold that he needs to pick up his crew, right? You need the Corrosive Scythe, you need the Demon Hunter Sword, you need the golden stuff. So it's gonna even in terms of the spike for both the Claude as well as the Moskov. The only difference is Moskov has a global ultimate. Granted, if he hits it, but the way that Homeboys actually set up their fight is that Anit doesn't really have the pressure to initiate with the fight. It's always mid through the fight or towards the end when he needs to close that gap. So I think that's something that RG actually have to take note of. If you're gonna let the Moskov through, you have to be able to deal with it. Either one, close down, Anip's ability to farm in the early game. Either that, or be prepared to kind of stretch the front line fast enough with enough burst, so that by the time Anip comes in, it's too little, too late.
Well,
yeah, and
we'll
what
just have to see.
And what we saw that what worked for Homeboys SG just now was taking out the Nathan, was taking out the respect bans, the Alpha was taken out as well. I mean, RSG, they feel like they're not going to do the same. We're not going to respect your Moskov. You can pick it as much as you want. I mean, last game was probably a fluke for you. That's what RSG has been doing so far, right? So they do take out the Faramis. They do take out the Matilda that has been the staple. And we see Homeboys once again. They'll be opting to take out the Angela, which is extremely strong with Brave's Link. But now the Harif coming through.
Yeah, with the Harif coming in, I'm expecting a Fedrin and a Moskov or either one of them. They do pick up the Grok, which we saw to a certain degree had a lot of success coming in from Dairy's knockup. So that is not only a deny against RGSG, it is also the additional knockup from the Wild Charge. It's also going to interrupt Harif when he uses that Zaman Force. And this time around, we're going to see a very different kind of draft. We spoke about the Baxia coming in, and the Baxia is kind of like a countermeasure against both the Barats and the Fedrin. So I think this is Homeboys actually just testing the waters. It's like, okay, if you're going to pick up one of those traditional tank junglers, we already have a countermeasure. Now the question to RG actually is, do they pick up either the Fedrin or Barats, or do they go for something different? Because the Alpha is already banned out. Could we see an assassin coming off RG?
A little bit tough to tell. I think it's still a little bit early because Homeboys SG could very well play like all 5 tanky heroes. Roger's still on the boards as well. Now that RSG doesn't want to pick up the Moskov, and Moskov is open as well. So Anip has options. I think that is very key to Homeboys' victory. They just want to understand what RSG picks up right now. And now that we don't have the Faramis playing around, our Homeboys will be playing that Moskov in this case.
And with the Baxia, I mean, Eris, you talked about it. Degen to the regen, right? The Barad's not going to have a good time, especially with him just laying down the law on the front line. And with Grok available as well from the side of Yoon. I mean, Derry, he has been a very good Grok. Yeah. So might be a potential deny pick here, right?
Yeah, and on top of that, there's still the Minotaur on board. I think our Homeboys actually will note of that. It's one of their most banned heroes coming into this series, or rather before the series. It was actually 78% of their bans of all games that they've played. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Minotaur ban coming out here. They do ban out the Martyrs. I think this is a target ban towards Bray, because there really isn't much fighter junglers left, right? And if you do pick up the Fedrin, it's going to be a repeat of game 2 where with the Baxia with the Degen, you've got Moskov coming in as well. There's not much the Fedrin can really do here because there is also a knockout coming from Grok. It's going to stop the momentum of the Fedrin in that team fight. So I think this is smart coming from Saifu. He's already setting up for the second wave where there are a couple of picks that they can actually go for, one of them being Roy. So they have to be careful because there is a Barats, and Valentina's going to be focusing on, stealing away the Wild Charge. So I think Aloy here works really, really well for Homeboys SG if they choose to go for it.
Yeah, extremely hard call for the side of Team RSG. They do choose to take out the Esmeralda, potential counter to the Harif. And I mean, I like what you talk about flexibility from RSG, right? Barat, potentially can still go the way of Bray as much as possible. It does not need to be in the hands of Koser. Koser still has the flexibility to go. And now with Vernocure, he can take the Baxia as well on the EXP lane. So it's extremely just wonky on the board. You don't know who's going to pick what. And both teams, they're just playing mind games over mind games. Stifle versus Pacifist, I feel that it's 4D chess right now.
It's a very smart move by RSG just to ban out the Esmeralda, because I can sense that Vernocure was going to pick that up because it's basically a counter to Harith, and RSG cannot pick the Esmeralda up as well. And Homeboys, they ban out the Minotaur, and this is something that Derry likes to play as well.
Yeah, I think one of the heroes that Homeboys SG hasn't played yet but is available for the pick is actually the Phobius. You look at the Valentina, you look at the Harif, they have a lot of dashes across the board. And just like that, RSG actually ban out the Phobius.
That's why you're the analyst. That's why you're the analyst.
That's a very smart ban. I gotta say, that's a very smart ban.
You're in their heads, bro. You're in their heads. Phobius being taken out as you called it. Oh man, that's hype, man. That's hype. So with the Phobius being taken out, right? You have to think about situations to control as much of what the Harif can do. Esmeralda no longer available. Novaria being the answer from Homeboys SG. What do you think?
Oh man, if Homeboys picks up they still can play the Grok in the EXP lane, right? So if Homeboys picks up the Florian, they like that long extended team fights. You got a Moskov with a split push potential, but RSG not giving up that Paquito because there's always that off chance that Vernocure will snap pick that up yet again. So RSG picks it up himself. They're still lacking either a jungle or a roam position. And I think one thing that Derry likes to play is the Kadra. If they go for the Kadra, it might work out well for them. It's very, very pick-off heavy. It works well with the Paquito, the Pajito combo. Kajito combo.
I like how you there's a little bit of a play on the name there. Kajito combo.
Oh!
It's the Camilla Jungle. We saw this coming up in other regions before.
Well,
and now it's
taking notes from Mobazane. I gotta say. I think it's definitely the Carmilla jungle. There's no other way that you are gonna play. Oh no, Carmilla in the roam?
Carmilla roam, Paquito jungle.
We'll just have to see.
A man can dream, right? A man can dream.
Blood Pack is going to be so impactful, especially for Harith. You have a lot of AoE, single target damage, heavy single target damage. With the Blood Pack, basically turns your single target damage into AoE. So it works very well with the Harith pairing.
Yeah, and the potential last pick here?
Yeah, I think it could be an Yuzong or Terisla. I think what they really need now is someone that can provide the CC for the Grok to follow up, as well as a little bit of a crowd control. That's what they're lacking at this point. They have some regen. I think they need someone to control the fight.
Oh man, Ares.
You're in their head,
I gotta say, it was kind of up there for the pick.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
it was kind of obvious, right? Because there's not really much picks left on board. You need someone that can dive onto the backline if needed to kind of catch up the Harith. And, Yuzong's been really, really strong with the Petrify. So I think this is what, Homeboys actually has been lacking in the draft up to this point, and that Yuzong just fits the bill.
Obvious to you, maybe, but not obvious to me.
Hey, it's just luck. It's all luck.
But, it's the third game. We haven't seen an Assassin versus Assassin. This was the closest one that we could see. It looks like our dreams will still be memes as of now, but it's potentially, or it actually is the last game between RSG and Homeboys. Who will take it home? Speaking about the draft, any final words for either side? Who do you favor more?
I gotta say, one thing's for sure. One team is going to win this series.
Wow!
Well, you don't say.
Wow.
You don't say.
You're in my head, bro.
Wow.
You're in my head.
I know, guys. A junior statement like that doesn't come very often. But hey, here we go. Coming into game 3, it is Homeboys SG against RG SG. One game apiece to both teams. And now, well, I think Homeboys SG is fair enough to say that Homeboys SG is looking a lot more hungry for this point.
Yeah, with Anip on the Moskov once again. But this 1v1 lineup here, 1v1 matchup, Yuzong versus the Paquito, this is what we normally see, right? The Paquito will go for the macro Paquito, going for as much objectives as possible on Closer, and that's how Closer likes to play. While Vernocure wants to go in the team fight as much as possible. And this early little fight for these little Wander here, they do add up.
It looks like a little early game skirmish. Homeboys have nice little rotations right there. But we talked a little bit about the lane-to-lane matchup. In the gold lane, we have CS versus Anit, but hold on a second right here. It's a lot of damage by Closer onto Vernocure, but we'll be able to walk out alive.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for this Paquito to burst down the Yuzong early game. You're going to get the short residue stacks just for a little bit more sustain. And, it's going to be even in terms of rotation. You got the Black Dragon form versus the Paquito rotating to the fight. So it's a question of who's going to clear the lane first. So in my eyes, it's kind of an uninteresting lane to watch. But what's interesting to watch will be that rotation, that first turtle fight. How are these teams going to, kind of settle the nuances here to get that early advantage, no matter how little, just to get ahead in terms of the first big objective.
Yeah, and in terms of this first turtle, right, we see what the mages do. They always go to this EXP lane, try to get level 4 for themselves, and on this Valentina is going to be extremely important. Not as much as important on Buji, but having the vision is going to play a big role, especially having the Astral Echo as well. But Godzilla already taking heavy poke damage from the side of Fuji. Closer, Black Dragon form already being
It's
used.
a very early Black Dragon form onto that turtle, which 1/3 of his health left. Bray trying to find his way in, but Tashen picks it up from underneath their noses. You got the Vernocure with that knockup as well. It's a trampoline, another kill onto Homeboys though. 2 kills, make that 3. Homeboys securing the turtle as well as the kills. RSG looking like they're in shambles.
This is very similar to both Game 1 and Game 2, where we see Homeboys actually calling a need very early into the fight. And why not, right? I think in terms of clearing the wave, both Harif as well as the Moskov are very similar. Yes, that's going to give CS a bit of a space to farm, but because of the turtle and the fact that the Moskov was able to get an assist in that fight, you're starting to see the Moskov really start to peel away. And once again, the Grok, similar to how Derry played it in game 1, it's being a taunt in RGSG's neck. He's just constantly in the front line, he's just dealing all this damage, peeling away for the team, and now Derry called into action. Zushen.
Oh, the target is CS. But Homeboys, they don't want to commit any further. The Zaman Force coming in, but not enough damage onto Zushen. There's the degen capabilities from that Boxia coming in with Bray, with the aggression onto the jungle. You got that pushback. Detonus welcome onto Zushen. There's nowhere he can go, nowhere he can run. He's trapped, but so is Bray. The Blood Pack comes in with so much damage. Spear of Destruction comes in, and here goes a nib onto that backline. Zushen still barely standing. Godzilla just needs one more hit, and he takes it. But the Black Dragon, that is Werner Cure, targets that backside, and CS dealing so much damage with Godzilla for the backup. It's a messy, messy fight, but Homeboys on the edge of all of this takes down 3.
Both teams losing 3 right there. I feel that it's a wash with Anip going down. CS still will be able to get the farm up. And now we do see the replay of the team fight going through. I mean, originally it looked like RSG were winning. Anip going in the back line.
I thought he was taking a Bray out there.
He was catching Bray, but he got caught out. And that was the equalizer right there with Godzilla taking out the Shen as well. Vernicure with the Black Dragon form does go in, but eventually takes out only Derry, which is the roamer after all for his own life. And that was meaning that it's just a 3-for-3 trade for all 3 cores.
And look at how quickly Homeboys SG are rotating their lanes right now. Immediately calling the Yuzhong up top so that he can take part in the turtle fight. I think they're well aware that RSG is going to secure this, so they get a nip onto the ball lane. But I think on the flip side, RSG, they have been doing a good job at controlling the momentum. Yes, the Paquito hasn't been able to have that much of an impact as compared to Game 2, but he is keeping that Yuzhong close. He's keeping Homeboys SG on their toes. It's not as straightforward as to Game 2, where you see Homeboys SG being in total control. They're making Homeboys SG pay for it.
And the thing is, Closer wants to become the macro factor, right? But
Zaman Force double petrify underneath the turret. It's a 3v1 situation. Buki a little bit far behind, but the Black Dragon form will not be able to save Verno Cure. But here comes the Shen. The Goon Squad are here, eaten up by Bray. The Shen taking a ton of damage. Bray will not be able to walk out there alive. Sandwiched by 3, getting a punish by Zushen.
Yes, CS just not having the mana to deal the damage. Zaman Sports had already been committed with the Vernicure, right? I mean, Black Dragon form was just a farce, a facade, so that the rest of the team members can come in. Vernicure just playing the frontliner, just dying as needed for Zushen to pop off.
I think this is good for Homeboys actually, honestly. Like, you look at the net worth, it's quite even in goal. But Anip is getting the space to farm, right? And the fact that Yuzhong, once he gets the dominance ice, he's going to be able to tank up the Harif a lot more. And, well, once again, another fight coming in. This is exceptionally good for Homeboys, actually, because as long as their net worth is even, they're not losing too much turrets, they're trading blow for blow. I think this is where Anip will make the difference. It's a very, very constant team that we see with how Homeboys actually loves to play, especially when Anip is on his favorite Moskov.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Anip, as much as he needs to make the difference, I feel that on RSG, the difference factor would be closer on the Paquito, who was trying to macro up at this point.
Ooh, Bushi a little bit too close, but forced to use that flicker out of the way. The next turtle getting spawned up. You don't know where Vernicure is, just waiting in the right bush. Trying to go. CS has a big target on his back, trying to zone him all the way out the wall, traps him in. The Blood Pack won't be able to hit onto anyone. CS taken down low, but able to weave out of the way. He got a 3-man knockup, but here comes Anip with a huge Spear of Destruction. He's taking it off. Here is the janitor, not here to play. You're here to clean. Closer. Still waiting on that right move. Yoon coming in low. Anip pushes him back with the Spear of Misery. Closer taking a little bit too much damage. Won't be able to commit onto anything, but a huge fight for Homeboys SG.
This is such a different in to what we're used to right? Rewind that to week 1. They were on the losing end. You didn't really see, any sort of a performance coming in. But now coming in, it looks like it has transformed into a whole different play. You see the confidence. We heard the team comms a couple of times. He's starting to have a lot more communication with his team. He's leading the team fight. And even there, he had the guts to beat him. I mean, that is just a player who's been rejuvenated, right? It has been transformed coming into victory.
I really like how they've been playing around the Yuzong as much as possible, and the way that they commit, Homeboys are doing extremely well for themselves.
Oh, you got a defense down on the tier 1 down mid, but a wild charge into the dragon jump will take down Closer.
Very action-packed game at this point. Homeboys SG, they want as much momentum going forward, especially given the fact that they have the higher mobility in terms of the tanky heroes. Basia, he will be there always. Vernocure with the Black Dragon form, just a stone throws away. Ani playing on the opposite side of the map, has a Spear of Destruction. And now we see them grouping up on the bottom lane from the side of RSG. They want to force out something here.
They forced out a jump in with the Detonus Welcome, knocking Yoon up, but able to escape just barely. You got 3-man blood pack, lots of damage underneath. Homeboys' SG's turret on Nip finally goes down in the hands of CS. And he goes for more. The same Force already popped up, but not enough damage. That's a very, very tanky Zishen right there. And mid side, EXP one-on-one battle. Vernocure will be able to escape. No commitment as of now. But RSG showing signs of life. 20 seconds to the first Lord of the game spawns up.
Yeah, that's what we need to see out of RSG, forcing the issue onto Ani, but Bougie in slight bit of trouble.
That's a lot of damage.
I don't think you should commit for that, but Zishan,
They're actually committing onto Derry. There he goes.
I mean, just a slight little pick off from the side of Derry.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake from both sides there. In the later stages of the fight, the delayed fight, if I should put it that way. You know, Homeboys actually being overconfident, Anit going to the fight when most of his team wasn't there already. He gets punished for it, and then RSG just overstaying their welcome. I think if they put a little more focus, but then again, you know, that's what you get when you're going against a Noara. He's always around. There's always that long range snipe, and you gotta give credit to Bougie. 0-0-11. He has been pivotal in every single fight that Homeboys actually has been in.
Well, knocking Bray up out of the way, off that map though. Spirit of Destruction goes wide with it eaten up. There's the Detonus Welcome by Bray, pushing back. Vernocure, down he goes. The CS pops the Zaman Force, dealing tons of damage onto Yoon. Zishan is the next target, but will not be enough to take him down. The knockback will not be able to connect as well. Homeboys will lose the tier 1 down on that mid side, but it's a 1v1, and the Nip shuts down Closer.
And Ani pulls out the emo, the RSG emo at that point. Style points onto him. Despite the fact that they won the mid lane, Ani got the top tower and the solo kill onto Closer as well. And that's huge, given the fact that they already took the Lord as well. That's going to be so much lane pressure coming through from the side of Homeboys SG right now.
Well, there's a lot of discipline as well as the Lord marching down that bottom side. Looks like the addition of Zishan. Oh, wild charge though on the mid tier 1. Derry sandwiched in, will get punished for his insolence. Derry coming down low, will eventually go down. It's Zishan coming in. The Zaman Force will be popped by CS. They're coming in as well. Godzilla with the wild charge in his own for the Kirabuchi, running for the hills. Zishan trapped in the middle underneath the orange buff, eaten up by Bray. He will not make it out alive, but the rest of Homeboys SG, as disciplined as they make it out to be, will be able to stay alive just for now.
A very much disciplined Homeboys actually to what we saw in the early game. You know, we saw Anim diving in, killing, or rather dying because of an overextension. But this time around, even though he landed the Spear of Destruction, he was a lot more controlled. He knew that, you know, we don't really need to go for it. There's still a huge wave of super minions pushing the bot lane. It's down to, what, a couple of 100 HP, which we could do it if we push again. But I do have some concerns for both sides, right? On one hand, Homeboys actually showing that if Anim isn't part of the fight, they do like that damage, although they have a lot of sustain. I think Zushan has been doing a lot of tanking out for the team, and that's what he's brought in to do as a boxer. So, on the other hand, RSG actually, you know, a lot of these fights haven't been too clean for my preference. I think, you know, if Anim isn't in the fight, they should be dominating. It shouldn't be as close as it is. But Vernocure is putting one heck of a fight. Those Petrifies have been immaculate. It's really stomping on RSG's momentum. So I think it's really down to whether or not RSG actually can close out the fight slightly cleaner before the next Lord, or will Homeboys actually be able to put Anip in a position where he can come up and clean up as compared to just hoping and having to walk down.
Yeah, it feels like Godzilla is a victim of a hate crime from Vernocure at this point. I mean, in the previous game on the Paquito, he was getting jumped again and again. And with the Black Dragon form, he's been aiming either CS or Godzilla away from this team fight as much as possible.
Top side, and Nib. Who's closer to the wall? Oh, we'll be able to shut him down. Here comes Godzilla. Gary here for backup. Yoon is next on chopping block. Will not want to commit onto that one. Black Dragon form already initiated by Vernocure, and the rest of RSG are able to zone out for this next enhanced Lord.
I liked how RSG actually took it one step further, right? Instead of having to burst down the rest of Homeboys before the fight, let's find Anip first. And they managed to get it. I think it was a bonus that Closer managed to survive that fight. And that just allows RSG actually to have so much map control over this Lord. Look at that. It looks like Homeboy actually stealing around. I think they want to go for a steal, but just too much. Bray secures it.
Goes a little bit wide. Yoon with the wall charge and the flicker. Conceal play to get out of the way. But RSG sounding the war horn. They want more. They're out for blood. And back off at the last second. RSG got the Lord though. 2,300 gold up ahead. Lord marching down that bottom side.
No, I mean, heads up play from the side of RSG. They did not lose any casualties down there. They got the Lord, they got what they wanted, and they managed to hurry them away. Whether they get this now is going to be pivotal.
Lord marching on that bottom side. Will be able to charge onto that T3. He's down low. They will not be able to go in, but now Bray with the eat up onto Shen. There he goes, the Saving Force dealing tons of damage along with the Blood Pack, creating a lot of space for CS to make his plays count. CS all the way on the backside will be taking a lot of damage from Anip, but finally takes Anip down. Vernocure running for his life away from Closer. Closer trying to close up that gap, but here comes Derry. That's 4 members down. Bougie against the rest of RSG, and RSG will want to end this right here, right now, in 3 games in.
2-1 for RSG. Congratulations on taking the series. They will... I mean, they are going against the predictions, right? We expected them to be 2-0. Homeboys, we thought they might be able to fight back. They did look like they have signs of life, but very good target prioritization, changing their targets in the midst of the team fight. Closer, I mean, we saw him in the early stages of the game. He was trying to focus down on Anip as much as possible, but afterwards, they shifted it away. I mean, Closer was on Yuzong duty at that point. In the later stages of the game, he kept the Yuzong away as much as possible. And then the rest of the team went for Anip. So they just swapped it around, and that proved to be the winning formula.
I think this is just a reminder to all teams out there kind of doubting RSG SG. This is a classic game of, it was a game for Homeboy SG to lose. Right? They were ahead of the game. RSG SG had no business winning this game. But one pickoff on Anip was all it took. They found him in the top lane, and that was where all the troubles of RSG SG started to show. They started to show cracks in the way that they play. Anip was not as composed as I would say, or rather Homeboys SG as a team was not as composed. Usually in that case, once Moskov gets picked off, you want to reset, right? Because you know you're in the lead, you still have the damage coming from the Moskov. There wasn't really a need to take certain fights, but RSG SG was constantly pressing that button, making sure that, okay, now we have the lead, we have the lot, let's just push it. Let's just force them into fights. And I think Homeboys SG took the bait, and RSG SG just punished them. This was just experience coming in from, you're talking about the back-to-back-to-back winners from Season 3 all the way to 5.
Yeah, just to echo you, it wasn't a one-sided game, but who was the main playmaker for RSG? That's what I want to know. I want to know who the MVP was, because it kind of seems like every single one of the 5 players was just doing their jobs right. Even though they were down, they kept fighting and they kept going. In no way that it's not Bray.
Wow, it is Bray. I mean, definitely, I feel that it was a concerted team effort.
Yes.
Bray, of course, being the MVP, being the main playmaker on the Barrage. We see him at the Daytona's Welcome. He did catch a lot of key targets. But the thing is, his team was very much behind him as well. In terms of enabling him, I feel that Bray, even when he went in, if it was him dying, didn't matter. The rest of the team would still go in. We'll try to keep the Yuzong away as much as possible.
This is when you know a team is playing at their best, right? They were so cohesive that it was a tough call. Like, any one of them could have been the MVP, right? We saw Godzilla stealing away In's wild charge in a couple of key team fights. Bray was in the middle of it. Closer picking off Anip on the top lane. You had Davey with the Blood Pack. Every single one of these members were putting up, immaculate gameplay. And yes, it was a little bit of a shaky mid-game, but it is a testament to how they play as a team. Even on the back foot, they were able to find a win con for them to pick up this game, which was, we're going to hunt them down, right? It doesn't matter if we lose them in the game. If we can force them to make mistakes, we can have a lick back into the game. And that's what they did. And look at that with it's toe-to-toe, right? Prior to all those pickoffs, you had Homeboys SG on what, a 1k goal lead on that Moskov? And then just one pickoff was all it took for RG SG to regain the momentum and snowball back into the game.
Yeah, and they are picking up for each other. You mean Closer? He did not find a very good game at all on his Paquito in the early stages of the game. He did not find his role. I mean, he was just trying to pick off Anip, trying to play the macro Paquito as much as possible, but Moskov is much stronger in terms of lane priority, in terms of clearing, so he just shifted his perspective. Let's go for Vernal Cure instead. Let's make sure Vernal Cure cannot jump Godzilla. And that was the key change that I feel that just shifted the perspective, with CS dealing damage in the backline with the Zayman's Force. And the way that CS was playing, he only got caught one time. That's I thought he got killed a lot more, It felt like CS was involved in every single team fight, and yet he managed to get away while dealing this damage as a Harith.
Yeah, that's just him. He's like a ninja. you don't see him, but when you do, that's it.
It's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late. But I want to point out that Closer actually bought the Great Dragon Spear. It's usually a build that is not too oftentimes built on
gotta go fast,
Paquito, but you gotta go fast. You gotta chase up with Vernal Cure, especially when he pops his Black Dragon form. A lot of the times the RSG picks up a lot of these their battle emblems, it's more of like movement speed. I want to join in team fights fast. I want to clear the waves fast so that I maintain lane priority and go into the midst of objective fights more. Now, taking a look at the post-game battle statistics, again, it's CS, and I won't see it any other way, especially with a gold laner being the rich guy and the carry.
Yeah, he did deal a lot of damage, but not to discount the fact that, Braid, he did take most of the damage away from the side of Homeboys SG, right? But Godzilla, I was looking at his build and his emblem as well. He went for a Quantum Charge as the Valentina, and then he did build the Necklace of Duins first. So he was not prioritizing damage on the Valentina at all. Mostly utility, right? He just wanted to steal the Wild Charge, play Disrupt as much as possible.
Yeah, you're speaking my language here. I just love myself with Necklace of Endurance. Either that or, honestly, right? You look at the board of our Homeboys SG. You have an Yuzong, you have a Baxia, you gotta go for the degen. The degen for the regen. That's how I'll put it, right? And I think on top of that, a lot of the work that's been done by both Bray and Derry, right? The numbers show, Bray putting a lot more damage taken and soaking up a lot of the dirty work, 93% Q participation, but you can't discount Derry here on the Camilla. Both the Camilla and the Barats did a lot of tanking up, peeling for the Harith, and that's why we didn't see Harith die too much, just once, right? That pick off. But other than that, I think, RG, SG, like it comes back to the point. I think Homeboys SG at one point in time had control of the game. They had the lead, they had the turrets, they had the upper hand. They were nearly broke the tier 3 at the bot lane, but one mistake was all it took for RG SG to kind of capitalize. So I think it's important to see how the teams communicate, especially when they were on the losing end. So let's just see how RG SG communicated throughout game 3.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Ready, go!
Hey! Go away! Batai!
Stop. Hey, Moscow pre. Hey, can we just... Pause.
Tower. Hey, relax.
Stop. Hey, Fredrin.
Nice run.
Benny ulti. Got ulti Petri.
Go.
Nice play. Can end?
Can. Nice one. Relax.
Mina guys.
Hey, Moscow.
Mina, nice guys, go, go, go.
Hey, more Moscow, Moscow.
Nice guys.
Hey, hi.
Moscow, nice, Roy. Nice.
Try.
Nice.
Hey, got no got. You missing. Hey, I know. Hey, Moscow. You Dragon. Hey, I can help you.
You know, pressure. Nice one. Nice. Get. Hey, how CS.
I'm okay.
Nice. Hey. I got up. Sorry.
IQ.
Yes. Nice.
Got Nova.
Hey, Minion.
Yeah, very nice comms discipline coming out from RSG. In terms of gameplay, we saw the discipline that they have. They have the positive mentality as well. That's why we see them coming back from this 1-0. We lose a game, it's all right. And even when they were losing, we showed the mic check from their second game. They were saying, yeah, still, nice try, guys. Nice try. I mean, everything's fine. Everything's good. We can still come back. And we're still in the game, right, guys?
It's the champion's mentality.
It is. There's only two words you need to know. Santai and Bantai. So I love that. I love the way that like Derry is a little bit more vocal in all of this. But here to break it down even more, the game that's just passed is Kin and Off the Desk.
Welcome back. I mean, it's unfortunate for Homeboys, but almost never counts. It is a day for RSG SG here, and what a game for them. Homeboys SG, they had the game pretty much in the first half of the match itself, and then this is where the MVP of the game, Bray, made some godlike plays, changing the entire face of the match itself. We're going to start off here. That, so-called teamwork by his Barats was so sick, catching so many members off guard here on the side of Homeboys that it literally changed the fight. Right here, you're going to see a couple of times he used the missile experts as well as the so-called teamwork, making so much work happening. He's going to catch someone on the bottom of the screen here, and that's going to be Xuan, one of the main tanks for the game. Besides that, there was also Venokyo as well as Yun, but there was no one else to kind of save him. And the moment he got that Daytona's welcome, that was the start of the crumble for Homeboys SG. Take a look at what happens here. This is going to force Homeboys to go for the commitment, try and get the damage down and clear off the Barats and hopefully change the state of the fight for the side of RSG SG. But that's not what's going to happen, because if you take a look at the positioning of the players here, CS as well as Godzilla, very clean, and there's a lot of damage. Down here, nobody's able to touch them. Sure, Anip is throwing his spears, the flurry of spears that's coming in, but they can't reach even with the passive of the spears itself. So CS, Godzilla, one, they're very safe. Number two, they're able to deal as much damage as possible. Take a look at what happens next right here. CS actually gets the Zaman Force down right after the wild charge, and he goes on ham. He is going to split the fight. Number one, he gets rid of Yun. The second part of the fight, Closer, Godzilla, as well as Bray are now focused on the Yuzong. So there is no one else that's able to offer them protection for the side of Anip. So Anip, sure, he's alive, but what can he do as a one-man army? Nothing much at this point. And right after this point, you will see Yun, after he gets taken out, Bougie is going to suffer the same fate as well. He's going to be chunked down quite heavily by that Chrono Dash done by CS here. Take a look at the damage. Bougie now, no more option to help the team as well. And Anip is all the way on the back lines trying to defend the base as well. Now this is going to leave Vernokyo on his own on the back. Great Spear of Destruction, but what can he do when CS still has that Wind of Nature popped at the perfect time, allowing for the rest of RSG SG to clean up base here, try and get the kill on Anip as well. And that's gonna be the end of Anip's life. And what happens when, your main damage dealers are down? Nothing much, because right after this, Vernokyo is gonna be taken down. And Bougie as a lone Novaria can't do much to save the day for Homeboys, and RSG SG snatches the game back. This is one series that we did not expect Homeboys to put up so much resistance, but still, nonetheless, RSG SG, thankful for the fact that you have kept our predictions alive for today. That's all from me. Right now, let's take a look at what is going on with Cheryl.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kin. Right now, I have Godzilla beside me. I'll still call you Roy. I'm not used to it, but why the name change?
I wanted to show everyone because when they see the starting lineup, they wouldn't know who is Godzilla.
Oh, so just change the name and then got the surprise element and come out, oh, still Roy lah. Okay, so today's matchup you met Vuji, which was also from RSG. So how do you think he did?
I think for his part, he did quite well. I was quite surprised that he was able to hold his lane against me. Didn't expect him to, pull out some cheeky moves.
So
overall, yeah, not bad.
So yes, even though from the same team, do you feel like you roughly knew how he's gonna play, or do you have some information because you guys were so close previously from the same team?
I kind of knew how he played cause all the RSG mid like to hold the bush, so yeah, it's quite predictable from both of us.
But he also knows how you play, so I guess yeah, they both have each other's secrets. Now, homeboys have been slowly picking off games right here in the regular season. So were they someone that you are looking forward to meet, or how were you prepared to approach the game, given that today Zekshen also made his appearance?
I might not be that interested to meet homeboys again, but I know Davey will. Davey is very, very interested to meet homeboys again.
Why particular reason just Dairy?
Maybe because he was from homeboys previously and he wanted to win them very badly.
Just beef with the organization. All right. And then this is like a relatively new roster right here from RSG. And then you had a lot of synergy, especially with Oki previously, that really sick Novara that you played internationally as well. So how does it feel, playing with this brand new lineup?
I think this brand new lineup might not be as good as the new one because we were full-time. So there's some sort of like miscommunication or like trust between each other. But I think when it comes to the playoff, we'll make it work.
And I think it's really evident because along the way at the start, people were having doubts, but you guys proved it with your score record right here in the regular season. And we can't wait to see what this new RSG can deliver. And of course, moving on, we're going to be seeing the top of the table clash later between Team Flash and Bleed Esports. So you guys took Flash. How do you think you guys would fare when you face Bleed?
I'm not very sure about this, but it might be better, it might be worse.
This one, you're not answering the question. But still, I mean, of course, you'll be meeting another formidable mid laner, and that is Jay. He's also here present. So, what do you have to say about that matchup when it does come up?
To Jay, I think don't pick the Camila mid against me.
All right. And then, final question. Later on, there'll be the game of Team Flash versus Bleed. Who do you think will win?
I think Bleed will win because
he's being coerced right now, but so Bleed?
I think Bleed will win because I feel that the Bleed synergy is stronger than the Flash.
And then score prediction.
2-1 Bleed.
2-1 Bleed. All right. So thank you so much, Godzilla. Thank you so much. And we'll see if it's really 2-1 later. All right. Thank you. So yes, guys, that was Godzilla, the same wonderful mid laner, but just under a different name. And right here, we have seen our first best of 3 series with a number of interesting debuts when it comes to heroes and even players. Next up is the clash of the top of the charts. Now we see Team Flash going up against Bleed Esports. Definitely a match that you don't want to miss, where we see our top 2 seeds going head to head to see who is vying for that top spot. So stick around and we'll see you for match 3.
行くぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed lightning! Shield! You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
这肯定是你，这个不用讲的，这个不是cut TG就是Hades。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, wait.
Bro, it's this fella.
I think this should.
It's this fella.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's confirmed import lah.
Yeah, I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio, no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Kia.
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh. I think it's
Who is?
import.
Oh.
Okay, now to play EXP.
If I spell name,
It's okay. Oh, wait. We are no cure. Correct.
You look like Venom Cup, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro. Forgot about him, huh?
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no cure. My goodness.
So, it's poor for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase us.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one, eh. Wait. You tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Bray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is that? You don't know who is that? And then, what are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, this one confirm no who already lah. Huh? Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now, eh.
I guess all the opposite. Right, it's Bray. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, it's Bray.
Yes.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, Bray.
Bray.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Right here, I'm joining with Super MJ and Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports. Super MJ, do you want to add on to any more of that introduction?
Yeah, I'm Super MJ from Philippines. Then I'm playing mid lane for Vanguard SG.
Okay. Nick Stain?
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain and I'm the roamer for Vanguard, and this season I hope everybody can support us. Yeah.
Last season in 4th place, which is very high for any community team. The last time that a community team did this was Team Evil when their first debut. What do you feel about that, Nick Stain?
I'll say y'all see us wrongly lah. I don't feel we were a community team at all, like from the first place.
Okay.
Cause Lakshan has been in Xeon last time. Then I also has been Evol's Blitz late for damn long already. Like for quite a long period of time. And also Super Ryan is been Revival, like around those kind of people lah, like MPL. Plus Slowly and Chut, they were from MDL as well, right? So I don't think based on those kind of facts, y'all can call us a community team lah, to be honest.
But this time around, you are getting someone from the PH instead of ID. Chut is from ID.
Yes.
Slowly is also from ID. Now this time around, you're replacing it Salem and also Super MJ. Both are PH imports. So I think I'm just gonna pass it over to MJ now. MJ, have you played with Salem before?
Yeah, I play with him in round.
In rank?
Yeah, not on the same team.
Not in the same
Yeah.
team. Nick, when I would say that you're very actively involved in the organization of Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that? Yeah. When you saw Super MJ for the first time during the trials, what was your impression of him?
I was like, cause before Super MJ, right, we actually locked in another mage.
Oh, your second choice MJ.
Yeah.
No. No, let me finish first. We locked in another mage. It's called Ryojin lah. This mage from Euphoria Esports.
He's also from them.
Yeah. But we found out that like after a while of playing, at first he was doing fine with that one hero Novaria. But after a while we realized like, oh, that guy like very shaky, he keep on dying, scream, like he's causing us the games. As an import, you cannot be causing us the games, right? Like you should be like somewhat doing your job well, right? So what we felt was like me, Lakshay, and like the management, we felt that Ryojin wasn't doing well, so we decided to kick him. So we kick him, then we were finding another mage. Then we had this one coach that time that is called Zemi. He went to look around and found MJ. And then MJ came to try out. And on the day of trial, right, like we played a few scrims together. I realized me and MJ, like the synergy like quite good together.
Wow, so
yeah.
Super MJ is gonna start calling himself MJ Stain?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. One day.
So we found our synergy like quite good, right? Then like it was way better than me and Ryojin, like who I speak. And then I was like, bro, like no point, like just why not? Like MJ is so much better. So like what's the point of the Ryojin, the other mage?
Okay.
So we just took MJ in lah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then what about Salem? I need to remember it's like Salem, not Salem.
Okay, so for Salem, right? Initially he was on Salem as well. Initially he was another hyper, but due to some internal issues, we changed hyper to Salem. Yeah.
Oh, so he wasn't supposed to be the hyper, or it was
Yeah,
supposed to be
he
MPL?
was another one.
Yeah.
But due to some other issues, we decided to change the hyper.
Are you able to share who that hyper you got, or is it an import
Yes, it's an import
from PH as well?
from PH.
I see.
Yeah.
Knowing that Slowly is now in Xcode Esports now, what do you feel about? Do you have anything to say to Slowly being in Xcode now?
Although we somewhat kicked him out, but he's still a friend of ours lah. So I'll still wish him all the best. But just know that we will knock him out of MPL this season lah.
Okay, nice. All right, now I want to focus more on MJ. Do you want to tell us, like, especially for the Singaporeans who are watching or do not know about MDLPH for the first time, how is it like in MDLPH, and is there any difference between MDLPH and playing with our Singaporean boys and girls?
It's very different because in PH when you playing with your fellow countrymen, it's very easy to communicate like that. You can execute plan properly like that. Then you know what their wants, what they don't want to do like that. So in Singaporeans, like I need to adjust more like that in my language barrier like that. I need to improve, then teach what I learned from the PH, share the ideas like that.
Then, why do you decide to come to Singapore as a Filipino import?
I think I want to explore more. Then I want to learn something like that. New environment, new ambience, new people. Then I learned a lot. Then
What have you learned being a Singaporean import in Singapore?
You need to adjust. Then you need to step up because you know that they need help. That's why they get me. So I need to step up, do my job like that. Yeah.
How's your parents think? What does your parents think about you coming to Singapore?
I
Are
think
they okay, or are they like, I'm worried about you or stuff like that?
like 50-50 like that. But they know me a lot, so they don't worry about me. Yeah.
So you have very supportive parents, right?
Yeah.
That's great. What about Nick?
Thank-
What about
thank you
Nick?
to them.
Yeah.
Oh, my parents always ask me to quit.
Because you've been on the sub for a long time, is it?
No lah. It's because like they don't really want me to play game that much. They want me to study, but like, I don't really like to study also lah. So I just continue playing So like I'm kind of like rebellious. I don't really care, but I just continue playing.
From what I gathered from the ground, it's like Vanguard with Salem and also Super MJ, depending on their performance in regular season, you guys are the dark horses once again. What do you have to say to them?
Regarding the dark horse.
Yes.
I after last season, right? And then like since we improved with Filipinos imports, right? I don't think y'all can see us as dark horse. We are one of the teams that can really hurt in the like upset like Flash, Bleed, all these. Like I see it coming in my in my imagination. Like in my in my in my books, right? I already see it's written in my books.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Which team are you looking forward to fight?
Of course.
Okay, I know you're definitely going to say Team Flash. What about the second team?
Second team will be Bleed lah. Yeah.
Bleed.
Cause they are the two teams that I feel have the highest chance of winning this season. Yeah. Other teams, I think not really.
Do you put them below you or above you?
Personally, I put below me. Yeah.
Since we're talking about that, bottom two teams to be relegated this season.
Exco and Asteris.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but why Asteris?
Hey, no. I'll change my mind.
Okay.
I'll change it to Exco and Homeboys.
Exco and Homeboys. Why Exco?
First of all, Exco,
Because
I think...
Is it because Slowly's in there?
No, it's not because of Slowly. I think it's because of the Singaporean players. Because I think they are not strong enough to
Who do you think is the weakest thing in Exco?
I think, if you ask me honestly, I think it's their goal laner.
The gold laner, Gira.
Yeah. I saw his gameplay, he seems a bit too aggressive, which I think would get punished in MPL SG. But in qualifier, since it's so-called the lower tier, that's why he get to shine there. Yeah.
Okay.
Then for Homeboys, I feel that their trio mid is like in a mess. Unless in the transfer window they do something about it. Yeah.
The trio mid is Buji, Sub, and Wolf. Based on this list that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I feel Buji is fine because he has the RAG experience, but it's the Rome and the Hyper that is inexperienced, and they are like publics of SG, which I don't think will succeed in MPL SG. Like in in MPL, I feel that if you have a weak trio mid, you basically just lost the game already.
Yeah. Do you have any like thoughts, or do you think you agree with Nick's bottom two?
I think, yeah, but the other team, I don't have an idea.
Okay.
For some Singaporeans.
Okay, great. What about this? Instead, for you, which team would you like to face most?
I want to face Bleed also and Flash.
Because Bleed has the Sagit Nu and Seiji in there. Team Flash is because they are the best right now. Okay. Nick, I want to talk to you about your relationship with JPL. How is it like? Because I don't think the people from outside of MPL Singapore players knows about that relationship. Can you elaborate more on that?
So like since season 3, you know, JPL has been playing ahead of me, even though like I play in MSC all those, right? Me and JPL, the reason why we can play together in the same team in MSC or like all these kind of big international tournament, right, is because we have a good friendship with each other, like at the first place. Like we always laugh and joke about stuff when we're in the same team. So like you all can't see us as like arch rivals or whatever. Like we are just like casual to like so-called friends lah. But like that day, like that time when we fought Bleed, right, that BM wasn't targeted like on JPL only. It was like on the whole Bleed because like they kicked me out.
We talk more. I want to talk more about JPL a little bit. People know that he's not a young chicken, spring chicken anymore, right? Do you think his skill, as well, someone that's very close to him? I know I asked this to quite a few people, right? Do you think his skill has deteriorated, or what do you think?
I think right now, like if compare right now his form with the prime JPL, right, I'll say he's like at 60 to 70% of the prime JPL. Cause like his age, like as y'all can see, like every season, like if y'all I don't know can tell or not, but like personally from my point of view, right, I feel his mechanics is dropping every season but his macro is still there.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So but like his mechanics are quite bad, but he used macro to cover it. So in Singapore, right, you don't need that much mechanic to like be the champion. So like I feel like in local still right, in local is okay, but in international, as you can see from the Games of Future against the Russian team, I forgot what's the name, that's where they struggled because JPL couldn't find a catch no engaged couldn't be start. So eventually they just lost.
I see.
That's the point that I saw.
So, I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're the best person to ask, in my opinion, because you're so close to JPL. Okay, great. Then we're gonna talk more about the top 3 players, Nick, in Singapore, MPL Singapore,
Top 3 players,
Yeah.
including imports.
including imports. If you want to, I think you've been here for quite a long time. I'm gonna open it up for even past players as well.
Top 3 of all time, so
Of all
basically.
time on MPL Singapore.
Uh,
Who do you look up to?
one will be Bray.
Bray. Okay.
Two, I'll put JPL.
JPL. Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
3, Diablo.
Diablo.
Yeah.
Why Bray top though?
Bray, cause he's one of the best tank junglers I've ever seen. He's the way he positioned in turtle fight, he's like giving you the threat, but without like he don't even need teammates around him. Like he's a threat himself standing there in the turtle. Like people just backs off because his aura is so strong. Like I don't know how he does it, but like when I fought him, that's what I felt. Like his aura is way stronger than other junglers. Yeah.
Okay, great. Now I'm gonna flip it the other way around. Bottom 3 players in MPL Singapore
Bottom in this season of all time.
this season.
This season. But I cannot include subs.
No, don't include subs.
Yeah,
Include
okay.
main rosters.
Bottom 3.
Yeah.
Like serious one or like
Serious one.
bottom 3.
Yeah, because I'll definitely ask you why.
Okay.
Yeah. Bottom 3, let's go.
I'll say Jira.
Gira, okay.
Uh
Gira, actually. Yeah. It's Gira.
Oh,
not
okay,
Jira.
okay.
Yeah.
The set guy.
Set,
Yeah.
okay.
And Yunsky.
Yunsky. Why Yunsky?
I feel Yunsky he needs my path to be good. Like
Your path.
yeah, like he needs like someone like JPL to start him out, to understand role more. Cause when I faced him last season, he seems like he don't understand his hero enough. Like he's playing Valia but he's opening the map. Like stuff like that. Like I can tell like he lacks the experience, he lacks the understanding. That's why I put him there.
Then you mentioned sub is because probably you mentioned earlier just now, it's a public player.
Yeah.
No community no community.
Yeah, no community experience. I don't know who is he. I
never know whether there may be another second evil, you know? You never
As
know
in-
when he become a next powerful. I don't know.
Yeah, but for now I'll rank him bottom because I really don't know anything about him and I feel that he's bottom lah. Yeah.
But Gira is probably beef.
Huh?
Gira is probably beef.
No, it's not
No,
beef.
it's not beef.
I just feel that he as a like player in like I don't see him doing good in MPL. That's all.
Because it's too aggressive.
Yeah, it's too aggressive.
I see. Okay. Okay. Great. Now I want to talk more about for people who might have doubted you before or even today. Do you have anything to say to them? Vanguard may be relegated. Like people may say that Vanguard may get relegated this season. Do you have anything to say against them?
I'll say y'all can just watch this season as y'all be surprised where we will stand at the end of the regular or even playoff. Because I'm very confident with my teammates. And when I have this kind of confidence, it was like during playoff VS Bleed, that kind of confidence. Like I really trust this current lineup that we can like really do something in MPL SG and not just stay inside. I don't want to stay inside. I want to prove to everybody that we are not just a dark horse. We are one of the contenders.
Then you mentioned, you said that they're more supportive right now, or 50-50, right? You also mentioned that only because once you got more like your results or something, right? That they're more confident in you. Now, in my opinion, I'm not sure whether you agree with me. Is it true that you see Singapore as a springboard for you to grow as a pro player?
Yeah, because it's my first time playing an MPL, so it's a new experience to me. Then I don't think that it's easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
stay for one more season. We come back here again. Next season, I'm gonna ask you a question. What's the difference between MPL and MPL?
You never know.
Yeah, great. Well, do you have anything to say to your fans?
I would say even if we don't have much fans, we will eventually get more fans because I believe that we can be a we can be a champion contender this season. Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. MJ, do you have anything to say about your new environment in Singapore?
Please support us in MPL.
Okay, that's all right. I'm great. Thank you very much.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome.
And welcome back, friends, right here to week 3, day 1, and right now for match 3. Now, this is the highlight match of the day. Now, with that being said, what we're talking about is the top of the table clash. Now, these two teams are very interesting because they are just 1 point apart in the overall standings. But with that being said, there's only one top spot in the overall standing. Will that change? Let's find out right here at match 3. Now, first up, we're going to be seeing the wonderful faces of our defending champions presenting to you Team Flash. Now, right here, we have the formidable Team Flash. Now, once again, there's a rotation. We do see Adamir taking on the Rome role. Now, going up against our defending champions, presenting to you, Bleed Esports. Now the boys have soared right here in the overall standings, proving their mettle at the Land of Dawn. Now, will they supersede Team Flash and take that top spot? Let's find out right here at match 3. Now, this is going to be a game that is truly a test to skill as well as strategy. So with that being said, we're going to hand our time over to the casters. Take it away.
Hello, welcomes and ladies and gentlemen to MPL Season 7. And we do have the highlight series of the day. Top of the table, Team Flash versus Team Bleed. But before that, I'm your caster, Moman. And with me, Kindofu on the desk and Eris as well. So today with Team Flash and Team Bleed being the top 2, you know, you got a lot of space to play around with strats, a lot of space to play around with team strategies, team synergies as well. We do see Adamir coming in as the roam.
Yep, exactly.
And then, of course, Jock's coming in as jungler as well. What do you think of these changes? Will it affect them in any way?
I think Flash at this point is just having a lot of fun, right? They are top of the table, and I don't fault them for trying to, you know, take a look at what's happening on their draft itself. Jox, on the other hand, is a replacement because the main jungler, Yon, is sick. So, you know, hope that he recovers well.
Yeah, he's sick in the game as well, you know. But before we talk about Team Bleed, we will have Team Flash on the screen. So, Eris, can you run me through the players?
Yeah, like we spoke earlier, Adamir coming in as the roam of the day. And honestly, like Kin said, right? They're just having a lot of fun right now, and to a certain extent, this is kind of a flex in terms of the depth of talent that they have on this, you know, in this roster. You got Diablo on the EXP lane, undoubtedly one of the best EXP laners in MPL SG. You have Hades, who is MVP of the playoffs coming in Season 6. Cortese, a very well-known player coming in from MPL PH and now coming into MPL SG. Adamir, as always, stable, you know, sometimes troller, but you know, not in the bad way, not in the bad way, right? And this time around, you see him kind of taking up JPL's role, and then you got Vanix, who is playing in the goal lane. Yep. Dare I say best marksman, best goal laner?
I mean, Vanix has been touted as the best gold laner of Singapore, right? Vanix being one of these key players for Team Flash, but now we do have the Bleed Esports lineup. Can you run me through this?
That's right. So, you know, talking about Vanix now, his counterpart is actually Seiji. That's what we're going to have our eyes on today. Very interested to see if he can match up against Vanix. And of course, we have Rome for gear, Jay in the mid, Jox in the jungle, and Sagitno back in the EXP lane. Now, this is a pretty stacked Bleed Esports team as well. So today, actually, I think this could be a foreshadowing of what is to come in the playoffs as well. Will we see, you know, these two teams maintain their positions in the league so far? That's the big question here.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about whether getting a top spot will affect them in any way. As the top seed, you get to fight against the number 4 seed, right? And number 2 seed, you will go against the number 3 seed. So there is a higher disparity when you go into playoffs, and you can make use of that. So people, you do want to get into the top seed as much as possible. So whether Team Flash or Team Bleed takes it does not matter. We will look at the stats first. Adamir on the roam, I mean, totally unknown.
Who is this? Who's this guy?
Who's this
Never
guy?
seen him before, right? He's a new player, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You know, don't really have any memory or recollection of him winning in Season 2, Season 5, Season 6. None of that. But to be honest, like I said, this is a testament to the amount of talent and the amount of accolades that the players have. The fact that they can jump in and roll. Who knows, right? We could see Adamir going into the jungle. He's played there before. He's been there, done that. He's played EXP. He's played in the goal lane. The only role that I haven't seen him played so far after today's game is going to be the mid lane. So, you never know. Tomorrow's game?
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, talking about stats, we can go into Bleed stats as well. Sagitnu looks amazing on the Paquito so far, don't you think?
48,000 damage taken per death. I mean, he's doing a lot of work. His KDA is insane as well, 4.69. Actually dropped a little bit from last week itself. But the main guy I want to talk about is Seiji. 836 gold per minute. My goodness, this guy's a monster.
This guy's a monster. I mean, when we talked about Seiji coming into this tournament, we were hearing rumors that he is as good as Vanix, right?
If not better.
Yeah, if not better than Vanix. And that's going to be to the test today. And we're going to find out what's going to happen in this series between the top 2 teams. But before that, we will have the head-to-head video coming up shortly between Team Flash and Team Bleed.
I'm excited to see what these two teams have. But I'm just going to reserve my thoughts. Let's take a look at what the teams have to say.
Gear has played like multiple roles before, like jungler and EXP. I think he has the mechanics to be a roamer, but whether how well he knows the roam role itself is the key factor for him to becoming as good as JPL or even better. Yeah.
I mean, Yon is one of the better assassin players in the Singapore scene lah, as you all know. So I would say good job if they can gel with him, I guess. Yeah, I mean, depends on his own abilities lah. I mean, he took a break from 1 season from competitive gaming, so it's hard to say how much he has changed or improved. But recently I played him like a bit like standard a bit drop from season 5. But we shall see.
Initially on paper, Khaleesi should be stronger lah. Then I also don't really know how both of them play besides like fighting against them. But I think ever since I team up with Jay, I feel like I don't know. I think Flash might have messed up. Jay quite good. He's a really good player in my opinion.
I think as far as we continue our training and be more respectful to each other, discipline and everything, I think we can make it through. Yeah, this coming season.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the head-to-head video. Lolzy and Gear bringing in the heat. What do you think about this, guys?
To be fair, Gear says, I think Team Flash might have messed up because they managed to acquire Jay from Team Flash, right? And then on the other side, you have Flash like, no, it's not a mistake. And then week after week, they put on the roster, you go like, does Flash know what they're doing? This is MPL Singapore. You're playing against the best of the best, and they are still not... It doesn't really look like they have to put on a serious front to get a win.
I mean, we know what these teams think of each other, but let's just see what the audience thinks in the audience prediction. And wow.
That's a huge resounding yes to Flash. Pretty much a big no to Bleed at this point. 86%. I mean, okay, granted, maybe there are more Flash fans in Singapore than for the side of Bleed, but who knows? This is just your thoughts, right? There are opinions and then there are facts.
Wow, that's a signature statement from you. There are opinions and there are facts, but let's just talk about our own opinions, right? I mean, our own opinions for the game. I mean, just look at the screen. You are the only one who feel that Bleed will take this 2-1.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think it's possible. The only reason why I put 2-0 is if you look throughout the day and you're gonna see the last game of the day as well, I always put 2-0. Because that's my ideal kind of game. Clean, simple, doesn't matter who wins 2-0. We get to pack up and we go.
Well, I don't think that's gonna happen because for me it is, you know, I granted Team Flash is a very strong team, but I feel like they're playing around a little bit too much, right? To cycle enemy and there's so many different roles. It might cost them. So we'll see how that works out.
I think the only thing that's unpredictable about Team Flash is what kind of roster they put on and whether or not that will be enough for them to win. But let's take a look at the player head-to-head. The two featured players coming up in this matchup is none other than the mid laners themselves, Curtizi and Jay.
Yep, and I think they haven't made a mistake on Team Flash. You know, Curtizi's stats, just stats-wise, a little better than Jay at this point. But you know, numbers are numbers. It really comes down to your performance in the game itself. Now, both of them have been pretty consistent from day one in week 1 as well. And I think going up into this match itself, I'm pretty sure both of them will be looking out for each other. Now, the bigger question is, who will have the bigger impact in this first game of the series? Because that sets the tone for the match. And from there on, it really is about the mental resilience or whether you can, you know, double down and give the beat down to your opponents.
Yeah, I think honestly the fact that Jay used to be from Team Flash, I gotta give Team Flash a bit of an advantage here. They know, you know, the hero pools, the weaknesses, how Jay plays as a mid laner, and that's sort of an information that you don't really want your opponent to have, especially in such an important role.
Well, when you stand to the abyss stands back at you, which means the opposite is true as well. So Jay could know quite a bit about Team Flash that he could have revealed to Team Bleed as well.
Yeah, that's what our casters have to say about this match. But Flash, Bleed, I mean, they are the cream of the crop. If you look at the matchups alone, it is an extremely star-studded lineup. But whether the team synergies can come through, whether the micro decision makings can come through, this is what makes a champion team. And we talk about Team Flash, we talk about Bleed as well. They might be just the teams to watch when it comes down to gameplay, when it comes down to decision making. I mean, if you look at the mid lane, we were talking about the head-to-head, Jay versus Curtizi, right? They have been the top few Paramises, they have been the top few Valentinas to watch. The way that they play, they have shaped the game style of MPL SG so far. And now we do see the banning and drafting patterns. And this is where it goes down. Roger already banned out of the pool together with Faramis and Florin as well. Florin being a very new addition that we see being heavily picked and favored by most of these teams. And now we do have the Matilda ban as well. Very standard still.
Yeah, straightforward ban coming up from Bleed Esports, considering that they are on the second pick now. For Flash, the question is, do you ban away the Harif or do you ban away the Nathan? Right, both are very high performing heroes in the goal lane in this current point of time. We've seen Nathan do quite a bit of the damage, especially in the mid. He spikes slightly earlier as compared to most of your traditional marksmen, even including like your Claude and your Moskov. Probably just because, you know, magical items are a lot cheaper to get. There's also the mystery shop if you really want to go for a heavier spike. So I think that is an option. Then again, Flash does have the first pick, and looks like it's going to be the Xbox instead that's getting banned out by Flash. So this is setting up for something slightly tankier in terms of frontline.
Yeah, I mean, Jox was the one that was frequently using Xbox as a jungle in the previous seasons as well, so I think this is a comfort pick for him, and Flash known to make the opponents very uncomfortable in the drafting phase already.
Yeah, but in terms of versatility, right, I feel that Flash and Bleed, they have the highest versatility that we've seen in this entire regular season so far. They have been showing us sides that we've never seen before. I mean, Freya Gold Lane, who thinks about that? And then we have the Marches on the mid lane as well. This is all theory crafting till it all goes down in the picks. And for Team Flash, they've gone to show that it does not matter what you guys ban. we can potentially pick anything. And Bleed, they are on the other foot as well. They can do the same. And now with the Nathan being picked up.
Yep, actually I'm pretty excited because Nathan is the first pick for the start of Team Flash. So I think it all boils down to, hey, this is not Flash against Bleed. This is Vanix against Seiji for the entire first game of the series here. And looks like they will clean up the first portion. It will be a Loi along with an Arlet coming into the hands of Bleed. Gear very adept at the roam. I'm interested to see how he's going to use the final slash to the team's advantage.
Yeah, interesting fact for those out there who haven't been watching Bleed play in the recent weeks. They're still undefeated on this Arlot pick. It's still 100% win rate for them, 4 out of 4 games. And I think that is, 3 out of 3 games, and that is a testament to how comfortable they are on this Arlot. The fact that Arlot can also go into the EXP lane. So I think this is a very, very good flex pick coming up for Blade Esports.
We were talking about flexibility here, and Adamir picking up the Hellcut, it could be a flex pick. We've already seen Nick Stain earlier today using the Hellcut as a roam. Now, of course, the opposite is true, which is Hellcut could go into the hands of Hades, and we know how well Hades does with the Hellcut.
And that's what we haven't seen, right? I mean, the Angela and the Hellcut picked together. Yeah, what does that mean? I mean, Angela going mid?
Well, to be real honest, that's how flexible Team Flash is, right? you not only are they so flexible in their hero picks, even their players are flexible. We'll get our EXP laner to play in the roam position. And I think that is, a testament, like I said, to how well adept they are at the game.
Oh, that was your point. I heard flexible as in like, we're expecting Adamir to do a split.
Yeah, do some yoga, do some Pilates. I mean, Team Flash looks like the team that does a lot of yoga, so that's why we say they're very flexible, right? But in terms of us, we're saying they're flexible. They can pick any heroes, and they can go into any lanes as well. I mean, when we talk about Hellcut, we think about him being the jungle originally in the meta. Now we see him move on to the roam. Maybe Team Flash is going to show us something new this time. Maybe we have a mid lane Hellcut. Who knows?
Yep, I mean, taking advantage of the Prowler state is extremely important as well. And, with the Hidden Terror, with the Silence as well, it's a huge thing to deal with, especially when you have the likes of Team Bleed, who does rely quite a bit on their abilities as well. Like Loi, if she gets Silence, that 1 to 2 seconds of silence will cause them to fight itself.
Yeah, I think the question here is, does Bleed ban out the Valentina? If you think about it, the Angela can still go onto the roam, Hellcat into the jungle, but it looks like it's going to be CC that they do ban out. And I think one of the reasons why is they might be picking up an EXP laner that doesn't really favor against early aggression. So that is something that we have to consider. I think on the other side, for the side of Team Flash, they're looking a lot bursty. What they're looking for is now some sort of a front line, some sort of a kind of a tank that can peel for the team and soak up that damage.
Yep, that's right. And of course, with that being said, Flash now in charge of the last band itself. Let's see who else they're targeting on the board against Team Bleed. It will be Mr. Park, if I'm not wrong, and it is the Paquito. We've already seen so much damage being done across on the backlines from the side of Paquito from the 2 games earlier today. And let's see who else. Jox is going to pick up the Claude for his gold laner. So Seiji will be in the lane, hopefully making the Blazing Duets a symphony for the team.
Yeah, and with the Loi available, that is going to be a very, very mobile team from the side of Team Bleed. Not discounting the side that Team Flash, they do have an Angela, they have a hard guard available, but they have yet to show their hand fully. We don't know where this Angela is going. We don't know where this Hellcut is going. Nathan, I mean, most likely gold lane, but could jungle as well.
Yeah, over here, I think the main idea here is that they have to pick up an EXP laner, right? And I think
for sure.
Yuzong is one of those heroes that look really good. Barats is still open, but I don't think they're one of those that goes Barats. Well, just as I say that, just as I say that, they pick up the Barats. So we'll most likely see an Angela mid, and then Hellcat going onto the roam. We could see a Khalid go into the EXP, and Barats in the jungle.
If I'm not wrong, this is the first game for Natalia in MPL even if it's for today, I think, yes, it is for the entire season itself. Natalia, first time on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see how big of a difference the 2 assassin roams will make for this game. Flash against Bleed.
We were just theory crafting, right? the thing is, Adamir is on the Barats, on the roam. So it's going to be a jungle Hellcurt on Hades. Oh,
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, right? Because there is so much uncertainty going around. We'll have to see what are the battle spells they pick up when we jump into the game in order to fully solidify, what exactly is Team Flash trying to do. And that's the thing about Team Flash. They are kind of like this, unorthodox pick, and it's always fun to watch them. On the other hand, you got Bleed Esports putting on performances after performances, and guess what? It is going to be Hades on this roam Hellcurt Adamir instead going into the jungle.
Alright, so it's a different flavor for today. Team Flash against Team Bleed. This is the first game of our series between Flash and Bleed. Let's take a look at what's going to go down. Oh, and right off the bat, Sagitnu, building on that KDA, gets the lead for Bleed. This is a good start for them.
Yeah, Diablo going down is not what you want to see from the side of Team Flash. I mean, they do have the Hellcurt on the roam who wants to get as much advantage as possible. And giving away this kind of early game advantage would mean Hades finds it harder and harder to find these pickoffs, to find these kills.
Yep, exactly. Hades, you don't expect him to be able to recover that the farm as fast as possible as well, right? Hades on the Hellcurt is quite a efficient character if he has the lead, but the reverse is true as well if he doesn't get it.
And we were theory crafting, right? About the about the Hellcurt being in the jungle. Seiji in a slight bit of trouble, not too much to worry about, but still, Hades, Hellcurt on the roam. It's very similar to what Natalia can do. That's what we were theory crafting. So Natalia and Hellcurt will fulfill the same role. So this early game advantage for these pickoffs is going to be extremely important here, both going for the lethal nation.
Yeah, I think, all the hype about the unorthodox picks aside, I think let's just focus a little bit on what both teams are trying to accomplish with this draft here. You get Team Flash looking to play a bit aggressively with the Hellcurt roam. This is kind of like the trend, the flavor of the month, if I shall put. This Hellcurt roam, very bursty, kind of like a Natalia roam 2.0 with a bit more burst along with the execute. But hey, Team Fight going on the bot lane.
Yep, exactly. Nice catch there. It is going to catch one. Adamir gets the setup, but there's not enough damage here. It's going to be a kill for Sagitnu as well. And Kurtizi forced to use the flicker. Sagitnu still alive. Gets a final slash, and they will get a double kill on the board here. 2 kills for just 1. Bleed takes the lead.
And Diablo going down there would mean that Jox, he has the turtle to himself. Adamir, the first to fall with a Daytona's welcome. Kurtizi has to burn the flicker there. Will not have it available, but Gear eventually goes down. Did not get the pickoff that he was needed, but buying the space for the turtle to be taken by Team Bleed.
Yep, so small wins at this point because Hades does recover a kill. So in terms of farm and EXP, he does recover a little bit of equilibrium right now. So Rome is pretty much equal at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty much even. But what I want to highlight here is Eris. I mean, Kurtizi on the mid lane Angela. You're providing support to Hades as much as possible. So would you want to build damage on this?
I think ideally the job is to keep enemy alive on this Barats, right with the hard guard. And while speaking about hard guard,
yep, Sagitnu forced to use the flicker there. It is going to be just a poke, but that's a huge battle spell out of the count for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, not much expanded on both ends, but onto the point, right? I think this Angela pick is very flexible. We've seen this coming pre-nerf onto the supports when they kind of took down the damage just a slight notch because he was doing a little bit too much damage in the mid lane. But I think the idea here is for Hades on this Hellcurt to catch out either Jay or Seji, because they're going to be, how am I speaking about picking up? They spotted Seji.
Yeah, it's going to be 3-on-1 and they will get the job done. Gear gets taken down once again. Flash gets a recovery kill. It's 3-3 at this point.
And Seiji in a slight bit of trouble as Hades is diving right now.
Oh, it doesn't look like that's the case. Hades actually falling a bit low there, and so Seiji will continue to farm up his goal lane at this point. A lot of pressure on the top lane so far.
Yeah, both sides, like we said, this is kind of expected given that we have very aggressive roamers. We're going to see constant team fights or pickoffs, if I put it. Jay using the relocate there, gets spotted by that Hellcurt, but doesn't really matter. Both teams just going to disengage. Once again, look, I can't even get a point in. Gary's already looking for a kill in top lane.
Yep, going for the kill. Not going to achieve much at this point. It's really just to push them away, right? Because the turtle's coming up.
Yeah, turtle out in 3 seconds. I mean, that with the first turtle going away to Bleed's favor, I mean, they do have the handed advantage in terms of map control so far, but Adamir is coming online against Jox.
Oh, Gear gets punished! Walking around with a little too little health there, and this is going to be a deficit for the side of Bleed. It's going to be a 4v5 here.
And the constant need to know where the Hellcat is. Look at where you really see Hades heading on the top lane. I think Seiji doesn't survive this. On top of that, looks like it's going to be Team Flash that takes up the second turtle. So even Steven for both sides. Granted, Team Flash would have loved if they could pick out Seiji there, but that added pressure does give the space for Vanix to farm up.
Oh, the chomp down. They will get the catch on Sagitno. Will get the dash there. Vengeance might not be enough at this point. Final Slash as a desperation measure does not make it out because Katizi will finish that kill. 5-3. Flash definitely in the driver's seat now.
In terms of the micro and macro advantage, Team Flash are building it up. I mean, 2 flashes expended from the side of Team Bleed. On the top lane, what you did not see there was Seiji. He had to escape away from Hades. And now the Blazing Duet being used. Adamir just slightly looking out for Team Gear at the point.
Yeah, but isn't this like the Flash speciality? Look at that, the pressure all on the opposite lane. Diablo gets 1 tier 1. And once again, Flash now comfortably with a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's like the first blood didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
What first blood? What, Diablo 0-2? Nah, we don't see that. We don't see that. Curtis is 3-0, right?
Well, Gear jumps in, tries a poke on Diablo, but at this point, Diablo is pretty much ahead of everyone. Level 8 against Gear, who is only level 7, if I'm not... No, 6, in fact.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? I think picking up the Hellcat puts on a lot more pressure compared to Natalia, just because of his new passive. He doesn't really need to go back to base to heal up as much as compared to a Natalia, who doesn't have that passive healing. On the other side, you know, you're constantly guessing as to where it comes, and well, speaking of which...
Yeah, we don't even need to describe it because Jox gets caught once again in a 3v1 and Jox is no longer for this world. Gil gets caught out as well. Diablo, Flash is all over the place and there's nothing much they can do on the side of Bleed. I mean, Seiji is doing nothing. The Quicksand Guard saves his life, so Diablo will comfortably right on his sand carpet. And oh, okay, that's a nice final slash on Sagitnu, but there's not enough damage coming from the side of Bleed.
And while all of that is happening, that's just Team Flash buying time and creating distraction on Bleed's half of the map while they are securing the turtle. Mind you, this is a roam Hellcat, but he does have enough damage to kind of chunk it down to half HP before Adamir just comes up to pick the buff.
And the way that Hades has been playing on this Hellcat, right? He's burning away the cooldowns from Seiji and trying to find the catch on the top lane at all times. As we saw off the screen, Sagitnu getting caught. Dispersion coming out from Jay, but not in time as well. And Vanix just getting key targets again and again and again. He's at a 6k net worth right now compared to Claude, which is only 4.6k.
Yeah, bait play there, but Diablo now with the Hog God as well. That 2-on-1. Sagitnu has to run for his life. At this point, using the Vengeance, trying to escape, but he gets caught once again. Sagitnu might be out of the game here for a couple of seconds. Will not finish the job. Curtizi on the back lines to finish that out. Adamir comes in. So-called teamwork, making life so difficult right now. Taunted Adamir, but he is a one-man army. Gets the E. Daytona's welcome into the back lines. Jox all alone. What can he do here? It is Bleed suffering at the hands of Team Flash, and it will be Flash all the way at this point. Jay, he's going to try and change up the tempo here, but he is just a Luo on the back lines. Gear going to try and look for something here, but who does he catch at this point? He's going to try for Vanix. Will he get the kill? Will not. Entropy used, and Vanix, have they caught Gear on the back lines once again? Here comes the ultimate Raging Sandstorm. Diablo shows the wrath, and Sagitnu can only stand and watch. Flash taking a huge lead, 6,000 gold ahead.
Well, we spoke about what Katizi's role is in the entirety of this game, and that's what he brings to the table. The fact that he can push and he can still join the fight with the hot gun at any given point in time. It's a chess game, right? You have the relocate coming in from the Loi, and then you have the Angela with the hard gun. So both of them able to kind of just assist the team from any part of the map. But I think more importantly, questions have to be asked about Bleed's decision making. We saw the bot lane there, Jay TPing, going back to base, and without the Loi, they still went in for Diablo, which sparked off a chain of events, seeing Bleed lose 3 of their members there. I gotta say, it was definitely questionable.
Yeah, I mean, with the dispersion, it felt like Jox was trying to jump into the dispersion, and he missed the timing, so it looked like he was
there was the
going to-
Daytona's welcome. That's what Baraz does to you,
Yeah,
right? He
that's
just
what
swallows you
Baraz
up,
does.
and Loy's like, okay, guys, I'm sorry, I gotta get out of here.
Yep, they will try for the catch on enemy. And not going to work out too much at this point. I mean, 6,000 gold is quite a lot of gold to catch up to.
Did you see the amount of shield that Kurtizi provided to Vanix? It looked like he went to full HP in half a second. So the thing is, if you don't burst down Vanix on gear, then what are you left with? The hard guard is going to come through and he's going to be full HP again, and he has the sustain to keep him up as well. So they're just going to take this one objective at a time, and Bleed has a lot to do right now.
Yep, I mean, on that, right, they don't really have a short burst amount for the side of Bleed, right? They have to take long, drawn fights. And I think at this point, Flash understands the drop a little bit better. And like you said, there's too many shields, too many life bars to kind of burn through on the side of Flash.
D-Gen is the name of the game for Bleed right now. They will have to burn through this shield as much as possible. Would Seiji build a Sea Halberd? I mean, that might be the item of choice, but I mean, you still need the farm to get it.
A lot of pressure put onto the lanes of Bleed. We're gonna see the Vanix, but he doesn't seem like he's on threat, but Gear is lingering nearby. They spot him out.
Assassination there, but gets punished. This will be the end of Gear at this point. And right now, Bleed looking to capitalize on something they actually show. Jox gets the Brave Assault, gets the Energy Eruption as well. At this point, that's all they can do. Bleed, there's no other option at this point.
What looked like a slight opening from the side of Team Bleed Gear. I mean, he did get the favorable trade onto Vanix, but they did not convert onto any objectives. And that's the map control still in Flash's favor. Look at where Hellcurt's position is. Bleed, they have to group up. They are very threatened at this point. What Gear did to Vanix, I mean, Hades, he can do the same to Seiji as well.
Yeah, but Gear gonna get caught again, and here we go. Deadly Stinger does not do the job here, not enough, even with the lethal ignition here. But Hades gonna be popping his ultimate as well. Oh, there are three. Can they actually get out of diversion? Saves their life, but Jay is left behind here, and that's gonna be the sacrificial lamb for the side of Bleed, but that's worth it at this point.
Eris, you want to take this? That Daytona's welcome?
Yeah, well, you know, we see a lot of TikTok videos of the Loi and the Barat's combo. Now, this is Team Flash showing a masterclass of how to counter just that. You want to get out of your team, one of you is going to get eaten by Daytona's welcome, and one of you is going down. In that case, it was Jay for 5 more seconds. That's going to give the map control back to Team Flash as the next lot comes up. But even Steven still at this point in terms of, I would say, setup, all the ultimates still up, but Flash, one big difference is that goal lead. We have 5.7k, now slowly climbing to 6 just before this lot 5.
I mean, Team Flash at this point teaching us many lessons as well. You know, having to deal with good money investments is important, right? There's no capital guarantee. You have to give up some sort of capital.
Economics 101,
yeah,
man.
exactly.
One must go up. Someone's losing when you're winning.
Oh, here we go. The jump starts in. Yesaginu once again gets caught, and it's Team Flash all over the place. Shields are coming in as well. Seiji, the next one to fall. And there's nothing that Bleed can do at this point. Diablo might be the lamb here. He gets sacrificed, but Jay gets caught out as well. Forced to use the flicker. And at this point, there's nothing else for Bleed to do. Hades does come in, gets the kill as well. Surprise, surprise. The Deadly Cockroach gets another kill on the board. Yes, you're alive at this point, but there is no contest.
And the moment Seiji went down, Bleed had no answer to that fight, because you have to consider the amount of farm that Seiji has. He is the closest in terms of farm to deal any form of damage to Team Flash. And with Kurtizi around, it's extremely hard. Diablo going down there, I mean, slight positioning error, but still, Team Flash, they do get the objectives.
Well, there is a glimmer of hope for Bleed Esports, and it comes back to Jay on this Loi. The fact that you have relocated, I think, you know, if used in the correct way, you can catch Team Flash off guard. The only downside is that Team Flash looks to be playing an almost perfect game. Every single death that they've given over to Bleed Esports, it's a little bit of a showboating. We're overstaying a little bit, but even with those mistakes, Bleed Esports haven't been able to really capitalize in terms of objectives. Remember, even before the enhanced lot spawn, Flash actually had one member down, and now they have the lot on their side. It looks like they could be closing out game 1.
Yep, a nice one. Final slash committed by Sagitnu, but that's not going to stop the Lord from crashing in at this point. They will chunk down the Lord, but this could be the start of a huge battle that might end the game. Duality procced onto Diablo, but Quicksand Guard going to just negate and, minimize all of the damage that's coming through. Dark Knight falls, coming in. Sagitnu gets caught out once again on the backlines. Will not get the final slash, and that is one member out of the team fight. Team Flash take the lead in this fight. Here we go. Seiji jumping into Blazing Duets. Gets caught out though. There's not enough damage. Nothing that Bleed can offer at this point. Another duality proc. And finally a jump in on the backline from Gear, but he has no more life points to play with. It is going to be Flash now running away. They've gotten what they came for. 2 tier 3s in a couple of seconds.
They did catch out Vanix, but at what cost? And this dispersion play here though.
Yeah, this is what we talked about, setting up an unexpected gameplay, but that being said, Team Flash, it doesn't even look like they're in the position to get caught out by Bleak Esports, and smart call going back, I don't think they need to risk anything at this point. They just managed to have a bit of a defense. On top of it, still have to worry about Hades playing on his Hellcurt. Remember his backdoor play back in Season 6 playoffs, and I think, Bleak Esports, they don't want to make the same mistake, so, just making sure that all bases are covered. So the question remains, how are they going to catch Team Flash off guard?
Well, I think it might not be how to catch Team Flash off guard. It's more of, can they spot the mistake when Flash makes one? Because I don't think they can initiate upon Flash that easily yet.
Yeah, Gear has to find the correct flanks. We did see him coming with the correct flanks onto Vanix at that point. And taking out Vanix, I mean, if you can take him before the hard guard goes through, there might be a chance, because there's still a lot of farm on him, and this dispersion play. Hades not getting caught at all. I mean, he's not going showing on the map, so it's just some group farming action.
Oh, here we go. Nice reaction from Jay to dodge that Raging Sandstorm, but here it is going to be Hades pushing the ante, trying to get the kill. He will get Gear. That means no more free vision for the side of Bleed, and this is going to be potentially a free Lord for the side of Team Flash. Once again, it's aggression upon aggression for Team Flash. Enemy is so tanky on this dinosaur. I don't see how Bleed is going to be able to, withstand the pressure.
The way that Team Flash is playing right now, it feels like a champion's aura. Yeah, when they have the map advantage, they are not going to let it go that easily. Even if Diablo dies, even if some of our members die, they will fight back for the map advantage, even if they lose Vanix, even if they lose anyone else. And that's what they are showing with this Hellcurt pick right now.
Well, final slash, Adamir gets caught in between 4, but it feels like he's not alone at this point. Where's the hard guard gonna come in? Gonna be not used actually, Katizi saving it. Adamir at this point will walk away as the Appraiser's Wrath can't even kill him. All buying time here, and here is the standard Team Flash play. Backdooring their way into victory. Team Flash takes 1 up against Bleed.
Oh my god,
I smell an easy game. I smell an easy game for Team Flash. And honestly, well, it was definitely easy, a bit easier than it looked, just because of the way that Team Flash executed it. I think credit to Bleed Esports, they tried something a little bit unconventional as well with the Nutella roam. I think the idea is there, you're trying to dish out the same poison that Team Flash served to them, right? You fight fire with fire. Yes, it's a Hellcurt roam. We can dish out the same thing they do. But the key difference here was the Angela. The ability to kind of protect that very target that Nutella is going for. I think that's the play. On the other hand, there was really no one that could protect the target of Hellcurt. I think that was the key difference coming into Game 1.
Yeah, and that's why Angela is one of the highest banned heroes in this entire tournament. The ban rate is 77.27%. I mean, you don't let it go that easily, right? Team Flash, they can play a lot of heroes, but if you give them the best few, they are definitely gonna use it and abuse it. But I mean, if we talk about Team Flash as a whole, if there are any players that stand out to you, Kindle, I mean, who do you think it's the MVP of Team Flash?
I mean, Hades made life really difficult, but Adamir was the boss because he made them tunnel vision onto him before that last play. So I think in terms of effectiveness, I will give it the Hades instead as the MVP.
Oh wow, that's a tough call. I'm actually on. It's tough, right? Because I would slightly give it to Adamir just because he was able to catch members of Bleak Esports before they managed to get out with Lloyd. But hey, I'm fine with Kurtizi getting the MVP as well. 5-0-10, perfect game. His hard guard was on point. I think other than 1 or 2 pickoffs that Natalia had most of the important targets, especially on Vanix, he managed to keep them alive. So yeah, well deserved.
I mean, it was heads-up play onto Gear as well. When he went onto Vanix, he knew that the hard guard was most likely on cooldown from Curtizi, available, not available. He knew, but there was this one time, it looked extremely scary, where Vanix was about to die, right? And his HP went from 1 dot to full in a second. And that was the amount of shield that Curtizi was providing. Now just look at his build right there. It's extremely scary. With the fleeting time available, every time he gets a kill and an assist, the cooldown just gets lower and lower. And Team Flash, they want to keep fighting. They want to keep fighting as much as possible, especially with Diablo being the aggressive person that he is. I mean, he's going in, he's dying, but at the back line, it's the moral victory that Team Flash, they get the objectives, they convert something out of his death. Team Bleed, they do get the kills on Gear, on Vanix, right? But I feel that they haven't converted. They don't have the map objectives to convert it into a form of gold lead for themselves.
I think there could be a synergy issue here. I mean, Jogs, of course, coming in after a long break. And of course, with that being said, they actually had the lead for the side of Bleed, right? After that first blood onto Hades itself, I thought things were going well for Bleed. But after all, I think Gear, every time he uses Natalia, you kind of see a pattern here. He doesn't really flourish on this Natalia as we will hope he has, right? So I think maybe this number 1 synergy, number 2, maybe just the execution of the heroes itself.
Yeah, in terms of emblem, you look at Gear and Hades, I mean, they are playing the same thing. We were talking about how Hades and Natalia and Hellkurt would be playing the same playstyle. They're almost the same in terms of execution, but in terms of team synergy, I feel that the Angela was just a huge factor compared to what the Loi brought in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that we didn't really talk about as well is the goal lane. The battle between the two goal laners. We could see Vanix and Vanix and Claude both having a bit of a tough time, just because of the respective robots on both ends. But you gotta say, Hades was slightly more effective in providing disturbance to give Vanix that slight goal lead. And when it comes to two really good teams, that slight difference could mean everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Smoke Bomb available for Gear, but at the end of the day, when you're going up against a majority of the team on the side of Team Flash, that makes full use of their abilities as well. They don't need the basic attacks at this point. Deadly Stingers from Hades was enough to kill majority of the team on the side of Bleed, with the exception of Jox as well. Now, Sandbag for this, Adamir doing a very good job, 77,000 points of damage taken. I mean, look at what he was doing the entire match. He was just sitting duck.
Yeah, he was just there like, yeah, hit me, we'll get the objective somewhere. And Diablo, I feel that he was trying to do the same as well. And that's what you get when you have a Nathan as well, right? You talk about the Entropy. Entropy, you give a reverse clone to you, you can deal so much damage to your objectives as well. So, pretty insane from Team Flash at this point. I feel that Claude, he does not have that single target burst onto the objectives over the AoE team fight that he has. So Claude, I mean, even though it's a good pick on Seiji, he did get the farm, but they did not have the team fight needed. They had a lot of shields. Curtizi, Diablo, Adamir. I mean, who thought that Hades would be playing on the roam, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, not me. And I don't think Bleed expected that as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Adamir put into the jungle. Yes, we have seen him on that role before, but Adamir here just playing with his food at this point.
Yeah, Adam is coming into the game. The question is, did you expect Hellkurt to be played as a roamer? On top of that, it's actually Hades that's playing the roamer role.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you see Hades, it's like, okay, Hades is going into the jungle. That is a Hellkurt jungle. And suddenly Hades is, what? He's roaming around? Okay, he still performs the same role as the jungler getting the kills. So, yeah.
Like, psych! you thought that Hades was going to be on the jungle. But let's just take a review of the highlights. Let's take us through this, Eris.
Yeah, first off, very early fights in the game, just 2 minutes in, we saw the first blood coming in, and this was at a point in time where we thought, wow, there just might be a chance that Bleed Esports takes the lead. And immediately after this, we see Team Flash kind of retaliate and Cortese just keeping his team alive. Here's the perfect Daytona's welcome execution to kind of keep Jox where he is while Jay had to relocate away. And once that's gone, that's tier 2 gone for you as well. Once again, another catch coming in and they get Jay this time around. And it's just a recurrence of this happening time and time again. Whoever gets eaten up by the Daytona's welcome is kind of dead meat, and there is very little that Bleed Esports could provide as a follow-up to that kind of playstyle. And on top, there's just pickups all over the map, constant skirmishes, but it was always in the favor of Team Flash.
Yep, I mean, Team Flash, they were playing in a way where they were a literal ball, right? And what's the best shape to have as an Angela is a ball right in front of you. So love waves all the way, and everyone gets the heals with the Flask of Oasis. They essentially couldn't die. But of course, that is our analysis. It is time to see Professor Churros. Let's hear his thoughts right now.
What's going on, guys? Prof Churros here with Off the Desk. And can I say first, the draft was just insane. Lots of lane swaps happening all over the side of Flash. Adamir being in the jungle right now, Hades going into the roam, and a roam Hellcurt to that matter. I want to talk about the draft just a little bit, using the Natalia to be a counter for the Hellcurt. It might look good on paper because they both have the same kind of roles, they both have the same kind of jobs. It's like Natalia does everything a Hellcurt can, but Hellcurt does it better. And to quote Jace, it's sort of like Hellcurt is basically a Natalia on steroids. The fact of the matter is, Hellcurt being picked up, using the Dark Knight Falls, is able to create a lot of global presence wherever he is in the map. And I just have to point out this. This was the second Lord fight that eventually won Flash the game, but you notice that Bleed was just scrambling. They threw macro all aside, and it's all like, hey, let's just take down the long lane, let's just protect where Seiji is at all times, and we'll see how this plays out. Notice how Hades was just creating that field of vision, creating a lot of space and information for Diablo to come in to use his Raging Sandstorm. And we'll let this play out, we'll know how this goes, popping so much ultimates already, and Hades, seeing the right opportunity, doesn't show himself. The Dark Knight falls, everyone goes back because, Hellcurt is one of those things that you see in your nightmares. They wanna ditch. But Gear is just way too far behind because I understand that he wants to be able to find the backside. So if we take a look at the map over here, Gear wants to go to that back front, try to circle all the way down and enter into the Lord Pit. But the fact of the matter is, Hades is not going to let that happen. Able to use the ultimate, able to shut him down and bring Gear out of the way. Gear, being on Natalia, doesn't really have a lot of presence. And there was information for Jay, for Seiji, to be able to do a backdoor play, to be able to get a Lord hit onto that. But they don't want to go for that. You don't want to risk it. The fact that Angelo was also picked up creates a lot of space and time. He can always be there and always fighting a numbers game at the end of the day. So macro game is still on Team Flash's side, and whether or not Bleed will be able to succumb to it and be able to counteract what Flashes bring to them, yet to be seen in game number 2. Boys, back to you guys.
Well said by Professor Churros, and there we have it, game 1 so far. Caster predictions. None of us are wrong so far, right? We all expected this. I mean, they did get a 1 out from Team Flash, but an unexpected draft.
Like I said, unexpected lineup, unexpected draft, but an expected result coming in, right? I gotta say, Team Flash heading in was a bit of a favorite headed towards this matchup, at least for game 1. Like we said, we compare the Hellkit to the Natalia roam. Hellkit is kind of like an Agility 2.0, hence why I gave a little bit of a favor to how Team Flash play.
And I'm just looking at my notes here. I mean, I wrote down in my notes that Adamir is on roam. And he just threw my notes out of the window, man. Adamir not on roam, Adamir on jungle? We wouldn't know what is going on. I mean, he's throwing us out of the chairs, right?
Yep, he's throwing you out of chairs, but sometimes, we will throw our backs over the game as well. So right now, you can all actually fix your back, or at least protect your back a little bit better. We all know that gaming, of course, can get intense sometimes. So Osim has got your back, right? The U-Throne V Gaming Massage Chair is built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and body. Now, you can level up your performance with its patented V-Hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comforts in mind. Now, if you want to, you can game in comfort and style with the U-Tron V Transformers Edition designs. The ones we have here aren't the Transformers ones, but you can see them downstairs as well in the studio. Now, remember, OSIM is always here to provide support for your well-being, even if no one else supports you, character in-game.
I mean,
it cut a little bit too close. I gotta admit, it cut a little bit too close. But that's the truth, right? You know, OSIM's got your back, and well, I can say the same for Cortese. He definitely had everyone's back, hence why he was the MVP of Game 1. And well, speaking of Game 1, let's take a look at a little bit of a pick and ban recap as to how the teams actually drafted. We spoke plenty about the Halkert as well as Natalia. I think another one that we could talk a little bit more was the Angela versus the Loi. I think the Loi was a very good pick, right? You had the Loi as well as the Arlot pick. A very, very good combo here coming in, especially against the Barat. But I think what made the difference was also a bit on the EXP lane, right? We saw the gang coming in on Diablo, playing the Khalid early game, but they couldn't really translate that into an advantage whatsoever, because Khalid is one of those heroes where you don't need too much items to come online. He has plenty of burst built in his kit. All you really need is a Blade of Heptases and, you know, you're good to go. You already have lots of burst in your kit. So I think that's one of the things where Team Flash can look to abuse coming to Game 2, because they have to be aware that, or rather at least Bleed Esports have to be aware that Diablo is one of those players that likes to pick up what I call chip heroes.
Yep, to add on to that as well, the bans were the Faramis as well as the Angela, which means they don't get to buy time for them to last longer in the fights, right? And that would have been probably what burned out the fuel for Team Flash. So this time, once again, a lot of heals not going to be available, no buying of time as well. Both the Faramis as well as the Angela banned out from both sides. Now, to complement that, that's going to be the Harif ban on the side of Team Flash, and Sage on the side of Bleed, they will ban out that Arlet as well. So Gear now has to take a look at other options for the role.
Yeah, and with the Harif being banned out, I mean, we know that Seiji plays a lean and mean Harif, right? But so far, Vanix, we've seen him perform as well. So we do have the respect fans coming through. Helkert, Angela, Arlot. I mean, Angela, I do see it, but Helkert, do you feel that it is worth the ban here for Team Bleed, given what Team Flash can do? I mean, at this point, Team Bleed, they feel like they're very reactive, right?
Yeah, that's one of those cases where we see it happen when you're going up against a team that is slightly better than you, or if not better than you, and you're talking about the champions of Season 6 here. So it's kind of understandable as to why they're playing a reactive draft. But then again, to kind of give Bleed Esports credit, as reactive as they are, you can see a certain play style that they want to go for. You saw the Arlot getting picked up in Game 1. That's kind of the signature pick for Gear. Granted, it was played by Siginu, but he does play a mean Arlot as well. So it's not as though they are overreacting to how Team Flash wants to play. It's more of, okay, let's find heroes that suit our playstyle. This is the manifesto of our team. This is how we want to play the game. And they're not afraid to show it. And this time around, Matilda gets slicked through. This is not something that we see every day.
Yeah, 75% ban rate on that Matilda, and now finally available to be played. I mean, looking at Vanek saying, I mean, that comment is just, you know, fun for everybody. This game should be fun. He's not talking about this game in general. He's talking about MLBB.
Ironically, look at the face. This doesn't look like... If that's the face of someone that has having fun, I hate to see if he is in distress.
Exactly, Vanix here putting on a very serious face. I mean, okay, and right off the bat, now you can see how serious Team Flash is. They're gonna pick up the X-Borg as well as the Moskov. We have already seen how potent Moskovs are in both Game 1 and Game 2 of our 2-game series today. And this time, third game, not gonna be an exception as well. We will have Flash picking up the Moskov.
And Gear saying, Adamir, please go back to your gold lane. I mean, because he probably did so well in the jungle just now. Please go back to your gold lane so that Vanix is not on the Moskov. That's probably what he means, right? Now, we do have the Barat and the Valentina already picked up from Team Bleed. Jay, we know he's a monster on this Valentina, but Rod's most likely going to be piloted by either Jox or Sagitnu at this point. But now we have the counter pick from Team Flash. They have a lot of options.
Yeah, I think Loy is one of those heroes that does really well into the Barats. On top of that, you have Matilda with the Guiding Wind, so it's just going to benefit Loy even more if those heroes stick together. So I think that's one of the heroes where Team Flash can look to pick up just because it's open at this point in time. Yes, granted there's a Valentina on the other side, but you're not too afraid as a Loy that your ulti gets stolen. There's definitely going to be better outs that gets taken on at the later side of the game.
Yep, exactly. And there's a lot of disengage coming out from Team Flash as well. Both Xborg and Moskov can move out of sticky situations. And what more can that be as well as a Kadita, because she can definitely get out of sticky situations or overturn one that doesn't look too bleak.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary, scary, watery game coming out from Kadita. So Xborg, I mean, we were talking about him just being such a damage and sustainable beast, right? Giving it to the hands of Team Flash, I feel that it's going to be extremely scary. Xborg, one of the few tanky heroes in the meta that still has that positive win rate.
Yeah, I think now we'll start to see, heroes get banned out on the side of Team Flash. I think mainly are going to be either the fighters or the marksmen. Same goes for the side of Bleed Esports. They have to ban away some of Diablo's pick, just because. I think Khalid is one of the heroes they should be concerned with. Another hero that they can look to ban out is also the Yuzhong. Diablo's been playing a very, very potent Yuzhong now. So Khalid, quite standard. We saw that in game 1. He does put on a mean Khalid. It did give a little bit of problems to how Bleed Esports wanted to play. Even though they got the first blood, he's still able to come to game. Like I said, I like to use the term cheap heroes just because they don't really need too much gold or any sort of farm to come online. And Khalid is just one of those.
Yeah, it's so well done from the side of Team Bleed in terms of drafting, but still, when it comes down to execution, right? Team Flash, I feel that their lineup is so flexible at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if they put Kadita on the roam at this point. Just given the fact that they've been just playing around. And now they do take out the carry because they want a better matchup versus the Moskov. They haven't picked up the gold laner for the side of Team Bleed as of yet. But the Roger is still available on the board for Seiji if he does want to play it. And he is known for playing a good Roger as well.
But this also means that, we will probably expect a very tanky lineup coming out from Team Flash, right? Because Carry is also known as the tank shredder. So we can expect someone very beefy coming out from the side of Diablo.
I think one of those heroes that we're talking about is also the Esmeralda. Esmeralda does really well against Matilda. Every time someone takes the Guiding Wind, you get a shield, and Esmeralda is going to eat that just up. So I think this is something that Bleed Esports have to take note of. There is the Esmeralda on board. They do take away the Fedrin, kind of understandable because they're if you take away the carry, you're thinking about, hey, am I going to give it? But it is going to be the Kaja that gets picked up by Team Flash. This is good. This is going to allow an isolation from the Divine Judgment of the Kaja. So, Bleed Esports, how are they going to respond?
And channeling my inner churros at the moment, I'm going to say Kajita combo. Kajita combo coming out from Team Flash. I mean, this is what we saw from Godzilla, right? Godzilla and Derry from Team RSG and Team Flash. I mean, they can probably pull it off as well. It's going to be a 100% win rate on the Kaja.
I gotta admit, this is quite ballsy coming in from Team Flash just because there's already a Valentina on Bleed Esports side. So the fact that you pick a Kaja, it's kind of risky a bit, but then again, Team Flash, they don't look like they're afraid of anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot here, but Team Flash's draft looks really good at this point. Just simply because there's many options for you to explore, right? Kaja coming in with the Divine Judgment as well. It could also be a setup for Kadita to use the Rough Wave as well. Now, I was really concerned about the crowd control abilities coming out from the side of Team Flash, but at this point, it really is pick and choose, right? How do you want to be caught? Do you want to be caught by a flicker into the pool, or would you like to just be petrified and gone into the rough waves?
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final pick of choice from Team Flash. It will be the Vadang. Oh my god.
And I'll be honest, I'm slightly leaning towards Bleed Esports to draft at this point. I'm not sure how serious Team Flash is, but hey, that's the thing, right? When you are on top, it always seems like whatever you draft looks really good, no matter what you pick. So I guess theory aside, I think in all seriousness, Bleed Esports, they do have a slightly more stable draft. The very fact that you have a Matilda and the Roger, that's the classic combo coming in. You have a Barras, that's a very tanky front line. Benedetta can kind of dive in the back. If she does pick the Petrify, which I'm pretty sure Saginu is going to go for it, Moskov is going to be a target. If Valentina manages to steal the Divine Judgment for the Kaja, that's also an option that they can go for. So I think overall, there is a slightly more balanced draft as compared to what Team Flash have on board.
Well, I think at this point, mid lane is a pretty even wave clear speed, right? So I don't think this is going to decide much at this point of the game.
It's all theory.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's all theory, right? But when you're playing against Team Flash, theory gets thrown out the window.
It's going to be extremely hard. As ladies and gentlemen, we enter Game 2 of the Flash versus Bleed series of Week 3, Day 1.
Well, I like the fact that we are looking at a 1v1s happening all across the map here. All three lanes brawling it out right off the bat in the first minute of the game.
No peace, we fight every minute, every second.
Yep, I mean, 60 seconds hasn't even gone by here. Lido Wanderer will be taken by Bleed at this point, but it's really just trying to poke down their opponents to see what the first rotation is. One-on-one, Benny against Badang. How does that go?
I mean, Benedetta, in terms of mobility, does a lot better in terms of Vadang. But Vadang, he has a lot of damage, and it's Diablo on the EXP lane. You can't help but to root for Diablo on the Vadang, right? But I gotta agree with what Eris said. In terms of team synergy, in terms of lineup alone, I have to favor Team Bleed, but it's all on Hades, who is playing on the roam at this point, and Adamir is still on the jungle on the export. So Hades on the roam, whether he gets the Divine Judgment onto Benedetta, onto Roger, that's going to be a key target, right? So whether he gets it off, it's going to be very key.
To be fair, you know, just kind of like an assassin. So it fits in Hades' Motors operators really well. And then on the other hand, Xbox is kind of like an EXP fighter, and that's what Ademir is known to be. So it looks just right. If you don't know anything about Team Flash, you will think, hey, this looks right. This is the usual lineup that they go for.
Yep, but the first challenge of the day will be the first turtle of the game itself. Gear already looking to push the teammates away on the side of Team Flash here. They do get a catch onto one here. It's going to be Jay. Going to be forced to use the stolen IMU for the last Insanity. At this point, a nice jump on the back line for Saginu. Big difference here. Reset onto the first turtle of the game. But here we go. Jox will get caught. Petrify once again. Adamir gets that retry down. He's going to get the first blood as well. It's all looking good for Team Flash. And they don't lose any single member once again.
I have no idea how Hades got out of that. It was so low. But a little bit unfortunate for Bleed Esports. I think they were doing really well at the start of the fight. But the pure damage coming in for the export was just too much for Jox to deal with. He had to use the Daytona's Welcome to retreat, and that gave Team Flash the advantage that they need to secure the turn.
I think they were looking for, the guiding wing coming out from Gear here, but didn't really work out in plan. Hades now joining the fray as they will use the Circling Eagle onto Venix, but the Abyss Walker gonna save his life at this point. Seiji forced to back off, and it looks like the shield might not be enough at this point for Team Bleed.
Well, seriousness aside, well, it's kind of funny how Bleed and Team Flash, they mirrored each other in terms of roam. This time around, both roamers have wings. Ooh, conspiracy. Ooh, it's a Conjure and the Matilda. Key difference is, Hades is level 5, Gear is still hitting level 4, so both roamers have.
Oh, nice catch there. Gear once again gets called out. Gonna be shamed here with the deterrence from Jox itself. Gear, though, still walking into danger at this point.
I mean, that's what a Matilda is known for, right? Just getting in danger. But Diablo getting a solo kill onto Saginu on the bottom lane. I favored the Benedetta. But now Diablo, with that early game advantage, is going to have a great time. And Saginu still had the Petrify available.
Yep. Circling Eagle committed by Gear here. Nothing but a poke at this point because Team Flash, they might feel strong. They might get the jump as well. No flicker available for Hades. Does not have his ultimate as well. Just a face check. At this point to really shake the standards for Seiji itself.
And Seiji, he does know that the Kadita is a threat in this pusher. He might be overstaying his welcome, but Sagino and Diablo going at it once again. Lecto Final Blow being used, not for much, just for the creep wave. But look at top.
Oh, nice jump in here. Rough Waves committed as well. There's going to be one member down on the side of Team Bleed, and this looks like Flash might have the advantage here, but the Spear of Destruction comes in. Vanix on the back lines going for Jay as well. Oh, petrified. He will get taken out. Vanix no longer in the game itself. This is the time for Bleed to move in, and as well, Adamir gets taken down. It is all for the side of Team Bleed. Finally, they put themselves on the map.
Yeah, 2 kills for 1 at that point. Vanix getting taken out with Adamir. Key kills right there. Diablo finding the pickup, finding the key momentum to take away from them, taking out Jay as well. But we did see Seiji getting picked off early. So it's still a 2-for-2 trade for Team Flash and Team Bleed.
Yep, at this point, I think we have to see how fast Seiji can grow. At this point, he's level 7 already, but I believe Vanix should have the EXP advantage at this point.
And the thing is, Seiji, he knew, right? He knew that Curtizi was there, and he still stayed, knowing that the Rough Waves was available. Hey, Seiji.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Team Flash have so much tools at their disposal. We spoke about how we kind of like Bleed esports draft because it's more conventional, but Team Flash, don't forget, they have a very aggressive draft right here. We spoke about the Kadita and the Karjas combo, and we already seen that happen once at the top. What's to say they would happen?
Nice catch. Hades once again gets a killing spree onto the mid laner. Jay will be taken out here. Team Flash just, having all of the odds in their favor at this point.
And we were talking about the combo right now, but then still, I mean, Circling Eagle being used right now. Will it even find any value?
Yep, I mean, Faraka armor is still available on Anime here, so there's nothing much they can do on the side of Team Bleed here. They might want to try and push out the mid lane, shove in 20 seconds before the next turtle of the game.
Yeah, it would have been a bonus if Bleed Esports could have broken that Farraga armor just because, Flash won't have the last insanity on standby. But now with all tools available, and I'm pretty sure that the ultimates of both Katizi and Hades will be up before the next turtle fight, this is going to be one that I think Bleed Esports shouldn't contest. But I think they will.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. At this point, Adamir already working on the last turtle of the game here with help from the Badang as well. Diablo making a lot of damage happen. Oh, no steal available at this point, so it is 2 turtles to 1 for the side of Team Flash.
Committing the ultimate on Diablo right there. Just gave them the key timing on the top lane as well, giving Vanix a lot of space. And now we do see a skirmish underway, but I don't feel that anything will be going on at this point. But look at this! Curtizi finds another pick off, and it's Kadita.
Yep, and Diablo might want to look for more. I mean, this is all just a ploy to make plays across the map here. Adamir burning that last Insanity just as a deterrence. Once again, Team Flash really knowing the limits here. And look at the rotations coming in from Team Bleed. I think they might not be expecting this. Jox might be caught in the middle of 4 here. Vision onto him. Hades gets her eyes on Jox here. The whole team jumps in. Can they get Jox? Jox going to be stunned up at this point. Gear trying to make things work for the team. There's a lot of damage coming in from Bleed, but it's not enough. Flash walk away with just a bunch of scratches.
And with that, they got 2 outer turrets on the top lane as well. So that would mean that Vanix is back in the game. Kadita in a bit of trouble.
Oh, Ocean. Oh, now with the ultimate as well. Teasing, juking left and right. Gear wants his kill really bad. Sagino in the meantime gets taken out. And Curtizi, he makes it out. Adamir saves the day as well. This is 2 kills for the price of none on the side of Team Flash.
And chaos in the land of Dawn, as now Jay, still in a lot of trouble, does not want to be in a 1v1 situation against Diablo.
I mean, he has to use a fist break and fist crack to kind of clear the lanes itself. That is kind of unfortunate, but that is the state of the game for Team Bleed as they trail by 4,500 gold at this point.
Yeah, 4,500 gold at 8 minutes into the game. That's not where you want to be at versus a Moskov, right? Moskov, you usually want to play. You're playing from behind because But I mean, Vanix, he's having a great time.
I'm just gonna add on. It could be worse, right? At this point, Hades does have his divine judgment. We might see another catch if he wants to. But okay. So consolation prize in the form of Vanix at this point, but Adamir as well as Diablo looking to make life tough for Jox in the meantime. Look at the burn, and once again another catch Flash just catching them all over the place. Gear turns it around though, so they will get Curtizi at this point. Is it enough? Because Diablo, he manages to get a lot of damage down onto the backlines as well. He will not be able to kill them at this point. Jox misses his ultimate. No more Daytona's welcome. Last Insanity. Oh, what a kill. Adamir making so much damage work. But here could be the turnaround on the side of Team Bleed. They get it. But here comes Spear of Destruction. Vanix with the cleanup. This is the Vanix we've been waiting for. And here we go. Gets the last kill as well. A triple kill as Flash extends the lead well into the 10 minutes of the game.
I'm not gonna lie, right? When Bleed looked like they had the lead, I was just looking at the death counter of Vanix. I was just waiting for him to come back up, and the moment that he landed that Spear of Destruction, that was it. So it starts off with a very good, pick-off coming out from Gear. He finds the kill onto Curtizi. Vanix still on death counter. They pop the last Insanity that they stole from Adamir, and Adamir's like, you know what? I'll do you one better. I'm just gonna use it offensively. They pick Jox off, and from then on, it looks like it's kind of even Steven, but that's not what you want when you're going up against a Moskov. He comes in, Vanix cleans up, easy triple kill, and I wouldn't say the rest is history because the game is still happening, but it looks pretty done at this point.
Yep, I mean, the way they line themselves up in that line, it's hard for Vanix to miss that Spear of Destruction in the first place, right? So at this point, the first lot of the game going to be marching down at this point. Bleach should be able to defend this, but they might lose some lives if they get the catch. Curtizi still has to petrify with the rough waves as well.
Very hard game for Team Bleed to come back from. I mean, what they have to do at this point, they just have to turtle. They can't be caught outside the base right now. Vanix has already proven that he will hit his Spear of Destruction. He will come at you and somehow get a triple kill.
As they say, he is inevitable. And Vanix is proving that right just now. All jokes aside, I think there is still a way back into the game for Bleed Esports. We have seen flashes of brilliance where they can catch out Curtizi, and obviously Curtizi is a huge part of how Team Flash wants to play the game. Hence why they keep constantly going for this Kaja and Kadita pickoff. It's a very classic pickoff. And so if they can find someone, whether it's the Kadita or hopefully the grand prize in Vanix, they could still very well have a leg back into this game.
And now it's difficult because if you take a look at the positioning on Hades and Curtizi, we might see a catch coming out from Hades really soon here.
Yeah, with the Spear Destruction already being expended. Flicker on the side of Gear, circling Eagle on the Diablo.
Curtizi gets Jay as well, and that is not a good sign. Jay, no more IMU. What more can they do at this point? So many amount of catches available for the side of Team Flash. They have not used too much of their resources at this point. And right here, Fire Stakes laid down by Adamir. He's going to be able to pull Seiji away. I mean, what do you do from here as Bleed?
Tunnel vision in the pressure. I mean, they have to calm down and rethink their win conditions. That flicker from Gear is not what you want to see.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication there, right? On one hand, you see Gear trying to go for the Badang. Honestly, the wrong target, in my opinion, in the first place. Secondly, no one actually followed that up. And, well, unknowingly to them, both Hades and Curtizi was waiting patiently in the backline in that bush that wasn't cleared by any members of League Esports. That gave them a free kill towards Team Flash. So I think we're starting to see, signs of how Bleed can definitely improve their gameplay. It's not over just yet, but Team Flash makes it so hard to play against them. To even stage a comeback, there's so many things that Bleed Esports have to do. They have to hunt after the Kadita, they have to go and find the Kaja, and then they still have to protect the Roger.
Oh, nice catch on to Sagitnu here. Another Fallen Warrior as Flash extends their lead. This time they go back up to 7,000 gold. And at the same time, they're working on the Lord as well. Hades and Curtizi, they're just buying time at this point. He will gladly take this damage as well as Adamir working down here. They do get the Circling Eagle down onto Curtizi, but that's not going to be an aggressive movement now. They're going to be running away, and at the same time on the bottom, Vanix working on that tier 3. Can they get the damage down here? The Roger spots it out, Seiji, and a nice catch once again. The Badang, this is what put Diablo on the map, and here he is, masterclass on the Badang.
All this time, Adamir just chilling in the background, taking away the Lord. Slowly, playing objective game. Vanix on the bottom lane. Yeah, Team Flash is all over the map, everywhere, and they're trying to chase down Vanix.
Yeah, they're trying, and try is all they can do. The Beast Walker, Wind of Nature as well. Vanix goes 1v3, but the team is here to back him up. He will give his life shut down for Jox, but Hades, he's going to try and catch out the rest of the members on the side of Team Bleed as well. Everyone is running for their lives. Bleed, Sagino, the first one to fall. Next one, Seiji, he's low as well. But Jox, he's caught in the middle of 4 here. What can he do? Rough Waves committed. Hades walking right beside. Last Insanity committed as a defensive measure. Diablo's falling low, but on the front lines, everyone is chasing in. Hades still in the faces on the Bleed members as well, and at this point, Flicker just for good measure. The Lord is going to march down, will get the crash as well. That's a tier 3. Once again, it's going to be a reset situation. Diablo coming in with another Fist Crack, as it looks like a Flash looking at the end of the game. Jay going to be jumping in with his combination as well, but Gear gets caught out. Immortality on hand. He might have to give up the first life as well. Rough Waves and Ocean Ode going to be committed from this side of Curtizi. Oh, nice catch! Sagitno, there's a huge one, a shutdown for Jay. And this could be the start of the comeback for the side of Team Bleed. They do trade out 1 life. They get 3 in return. But Adamir, he still has immortality. They will be moving away. And Bleed, they lose so much, but they survive for the time being.
A potential comeback from Bleed here, as they do get a 3 kill advantage going for them in that team fight. I mean, taking out Vanix was key, but at what cost, we thought, as they got chased down by Team Flash.
1,000 gold. They had so many kills and they lowered the gold difference by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I gotta say, at this point, well, in all honesty, I think the net worth doesn't really matter anymore. Most of the key members on both sides have already maxed out their items, well, mainly Vanix and Seiji. So I think now it's a lot more on the execution in terms of macro play. I think there is definitely a lot on board that Bleed Esports still has to do to come back into this game, but they dug deep. They dug deep, they found a fight, and that was one heck of a messy sequence there. They managed to turn a MOBA in like MLBB into an RTS. Everyone's just doing their own thing. Everyone has their own goals. It's so messy. I don't even think there's any coordination there. Everyone was just playing their own game, and it was quite even to the very last minute. But at the end of it all, Bleed Esports still have 1 tier 3 in a turret waiting in their base.
I mean, I thought it was a racing game. It was like who's able to run faster, right? So at this point, Team Flash, of course, they still have the lead. Right now, we are about 30 seconds before the actual fight happens. The question is, will Bleed actually contest? Because it is a huge risk at this point. Team Flash being known as Team Flash, we have the split pushers, we have Vanix now as well as Diablo, who have access points to either parts from either lane.
This is a huge gamble coming from Bleed Esports. They're hoping that it's going to be Vanix appearing in the bot lane, but it is going to be Diablo that they see. And look at how safe Diablo's pathing is. He has no idea where members of Bleed are either. So both sides taking a bit of a conservative approach. I think they kind of expected that Bleed will try to set something up. And that's why
Seiji. Oh, he manages to escape through the skin of his teeth there. Hades and Curtizi have been so potent in their positioning right at this point.
It's the PH brothers.
Yes, PH brothers here. And PH level is definitely unhealthy for the side of Bleed here. Very acidic at this point. And Team Flash, they have lowered the gold advantage to just 3.6. But like you said, at this point, the gold does not play a part. It really is how you execute your draft already.
Blade of Despair finally picked up by Seiji at this point, but Hades, he does not have the flicker for the next team fight. And if Bleed, they do know that, so they have to keep vision onto Hades at all times, and that is going to be key to Bleed's eventual comeback if they want to do so. Sagitnu already picking up the immortality as well. We'll have that available, but the Lord Dance already ensuing. But look at where Diablo is.
Yep, I mean, that's standard Diablo, right? At this point, I think they're trying to catch out Diablo if they can. But Jox putting a little bit of pressure. They need to make sure they maintain both the wave management as well as the ability to kind of rat from the side of Diablo.
Yeah, no ultimate up for Hades.
Oh, Vanix. Yep, putting quite a lot of damage onto Gear itself, but they do get a catch. Diablo forced to use the flicker as well. Committed on the ultimate, circling Eagle from Gear. Does not save the team at this point. Gets pulled out by the fire sticks as well. There's a lot of damage, but no deaths just yet. Sagitno looking for an entry point.
Yeah, Flash, they're more than happy to tangle here. They're looking for the fight as well. You can see the way they play, but more importantly, now Hades has the Divine Judgment up. The Conceal comes in. He doesn't have the flicker just yet, and it just does enough to scare Bleed Esports away.
Yeah, they're gonna take their time. creep advantage is going their way. They have 2 inhibitor turrets already taken. Lord falling down extremely low. Bleed, it's go time if they want to do it right now. And eventually the Lord does fall.
Yep, exactly. Hades is doing a very good job of just zoning them away with the threat of a Divine Judgment here. Jox right in the faces of 4. Jay jumps in, last Insanity as well. This could be the play that changes their life at this point. Does not get too much damage down. Rough Wave is going to be committed by Cortese. Gets the kill as well. Jay's the first one to fall. Sagitno falling low as well. Adamir is not long for this well, but here comes the jump as well. Vanix, he is not available. Immortality Pop. Finally, they have some fight in them, but it's not enough. Jox left with absolutely no health, but the Lord is coming in as well. And Team Flash outplay with not just the micro, but the macro as well. This could be the end of the game. Oh, Winions does the job here as Team Flash closes this series 2-0.
What a game. I mean, it wasn't decided by the heroes, right? It was decided by the minions and the Lord. At the end of the game, Team Flash playing an extremely well done macro game. Team Flash, in terms of objectives, Kaja, I feel that Hades on Kaja, you were saying that he's the assassin, right? And he always finds the Divine Judgment onto Benedetta somehow. And I mean, you're talking about the PH buff. Kadena, together with Akaja, we were hoping that, well, Valentina, you can steal it away. But you can't steal it away if you're dead.
Yeah, I think other than the big plays aside, there was some very, very important decisions made by Hades on this Kaja that might have gone unnoticed. At the very last Lord fight, it was actually his Divine Judgment on the Barats that kept Bleed Esports away from contending with the Lord, and that gave I want to say free Lord, but that gave an easy Lord in the way of Team Flash. And then later on in the fight, another important Divine Judgment onto Seji's Roger to pull him back into the fight just for that, I want to say salt on the wounds, because it wasn't even members of Team Flash that ended the game, it was the minions themselves.
Yeah, come back here, don't go home. Let our minions end the game for you, right?
Yeah.
And then that team fight, I mean, Vanix, we saw him in the background dealing so much damage as a Moskov. He was left pretty much unchecked until the later stages of the game. And Vanix, we saw his Spear of Destructions. Moskov, I feel that it's going to be a very, very scary pick moving on forwards. I mean, with the type of teams that we're seeing it in evolution of the meta itself. In terms of marksman, we've moved away from Harif. I mean, we still see it, but now Moskov is coming into the fray as well.
Well, of course, it's going to be Hades as the MVP. I just want to add on one little thing later when we're back on the screen itself, but this was a godlike performance from the side of Hades. His Divine Judgments were on point, but not only that, his movements across before team fights happens is what actually sets the stage here. 524 gold per minute, 86% kill participation. The only reason that 14% was missing was just for the duration that he was hiding in a bush with Cortese to wait for the kill, right? At this point, so later on, if you take a look at the itemization, fleeting time as well, there was a couple of moments in between the last fight itself where, you know, Hades was just moving back and forth. He had his ultimate available, and he made it so comfortable for Jox and Gear to be in his face that they thought that, hey, he doesn't have the ultimate. That's why he's able to get this catches so easily.
And yeah, you look at the logo on Hades there. Yeah, that's the jungle logo, by the way. Yeah, that's Team Flash's jungle player
on the roam
in a 2-0 series, and Adamir on the roam on the jungle character. Yep. You're seeing this right.
Totally makes sense. But it does really make sense when your team is that talented. We spoke a lot about it during the match preview. Yeah, you know, there were some unorthodox picks, but when you have the quality of the players that could play those heroes to perfection in the way that Team Flash did, there really isn't any surprises that comes out on board.
Yep, and you know, with Hades and Cortese missing to try and catch out the stragglers on the side of Team Bleed, Adamir building that Sea Hell but with the War Axe makes a lot of sense. Getting so much true damage as well as the cutting of the shields and the heals as well. I mean, that's a big difference maker for the side of Team Flash. The way they play, they provided so much space for Vanix as well. Vanix, 14,000 gold in his pocket, along with the Master Assassin emblem. I mean, we were expecting the Spear of Destruction to come in, right? But the way he did it was so smooth, like butter.
Yeah, I mean, Vanix, he was playing alone most of the time. He did not need his teammates, and he would be the one joining his teammates. Most of the time, only 1 time he got picked up in the bottom lane, but it didn't matter. He got so much damage, and Team Flash nearly chased them down to extinction, and Bleed nearly won after the team fight, right?
Yeah, granted, Vanix didn't have the perfect game, which we usually see coming up for him, and that's credit to how Bleed Esports, they knew they had to put pressure on onto Vanix on this Moskov, but it was just so tough given that you had Kha'Zix and Hades being in the taunt in your neck. Wherever you go, you have the Divine Judgment and the Flicker combo coming in from the Kaja, setting up for the, Ocean Oddity coming out from the Kadita as well. There's just so much that you had to deal with.
Yeah, but I just want to, focus on one thing, the sandbag being Jox, right? The reason why the sandbag is Jox was only because the rest of the members could not sustain the damage that's coming out from Kha'Zix as well as for Hades, right? Jox was the only one that's able to soak the damage and not die immediately, which is why he has 69,000 points of damage taken. Actually, I think, Seiji as well as Jay got a lot more.
It's going to be extremely scary. I mean, up against Team Flash, we've seen so much versatility coming out from this team. They've been swapping their members. They've been swapping their roles. They've been swapping their draft picks.
They swapped the items as well, right?
Yeah,
don't think I don't know that. I saw Diablo buy the Winter Truncheon to actually prevent himself getting picked off by Gears Matilda. So it's just so flexible across the board.
But let's just find out what these players were saying in the mic check segment.
Nice. Hey, clone ulti, guys.
Yeah, no ulti.
You go. I help come here again. Nice.
Hey, no push.
TP top. No TP.
No flick.
Go, Devil. Hey, let's go.
Not low.
Hey, I cut. Nice. Hey, we doing low.
Hey, no retry.
Hey guys, we can go. On the man, just low. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm coming, guys. No, Roger me. I think.
I pull.
I'm coming, guys. Hey, Roger low. Can we go?
Go Vanix.
Nice.
Yeah,
go.
Any?
Hey, no P, Valen.
Oh shit.
Oh, nice try. Okay. Hey, guys. Hey guys, Matilda no flicker.
Hey, I got him on.
I don't pull. 23.
J-Lo. Oh no, J.
Nice.
Dead.
Hey,
Benny.
Right, I mean, that didn't look like a team that was having fun, right? They looked like a team that was all serious, all ready to win. They didn't look like a team that would just troll around and swap members around. I mean, in the communications, it was so disciplined as well. The way that they talk, the way that they talk about the emblem spells, they knew that Matilda's flicker was not available.
The timing, 23 seconds to calculate that. I mean, they were kind of in control of time, right? When the Spear of Destruction was coming in, did you see the slow-mo coming in? Well, right now we're going to throw it over to Churros. Here's our Spear of Destruction. Churros, please share with us what's happening.
Thank you, boys. Prof Churros here, right again with Off the Desk. And can I say, this isn't even Flash's final form. You have Hades playing in the roam position, Adamir in the jungle, JPL still not in the roster just as of yet. This is a foreshadowing of what's to come in the playoffs. So I'm really excited to see how this goes. Quite a lot of things that I wanted to analyze, the shake and bakes from the Kajita combos, but I wanted to really just run through the final fight. The one that won everything and the one that maybe Bleed was forgoing the macro just a little bit. So let's take a look through on this play right here. A very, very long extended team fight. Notice where Kaja and Kadita is at all times. This is going to be a very, very long game. You have the win conditions on the side of Bleed, which is Sagitnu and Seiji. As long as they are able to create that wave priority, create that lane prio, then Flash would not have that opportunity to take a free Lord. But that being said, you're pushing one of your win conditions to the back at all times. Notice where Diablo is, always waiting on that long side of the map, and that is very, very uniquely Diablo and something that he always brings to the table. Look at where he is, taking control of his own lane and just
creating a lot of space for the rest of the team. For Bleed though, they want to take Diablo down, but they cannot because they're basically pushing in towards that Lord at all times. So you push Jay down as well as to get new. You're creating a lot of space for Diablo once he clears up that lane. So we'll let this play out, and this was a very, very crucial moment for Diablo and really just showing us how much of a star player he is. A double item swap from an engage onto himself. He's got a Winter Truncheon on. He pops it just in the nick of time, just timing that last Insanity just right, buying the Immortality, give a lot of time and space, baiting out even the Circling Eagle from Gear. And once that is done, you're leaving Vanix all alone to that back to fend for himself. There's no one from the side of Flash, side of Bleed, to be able to contest for that Moskov. And basically, Moskov just free hitting from that backside. You're wasting a lot of your resources, you're wasting a lot of your damage skills and itemizations, and Diablo's still alive. So you're throwing all of your eggs in one basket, and basically, Diablo's still up. You also have to maintain your lane priority. So you always have to send someone back. And this is what I really don't understand from the side of Bleed. I think it's just desperation. But notice, once that Lord goes down, you have Vanix just slowly chipping down on that orange buff, and then you bring Sagitnu down to your lane to try to create a lot of space for that Lord fight. And once that Lord goes down, you have Jay, who's a little bit more impatient, tries to go in with the burst damage when you have basically two waves on top and bottom side trying to go in. So Jay just initiates that team fight using a lot of his burst skills as well as the last Insanity. After the Lord has been taken, you don't have a lot of time because notice how the lanes are starting to push in. What they could have done was just create and buy time for the Lord to come up and then protect that base. So this was just macro play at its best for Flash, and a little bit of desperation, a little bit of panic coming in from Bleed, and the rest, as we call it, is history. Notice also, if Vanix stays alive, the rest of Flash basically wins any of those team fights. And yeah, it's just a very, very good macro play from Flash, and basically this is not even their final form. And when I was watching the game, it was just all cheers, very, very comfortable with everything. They're just trying things out, and the double Filipino brothers are just way too awesome. So I want to hear from the players of Flash. Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you so much, Prof. Right now, beside me, I have last week's jungle, this week's roamer, perhaps tomorrow mid lane?
I don't know.
You don't know? Maybe, or you want, if you can choose, what lane you want?
I would like to play gold lane.
You want to play gold lane, fight with Vanix. Vanix already got Adamir fight with him, now you want to fight with him gold lane also?
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow's gold lane, now we shall see. Now this is Hades. Now Hades, I want to ask you, you were awarded playoff MVPs last season. Who do you think will be up for that titles contest this season?
I think it would be Vanix or Kurt.
Vanix or Kurt, also your team.
Yeah.
Then can say other team or not? Someone else?
Maybe Yon.
Maybe Yon? Interesting. Yon was supposed to meet you guys today. So was this a missing addition that you did not expect?
Yeah, I didn't expect that Yon will not play today, so I will see him in playoffs.
Right. So when it comes to Adamir playing jungle, what do you have to say to your fellow jungle who replaced you today?
I think he did quite good today, and because our new coach put him to jungle, so we just trust him.
So you just ask him last minute. Even our production, the slides still Adamir as roam because you guys last minute changed. But that just shows really how flexible Team Flash is. Now, I also do have another question for you. Is which team you guys have faced, I believe, now it's week 3, day 1, so it's 5 teams. So which is the team that you feel that challenge Team Flash most?
I would say still Bleed, because we still haven't fight their main roster, so I think Bleed is the strongest team.
I see. So respect to Bleed today as well. Now, coming into M5 that you were at previously, and your entire family came down to support. Like, what are the thoughts, in Philippines? Like, what did Lola say? What did Ina say? What were your family's reactions seeing you on the main stage?
They just happy for me because they see me playing for a big stage tournament like that.
Right. And of course, coming into playoffs, right now, the title is different. You guys are defending champions. Which team do you think is the team that might pose a challenge to you at playoffs?
I think RSG and Bleed.
RSG and Bleed. Final question. Last season, I actually treat Hades to eat rice. Hades, you're hungry?
No.
Not hungry?
No.
Nah, just kidding. But yes, guys, that was Hades right here from the wonderful Team Flash. Now, thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
stellar performance. Thank you. So yes, guys, absolute rampage. That's what happened in match 3. Definitely no less of what we have expected from our defending champions, pulling off a surprise rotation in their overall drafting. Now, next up for match 4 is a definite Singapore special that you don't want to miss, where we'll be seeing Asterisk, our brand new qualifying team, going up against, our community heroes Team Flash. So stick around and join us for the final match of the day.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it now!
Cursed lightning shield!
You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
More get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
这肯定是你，这个不用讲的，这个不是 Curtis 就是 Hades。随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, yeah, wait.
Bro, it's this fella.
I think this should.
It's this fella.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's confirm import lah.
Yeah, I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no kill. Vio, no kill. Confirm. For sure.
Kia. Wait.
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh. I think it's
Who is?
import.
Oh.
You get now to play EXP.
If I spell name.
It's okay.
Oh, wait.
We are no kill. Correct.
You look like Venom Cup, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no way he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro,
I
forgot about him, huh?
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no kill.
My goodness.
So, it's well for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase up.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one, eh. Wait. Tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Bray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is it? You don't know who is it? And then? What are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, this one confirm no who already lah. Huh? Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now, eh.
I guess all opposite. Right, it's Bray. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, it's Bray.
Yes.
2, 1.
Oh, Brian.
Bray.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Right here, I'm joined with Super MJ and Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports. Super MJ, do you want to add on to any more of that introduction?
Yeah, I'm Super MJ from Philippines. Then I'm playing mid lane for Vanguard SG.
Okay. Nick Stain?
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain and I'm the roamer for Vanguard, and this season I hope everybody can support us. Yeah.
Last season in 4th place, which is very high for any community team. The last time that a community team did this was Team Evil when their first debut. What do you feel about that, Nick Stain?
I'll say y'all see us wrongly lah. I don't feel we were a community team at all, like from the first place.
Okay.
Cause Lakshan has been in Xeon last time. Then I also has been Evol's Blitz late for damn long already. Like for quite a long period of time. And also Super Ryan is been revival like around there, those kind of people like MPL. Plus slowly and Chut, they were from MDL as well, right? So I don't think based on those kind of facts, y'all can call us a community team to be honest.
But this time around, you are getting someone from the PH instead of ID. Chut is from ID.
Yes.
Slowly is also from ID. Now this time around, you're replacing it Salem and also Super MJ. Both are PH imports. So I think I'm just gonna pass it over to MJ now. MJ, have you played with Salem before?
Yeah, I play with him in rank.
In rank?
Yeah, not on the same team.
Not in the same team. Nick, when I would say that you're very actively involved in the organization of Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that? Yeah. When you saw Super MJ for the first time during the trials, what was your impression of him?
I was like, cause before Super MJ, right, we actually locked in another mage.
Oh, your second choice MJ.
Yeah.
No. No, let me finish first. We locked in another mage. It's called Ryojin. This mage from Euphoria Esports.
It's also from them.
Yeah. But we found out that like after a while of playing, at first he was doing fine with that one hero Novaria. But after a while, we realized like, oh, that guy like very shaky. He keep on dying, scream like he's causing us the games As as an import, you cannot be causing us the games, right? Like you should be like somewhat doing your job well, right? So what we felt was like me, Lakshay, and like the management, we felt that Ryojin wasn't doing well, so we decided to kick him. So we kick him, then we were finding another mage. Then we had this one coach that time that is called Zemi. He went to look around and found MJ. And then MJ came to try out. And on the day of trial, right, like we played a few scrims together. I realized me and MJ like the synergy like quite good together.
Wow, so
yeah.
Super MJ is gonna start calling himself MJ Stain?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. One day.
So we found our synergy like quite good, right? Then like it was way better than me and Ryojin like I speak. And then I was like, bro, like no point like just why not? Like MJ is so much better. So like what's the point of the Ryojin, the other mage?
Okay.
So we just took MJ in lah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then what about Salem? I need to remember it's like Salem, not Salem.
Okay, so for Salem, right? Initially he was on Salem as well. Initially he was another hyper, but due to some internal issues, we changed hyper to Salem. Yeah.
Oh, so he wasn't supposed to be the hyper, or it was
Yeah,
supposed to be
he
MPL?
was another one.
Yeah.
But due to some other issues, we decided to change the hyper.
Are you able to share who that hyper you got, or is it an import
Yes, it's an import
from PH as well?
from PH.
I see.
Yeah.
Knowing that Slowly is now in Xcode Esports now, what do you feel about? Do you have anything to say to Slowly being in Xcode now?
Although we somewhat kicked him out, but he's still a friend of ours lah. So I'll still wish him all the best. But just know that we will knock him out of MPL this season lah.
Okay, nice. All right, now I want to focus more on not Salem, MJ. Do you want to tell us, like, especially for the Singaporeans who are watching or do not know about MDLPH for the first time, how is it like in MDLPH, and is there any difference between MDLPH and playing with our Singaporean boys and girls?
It's very different because in PH when you playing with your fellow countrymen, it's very easy to communicate like that. You can execute plan properly like that. Then you know what their wants, what they don't want to do like that. So in Singaporeans, like I need to adjust more like that in my language barrier like that. I need to improve, then teach what I learned from the PH, share the ideas like that.
Then, why do you decide to come to Singapore as a Filipino import?
I think I want to explore more. Then I want to learn something like that. New environment, new ambience, new people. Then I learned a lot. Then
What have you learned being a Singaporean import in Singapore?
You need to adjust. Then you need to step up because you know that they need help. That's why they get me. So I need to step up, do my job like that. Yeah.
How's your parents think? What does your parents think about you coming to Singapore?
I
Are
think
they okay, or are they like worried about you or stuff like that?
like 50-50 like that. But they know me a lot, so they don't worry about me. Yeah.
So you have very supportive parents, right?
Yeah.
That's great. What about Nick?
Thank-
What about
thankful
Nick?
to them.
Yeah.
Oh, my parents always ask me to quit.
Because you've been on the sub for a long time, is it?
No lah. It's because like they don't really want me to play game that much. They want me to study, but like, I don't really like to study also lah. So I just continue playing So like I'm kind of like rebellious. Like, I don't really care, but I just continue playing.
From what I gathered from the ground, is that Vanguard with Salem and also MJ, depending on their performance in regular season, You guys are dark horses once again. What do you have to say to them?
Regarding the dark horse,
Yes.
I after last season, right, and then like since we improved with Filipinos imports, right, I don't think y'all can see us as dark horse. We are one of the teams that can really hurt in the like upset, like Flash, Bleed, all these. Like I see it coming in my in my imagination. Like in my in my in my books, right, I already see it's written in my books.
All right.
Yeah.
Who? Oh, sorry. Which team are you looking forward to fight?
Of course,
Okay, I know you're definitely going to say Team Flash. What about the second team?
second team will be Bleed lah. Yeah.
Bleed.
Cause they are the two teams that I feel have the highest chance of winning this season. Yeah. Other teams, I think not really.
Do you put them below you or above you?
Personally, I put below me. Yeah.
Since we're talking about that, bottom two teams to be relegated this season.
Exco and Asteris.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but why Asterisk?
No. I was changing my mind. I'll change it to Exco and Homeboys.
Exco and Homeboys. Why Exco?
First of all, Exco,
Because
I think...
Is it because Slowly's in there?
No, it's not because of Slowly. I think it's because of the Singaporean players. Because I think they are not strong enough to
Who do you think is the weakest thing in Exco?
I think, if you ask me honestly, I think it's their goal laner.
The gold laner, Gira.
Yeah. I saw his gameplay, he seems a bit too aggressive, which I think will get punished in MPL SG. But in qualifier, since it's so-called the lower tier, that's why he get to shine there. Yeah.
Okay.
Then for Homeboys, I feel that their trio mid is like in a mess. Unless in the transfer window they do something about it. Yeah.
The trio mid is Buji, Sub, and Wolf. Based on this list that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I feel Buji is fine because he has the RIG experience, but it's the Rome and the Hyper that is inexperienced, and they are like publics of SG, which I don't think will succeed in MPL SG. Like in in MPL, I feel that if you have a weak trio mid, you basically just lost the game already.
Yeah. Do you have any like thoughts, or do you think you agree with Nick's bottom two?
I think, yeah, but the other team, I don't have an idea.
Okay.
For some Singaporeans.
Okay, great. What about this? Instead, for you, which team would you like to face most?
I want to face Bleed also and Flash.
Because Bleed has the Sagit Nu and Seiji in there. Team Flash is because they are the best right now. Okay. Nick, I want to talk to you about your relationship with JPL. How is it like? Because I don't think the people from outside of MPL Singapore players knows about that relationship. Can you elaborate more on that?
So like since season 3, JPL has been playing ahead of me, even though like I play in MSC all those, right? Me and JPL, the reason why we can play together in the same team in MSC or like all these kind of big international tournament, right, is because we have a good friendship with each other, like at the first place. Like we always laugh and joke about stuff when we're in the same team. So like you all can't see us as like arch rivals or whatever. Like we are just like casual to like so-called friends lah. But like that day, like that time when we fought Bleed, right, that BM wasn't targeted like on JPL only. It was like on the whole Bleed because like they kicked me out.
I want to talk more about JPL a little bit. People know that he's not a young spring chicken anymore, right? Do you think his skill, as well, someone that's very close to him, I know I asked this to quite a few people, right? Do you think his skill has deteriorated, or what do you think?
I think right now, like if compare right now his form with the prime JPL, right, I'll say he's like at 60 to 70% of the prime JPL. Cause like his age, like as y'all can see, like every season, like if y'all I don't know can tell or not, but like personally from my point of view, right, I feel his mechanics is dropping every season but his macro is still there.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So but like his mechanics are quite bad, but he used macro to cover it. So in Singapore, right, you don't need that much mechanic to like be the champion. So like I feel like in local still right, in local is okay. But in international, as you can see from the Games of Future against the Russian team, I forgot what's the name. That's where they struggled because JPL couldn't find a catch. No engage couldn't be start. So eventually they just lost.
I see.
That's the point that I saw.
So I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're the best person to ask in my opinion because you're so close to JPL. Okay, great. Then we're gonna talk more about the top 3 players, Nick, in Singapore, MPL Singapore.
Top 3 players,
yeah,
including imports.
Including imports. If you want to, I think you've been here for quite a long time. I'm gonna open it up for even past players as well.
Top 3 of all time, so basically.
MPL Singapore. Who do you look up to?
One will be Bray.
Bray, okay.
Yeah. Two, I'll put JPL.
JPL, yep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
3, Diablo.
Diablo.
Yeah.
Why Bray top though?
Bray, cause he's one of the best tank junglers I've ever seen. The way he positioned in turtle fight, he's like giving you the threat, but without like he don't even need teammates around him. Like he's a threat himself standing there in the turtle. Like people just backs off because his aura is so strong. Like I don't know how he does it, but like when I fought him, that's what I felt. Like his aura is way stronger than other junglers. Yeah.
Okay, great. Now I'm gonna flip it the other way around. Bottom 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Bottom in this season or all time?
This season.
This season. But I cannot include subs.
No, don't include subs.
Yeah,
Look at
okay.
rosters.
Bottom 3.
Yeah.
Like serious one or like?
Serious one.
Bottom 3.
Yeah, because I'll definitely ask you why.
Okay.
Yeah. Bottom 3, let's go.
I'll say Jira.
Gira, okay.
Gira
actually. Yeah. It's Gira.
Oh,
not
okay,
Jira.
okay.
Yeah.
The set guy.
Set,
Yeah.
okay.
And Yunsky.
Yunsky. Why Yunsky?
I feel Yunsky he needs my path to be good. Like
your path.
Yeah, like he needs like someone like JPL to start him out, to understand role more. Cause when I faced him last season, he seems like he don't understand his hero enough. Like he's playing Valia but he's opening the map. Like stuff like that. Like I can tell like he lacks the experience, he lacks the understanding. That's why I put him there.
Then you mentioned sub is because probably you mentioned earlier just now, it's a public player.
Yeah.
No community back, no community.
Yeah, no community experience. I don't know who is he. I
never know whether there may be another second evil. You know, you never know when he become a next powerful. I don't know.
Yeah, but for now I'll rank him bottom because I really don't know anything about him, and I feel that he's bottom lah. Yeah.
But Gira is probably beef.
Huh?
Gira is probably beef.
No, it's not beef. I just feel that he as a like player in like I don't see him doing good in MPL. That's all.
Because it's too aggressive.
Yeah, it's too aggressive.
I see. Okay. Okay. Great. Now I want to talk more about for people who might have doubted you before or even today. Do you have anything to say to them? Vanguard may be relegated. Like people may say that Vanguard may get relegated this season. Do you have anything to say against them?
I'll say y'all can just watch this season as y'all be surprised where we will stand at the end of the regular or even playoff. Because I'm very confident with my teammates. And when I have this kind of confidence, it was like during playoff vs Bleed, that kind of confidence. Like I really trust this current lineup that we can like really do something in MPL SG and not just stay inside. I don't want to stay inside. I want to prove to everybody that we are not just a dark horse. We are one of the contenders.
Then you mentioned, you said that they're more supportive right now, or 50-50, right? You also mentioned that only because once you got more like your results or something, right? That they're more confident in you. Now, in my opinion, I'm not sure whether you agree with me. Is it true that you see Singapore as a springboard?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 3, day 1. And right now, we are here at the final match of the day. Now, with that being said, just earlier on in match 3, what we saw was absolute carnage in the land of Dawn. Will we be seeing the same right here as we see teams fight tooth and nail for their playoff aspirations? Right now, we will see the Singapore special for match 4, where we see Team Asterisk going up against our community heroes of Evil. So what will unfurl right here from match 4? Closing off the day, let's find out firstly by seeing the beautiful faces of Asterisk. Now right here, we have Team Asterisk getting ready to head on over to the land of Dawn and going up against them. Let's take a look at the lineup for Evil. Right here, Evil is getting ready to head on over to their battle stations. And what's really interesting is this time round, they definitely have their game faces on because stakes are ever as high if they want to battle for their playoff aspirations, because we see Evil in a very precarious situation right now. What will unfurl right here in match 4? Let's hand it over to the casters to find out. Let's take it away, boys.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last game of the series for MPL Season 7, Week 3, Day 1.
Whoa. I was like, hey, we're way too ahead. You're getting way too ahead of ourselves.
Come on. Last series. Come on. I mean, I'm a caster Mo-Man, and with me is my fellow co-casters, Eris and Gin Do Fu. I mean, off the desk, we do have Professor Churros. He has special things lined up for later, so do be prepared for that. But before all that, we have Asterisk versus Evil today. Evil currently at the bottom, second last, close to be relegated, closing in on, but Asterisk at at the 4th position currently. So both teams, they still have points to fight for, especially if they want to stay in this leg of the series.
Yeah, the league has never been this close. Usually in regular season, you start to see teams get very, very close in terms of how they want to play. But the standings have always been very different. But this time around, they're so close. Every team just a point from each other. But enough about the teams and standings. Let's take a look at the team up on your screen right now. It's going to be none other than Asterisk. No changes across the board. The team that won the qualifiers earned their slot. And not only that, put on a performance in Week 2 to snag a win against RSG.
Yep, they are the standards right now. They've set the bar for the standards for every qualifying team from here on out. So, they will be what we expect out of every team that comes in every season of qualifiers. And, at this point, Bear has been very impressive throughout the seasons as well. But I feel Kiwi is a pretty much unsung hero as well, right? He has been performing monstrously in the mid, and I am expecting huge things from him today.
Yeah. And with that, I mean, we have Team Evil as well on the other hand, who will be appearing shortly on the screen really soon. But before that, I mean, FMM really being a key hero. He's
a hero.
Yeah,
yes, he's a hero.
He is a hero, right? He is the playmaker for the side of Team Asterisk. But Evil, we talk about them being a community team as well. So Asterisk versus Team Evil is like looking themselves in a mirror. Like, Season 3, we talk about Evil. They were the community team that came in and became a mainstay here, became a regular home name. And now the members of Evil.
Well, like Cheryl said, this is a Singapore special, right? So this is our version of the Singapore sling. With this mixture itself, shaken not stirred, we have Twist, Powerful, Sailor, Carrot, as well as Jaces. Now, they were the original community team coming into MPL SG. This time, their mental has been challenged by Asterisk, right? And it's interesting to see, right? We have the old guards going up against the new youngins here, and really curious to see how these two teams will perform. But that's not the only thing, right? There are other things at stake here, and that is EVO's position in the league. As we all know, the bottom two teams will be taken out of the league itself. So EVO, they have a lot to prove today. They cannot lose today.
Yeah, EVO they need to win just to get out of trouble and into the playoffs. And we've seen EVO with the playoff buff, right? They need to channel it right now.
Yeah, I gotta say, pre-season, this could, I would say that this would have been a 2-0 EVO. But look at how Asterisk has performed so far. Mind you, even in games that they have lost, they have never been 2-0.
Okay.
So, for 2 of the games that they won, or 3 of the games that they won 2-1. So they are known for having to go the distance. And you look at the stats across the board, a lot of teamfight participation across the board for every single one of these members. All positive KDA, as expected. Bear obviously taking a lot of damage for the team. You see JH stepping up into that position as well. Fedri, one of the players that they really love to play around. And how can we forget Kiwi on his Loi?
Yeah, Kiwi, Loi, Vexana, be it whatever, he is always in his key positions to deal damage. He's never found mostly the win condition of the team so far. But we see FMM having a good game. They have won games off of FMM alone, and this is what they are up against, Team EVO.
Exactly. Now, Team EVO, of course, they're looking for absolute potency today. We've already seen Roger Jace is, one of the structures that hasn't really hit the mark yet for EVO, right? So today, we're placing a lot of expectations for this goal laner to really bring up the level of game that EVO will be putting across on the stage on the Land of Dawn as well.
Yeah, it's do or die right now for Team EVO. I mean, given the matchups that they have coming on in the next few days as well, they will need to secure their wins as much as possible. And Asterisk, they want to stay on the top 4 as much as possible as well. So we're expecting a bloodbath today.
Well, I'm just gonna rip off the band-aid here, right? I think EVO has quite a few issues to fix. They have to play a better macro game. A lot of teams have been destroying them with the map arrangements around the gameplay itself. We know EVO is a teamfight team, and most teams are avoiding teamfights with Team EVO. They play the map better.
Yeah, and the way is, Asterisk, they have a very straightforward lineup, straightforward draft as well. When it goes into the game, they got their heads clear. But sometimes things happen. But let's just find out what these players have to say in the head-to-head video.
EVO will definitely fare better. It's just the mage changes and the change in the gold lane. The gold lane may be a bit rocky, but knowing JC, he's a good player, he might be able to catch up to everyone's gold lane in a matter of time. And for Sela, he's a bit tricky because of his hero boost. So I think it'll be good for both his team and good for us also.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, Powerful is one of those few people with a very, very powerful, strong mental fortress. He can be losing really badly, but he can still bring his team together. So I definitely respect him the most for that. He is the only player in MPL, I think, that can do that.
For now, I would say we'll be able to do it. But we never know what they're going to bring to the game in the regular season, because qualifier are different. There's difference between qualifier and a regular season. Yeah, I think they are the only team that is 5-man energy, so I wish they will do well also. So we'll let the import know that we are not easy league.
In my opinion, I think EVO will have a much higher chance than them, because most of them is either one season or have no MPL experience before. So it's maybe the competitive is just community one. So it's questionable. It's only FMM is a more threat to us. Yeah. Then I believe just FMM would not be able to stop us.
Okay, so some insights on the teams there, but I think now, because these clips have been taken way before the regular season, right? So I think there's an update on some of the information now. Asterisk very clearly has shown they can strive and thrive in the Land of Dawn with MPL players itself. Now, EVO, the big question is, can they put the pressure on Asterisk and make them crumble?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard fight for Evil the way they're looking right now with the first 2 weeks underway. We have seen how they played, and Asterisk, we have seen how they played as well. But what does the audience think about the way that they've been playing? And Asterisk, Evil, I mean, 53%, 47%, pretty much divided across the board.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, pre-season, I would have given the team over to Evil. But looking at how Asterisk has come in and claimed a spot of their own, not only in MPL Singapore, but against the big teams. Like I said, I go back to the game that they play against RGSG, a 2-1 win, and they have never been too old, even in games that they lost, or rather series that they lost. So I think that's a very big testament to the caliber that the team has put out there. And obviously, here is the talent prediction. Not so clean between me and Kindle Fu, but we're both expecting it 2-1. Moment here, 2-0 Asterisk. I gotta say, I'm not liking the way you're not giving Evil some respect.
Disrespect.
Yes.
I'm going with Kin's first statement when we went in. We gotta rip the band-aid off here. I mean, Team Evil, they are having a lot of teething pains coming into this tournament. I feel that they are still not adapting to the state of the tournament as well. And the transfer window has been completed. They are sticking to the guns, right? They're sticking to the guns as much as possible. And whether or not those guns are actually powerful, we wouldn't know. And look at this head-to-head. I mean, FMM, I feel that he is always one of these key roles when it comes to the state of the game for Asterisk. I mean, if he has a good game, most of the time, Asterisk are just cleaning up.
Well, I think it's testament to what Carrot said last week, which is, do you know what your team wants? And I think right off the bat, FMM and Carrot both understand what their team needs. So I think pretty much the audience vote, as well as ours, should be pretty fair, right? It is not exactly a clear 50-50, but I think both teams stand a chance to win this game quite cleanly if they get their cards right.
Yeah, and with these stats, I just want to present that, Carrot, even though he has the higher average CC time, higher kill percentage, higher damage taken per death, I mean, with all that, he's still higher than FMM, but in terms of win rate, in terms of general stats alone, they're not converting. They're not converting off of his stats, and it's extremely hard to watch because it's not seeming like they're synergizing very well. I feel like they have a lot
you're
more
so
potential.
rude, Mo. You're so rude.
I just feel that they have a lot more potential.
Yeah, to be fair to Mo, he did mention that both teams stuck to their guns in week 3 after the transfer week. But the real question is, speaking of guns, you saw FMM go up against Carrot in that hit-to-hit. Whose guns do you think is bigger?
Exactly.
All right.
I'm putting you on the spot here. Whose guns do you think is bigger?
All right, you
look
got
at
me.
Carrot. Look at those massive arms of his, right? And then you got Powerful backing him up. But enough jokes aside, let's get right into the draft. We already see a bands coming up from both sides. We've got the Roger as well as the Angela on the side of Asterisk, and for Evil, they are taking out the Harif.
Yeah, I mean, pretty standard bans from both sides. We see Chu on the Roger, right? He was having a great game in the game one of the series in week 1. Chu is one of the players that really knows the extents and mechanics of the Roger, and I feel that he has an early game advantage if you give him the Roger. But surprising that Asterisk chooses to ban it for themselves. And Asterisk, one of the few teams that has pulled off the Loyi and Chip combo. So it's still, Evil are trying to ban it out, knowing that it might be a possibility.
Yep, I really like this because every time any team meets Asterisk, Chip is an instant ban, right? And at this point, the main question everyone goes back to is, are they going to play Loyi? So will Loyi have a ban being used on her at this point? And I think Evil might have to consider that.
Yeah, there's that law you have to consider, and don't forget, there is still quite a few other heroes that are still open. You have the Nolan, you have the Xbox, you have the Nathan, and it is going to be the Lloyd that gets banned out, so no global heroes here. The only global hero remaining is Moskov, but it is going to be the Nathan, like we spoke, leaked through as Asterisk's first pick.
Yeah, and how will Evil respond to that? I mean, Evil, we talked about them having this very tank-heavy, and they do pick up the Fredrin. They are very reliant on the Fredrin when it comes to opening up these engagements. You will see Powerful being the initiation that he is, and whether Asterisk has them figured out, that's going to be key.
Yeah, Loy being banned out here, a very good pick against both the Outlet and Veteran, so I think that is a smart ban coming from Evo. But there is still the Vexana on board, right? A hero that we have seen Kiwi play before to a lot of success. It's kind of similar to how Loy sets up. You bring the CC on board, you got a lot of damage, and on top of that, it is something that Asterisk kind of need in order to break up the momentum of the fight, but they will settle for both the Minotaur and the Barats.
Yep, so it is going to be a very beefy lineup. As usual, when you pick a Natan, you definitely need to have a shield in front of you. I mean, that's the reason why Evo had picked up the Ala in the first place, right? With the use of the Vengeance, he is meant to dive into the backlines, either use the Final Slash to set up for the frontliners so that the Fredrin can jump in with the Energy Eruption, maybe get a kill or two, but the main component is really just to be able to reach the Natan even as he uses the Entropy to get away.
And this is the matchup that we always see regularly, right? Fredrin versus Barats. But now, with the fact that Evil has picked up the Faramis, I feel that Fredrin gets enabled really well with the Faramis. I'm surprised that Asterisk has leaked this through to Evil, who's known for using these type of meta tanky junglers.
And on top of that, Evo get to ban away the Valentina, who's kind of a standard de facto ban when you pick up the Faramis, especially going into the second half of the pick. Obviously, Asterisk hasn't picked up Mitch just yet. We spoke about options earlier. You do have the Vexana. Novaria is also one of the heroes which gives a lot of vision. You got the long range snipes. But I think what they're lacking here in terms of Evil's draft is also someone that can consistently put out damage. They haven't revealed the marksman just yet. We spoke about the Moskov being very popular coming into week 3. We've already seen moments of brilliance coming out from that hero in week 1 and week 2. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see bans of it.
And Moskov already being taken out. And we highlighted Jace's as one of the key players that needs to perform this series, right? Evil, they have to get everything together right now if they want to rally out of the position that they're in. They are in, let's not sugarcoat this, they are in the bottom 2 right now, and they will be relegated out if they do not get any more wins on their belt.
Yeah, but what's left, right? At this point, the only one that speaks sense to me is the carry itself. And like you mentioned, Ares, it is going to be the Vexana band. That's definitely something they have good synergy with on the side of Asterisk. So that's pretty smart, right? But back to Jace's here. What's he left with? A Bruno, a carry? What else can stretch through Barats and Mino in order to get to Nathan?
I think honestly there are still options on board. You have the Melissa, she's kind of forgotten already. Yep. But there is that Minotaur and Barats that you have to be worried about. On top of that, there's also 1-1. I know those two heroes have kind of fallen down the pecking order, but they do really well into Asterisk draft. So I'm not sure if that's something that Evil wants to pick up for themselves. They could go back to the Bruno, which is still a safe pick. So we'll have to see. But it is going to be the Bruno that gets picked up. Someone that's a very bursty front line. You have the dash, and on top of that, a ton of damage early game just to secure yourself the laning phase.
Yeah. The timing for his Berserker's Fury is extremely important here because, Natan, once he gets his items, you have to burst him down before he bursts you down instead. So that's quite a tall order for the side of Jace's.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a catch game for the R-Lot as well. Whether the Barats can defend and frontline for his Natan is going to be extremely important, but we still have not seen the mid laner for Asterisk. We talked about having it being a Novaria, having the vision game, of course. Knowing where the R-Lot is would mean you can position yourself well for the final slash. And we do see the Paquito being picked up from Bear and Eve from the side of Asterisk.
Yeah, they have more than enough frontline in terms of the Barats and Minotaur. You get the pick-off coming off the Paquito to go in for the knockout blow against both the Bruno and Faramis if they are out of position. So I think that Eve makes a lot of sense here. You get a lot of protection in the front line. What you need is a bit more CC, crowd control in the form of the real-world manipulation.
Exactly. With the RWM itself, because Bruno and Fredrin technically only have one escape mechanism, slight tackle for Bruno and the Brave Assault for Fredrin, which means that if they burn that out while trying to get out of the RWM, that's going to be, they're going to be sitting duck for Paquito, for Mino, for Natan, for Barats. It's just a free-fall at this point.
Yeah, I think there's not much options left. It's either the Lapu Lapu or the Tamus. I think those two heroes are what kind of damage that comes out board. I was about to introduce Terisla into the fray as well. We've seen him play a very sick Yutong, but it is going to be the Lapu Lapu. And one of the reasons why I think Lapu Lapu looks good here is because he's immune to CC when he's using the Bravest Warrior. They need that in their front line. They need someone to be able to soak up those damage. And not only that, you need someone to be able to jump onto the back line on Nathan. Hence why Lapu Lapu is kind of picker. But both sides, what are your thoughts? Are you favoring either one?
I mean, it depends. The risk of error on the side of Evil isn't as high simply because of the Lapu Lapu. It's a $1 3-try kind of thing, right? Because with Bravest Fighter, you can try 3 times to try and catch an Natan before you fail. So Evil have that going for them in terms of how it's going to be like. But, of course, with that being said, Twist needs to make sure that he wins his lane. But he's going against a Paquito who has huge burst. So this is a concern I have for Evil. Slightly leaning towards the Asterisk lineup here.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have it. Match 4, Game 1. Team Evil versus Asterisk. Evil fighting for survival, and Asterisk looking to climb up the leaderboard. Well, very, very hard game for the side of both teams here, as both teams are representing the Singapore community. And Evil, I feel that in terms of what you talked about, Aris, right? Their lineup, their matchups, who do I favor? And I really feel that both teams, they are all on the execution. I feel that on the drafting phase, both teams did really well in trying to counter maneuver around each other in terms of having the Valentina, the Vexana banned out for Kiwi as well. But now we see a different side of Kiwi. We've never seen him on the Eve.
Yeah, it's something new for us, but at the end of the day, I think it fits the bill. It's what, Asterisk really need. And speaking about really need, we see a bit of an early skirmish. Sayla dropping very low.
Well, he's going to try here. Very greedy movement here, but Sayla will walk away. I wouldn't say unscathed here, but here we go. Carrot going to try and make an initiation happen. Oh, that's a nice one. FMM falling low as well. Going to be using the motivational roar to make sure that nobody is in danger.
Yeah, and JH slightly getting the early game EXP advantage with the lethal going the way of Team Asterisk. That skirmish was just for that little slight advantage that Bharat has right now. And that might mean paying dividends into their turtle fight, which will be coming on in about 20 seconds.
Yep. First catch of the game. Will this miss the first blood? Kiwi forced to use the flicker as well. FMM does save the day for his teammate. So no deaths yet. Both teams, they don't want to enter that tipping point.
May I add, that is a huge battle spell burnt in the form of the flicker. You have Turtle coming up in a couple of seconds. That's going to be really, really important. And the fact that Evil does manage to put pressure early in the game means that they have a better map control around the Turtle fight. You can look at that. Kiwi's still trying to clear up his lane. They're going to be able to drag the Turtle towards themselves. And this sets up a pretty decent fight for Evil if they choose to go for it.
Yep, Sayla reaching his 4, does have it now. NetherRealm will be available. Carrot gets caught, eaten up by the Daytona's welcome here. RWM going to be dropped as well. Evil looking for an opening here, but Bear gets the first blood, and this is not looking good at all for the side of Asterisk, even though they got their first kill itself. A nice storm from FMM, but it's all for naught here. It is going to be a reset, and Evil, once again, they walk away with a slight win for that fight itself.
Yeah, good call coming out from Evil just to, take away the tempo from the Turtle and then turn the attention onto the team fight. Yes, that's the real world manipulation, but we already see the impact of the Lapu Lapu coming in.
Sayla gets taken down here. The Turtle is not dead yet. It is powerful, gets a retreat down, but here comes a return engage. Evil, can they finish this up? They get the first kill onto JH. More to come as Bear is going to be forced to run away with his life here. Final Slash does not hit the mark, so Evil have to walk away with a small win at this point.
Yeah, both appraisers rough as well as the Final Slash not hitting the mark, but Evil got what they came for. It was the Turtle. Yeah, it's not too big of a lead early in the game because of those skirmishes, but that's what Evil needed, right? It is that confidence booster in the early stages of the game, and this is what Evil is known for. Those strong team fights, and I think Asterisk, it was a good call, right? It was a tight fight. It wasn't really one-sided, so, fair play.
Yep, another catch at this point. Nothing much, just to push them away, right? Just in terms of timing, Jace is a little bit more ahead compared to Chu here. Just got his first call item in the form of the Hearth Claws. And of course, Chu follow up with the Feather of Heaven just slightly about, what, 5-6 seconds later?
Yeah, just a few seconds later from the side of Chu. But I feel that Jace's, he does need to get a grasp on this goal lane as much as possible, because Nathan, in terms of taking objectives, will be a lot faster with the entropy available. And for Bruno, it's very team fight based. And with the fact that Jace's does not have the lane priority as much as the Nathan when it comes down to clearing these waves, Jace's, he has to get any form of advantage within these first 5 minutes first.
Well, we're talking about map control, right? Evo, I think, doing a little bit better this game, making sure they have a little bit better wave management as well.
Yeah, and it will all fall down to Kiwi as well, whether he finds the RWM at the correct timing. He did find a key placement with Bear getting a pick onto Carrot, but still, I mean, Kiwi going down at that point was just what Evil wanted. It was their game plan. Get the turtle, get Kiwi, and we win the game. Get objectives, get Kiwi, and we win the game. And that's gonna be Evil's name of the game going forward into the next few team fights.
And it's starting to see both teams, starting to get in the middle of the river. Good shadow step pick coming off on Sailor to put FMM back. Here comes Jace. He's getting a lot of damage on the Bear.
Oh, the Impure Rage. Does it do any work? No, not enough at this point. Powerful standing in the face of 3. He's going to try and contest is in the 50-50 for this total sub reset happening. Sailor gets a catch on the FMM. A 2-man stomp here. Can he get more? Appraiser's Wrath does not hit the mark. Sailor gets the first kill. Here we go. RWM dropped as well. But it's going to be Sailor taken in return. Carrot still weaving in and out. At this point, Powerful is dead. They have to buy time for the side of Evo here. Can they reset the turtle?
And I think Evo does just enough to put Asterisk off the mark. I think that was a good Shadow Stampede coming off Sailor, but that was exactly what FML was looking for. But Final Slash with the pull back here, but look at how tanky this Paquito is. Even with the Final Slash combo and Twist trying to get that kill on it, all it took was one knockout blow, or rather a knockout punch, to just regen all of that up.
I mean, this is all due to Bear. He got that Hunter Strike about a minute ago. The amount of damage he's able to deal is quite insane at this point.
We were saying the win conditions for Evils to take out Kiwi, right? So, but for Asterisk is to take out Sailor, and that's exactly what they did. Without Sailor, Powerful just standing duck in the center of everything. Without the Netherrealm up and available, Powerful just couldn't survive the burst damage at these early stages of the game, especially Paquito picking up the Hunter Strike, as you said.
Yep. So 1 turtle apiece right now. Evo looking for an entry point here. A Shadow Stampede will be great, but it looks like the rotations will be focused onto Twist instead. So Twist, his life might be in danger here if you have the priority here. Twist going to use the Bravest Fighter to enter, catches a glimpse of Tree. Now he knows he needs to back off.
Yeah, Chu. Very, very well done in terms of using the entropy at that point. And he did get the bottom lane turret while all this was happening. And now Evo finally respawn, and they do get the objective for themselves as well.
Yeah, it's like a lapu-lapu that you're talking about. It's not that easy to get the gank off. I think Evo, they played that perfectly. Twist holding his own. But speaking of holding his own, Q.
There's going to be a engage here. Twist falling a bit low. Bravest Fighter as well. Netherrealm going to help support him. They just want to push them away.
Yeah, it does have to burn the flicker, but still, Chu not dying down there would mean dividends for the side of Team Asterisk. They are slowly racking up the lead, and Chu, I feel that, I mean, Berserker Fury coming out for the side of Jace's at this point might be a key
Final
time.
Slash. Powerful here. Not going to overcommit at this point. Evo looking like they need to run away at this point. So Carol will make it out safely, but Sailor still in the midst of the mid lane. A bit risky position here.
It's been back and forth coming up from both teams, and the trade slightly on the side of Asterisk just because the Paquito is able to rotate slightly faster compared to Lapu Lapu. We saw that, yes, they didn't really, no one really went down the top lane, but while all of that was happening, the Paquito actually managed to take the tier 1 down in the bot lane. So that's in my books a win for Asterisk, and with the Lord coming up right now, both teams starting to go into that mode. They want the map control, and it's going to start with Sailor on the Shadow Stampede.
Yeah, and I don't like the fact that they keep committing onto FMM, right? If you want to keep committing on FMM in the early stages of the game, that's fine, because you can burst him down. But in the later stages of the game, if you're initiating on him, that's a Minoan Fury that you're initiating into. Potentially a knockup that could ruin everything.
Yeah, I think it's a very tough call for Evo here. The issue with facing up against a lineup like Asterisk is that there really isn't too many open targets that the Frederick can go for. It's only FMM on this Minotaur. So I think Evo is just trying to get what they can, you know, just try to do a little bit of damage on FMM, but he can always just heal up. And I think that's the threat that EVO have to look at, right? If we do damage FMM, how far are we going to push it? How much utility are we going to spend on this Minotaur and, you know, risk losing the fight later on when the rest of Asteroids do catch up?
Yeah, and with the first objective, the key objective of the game, the Lord being spawned out, both teams, only 1k in gold difference. Really not much of a difference at this point. This will be very, very important, especially if Jace is picking up the Berserker's Fury already. Whether he comes online in this team fight, whether he gets the key damage onto Kiwi. Evil, they want Kiwi, and Asterisk, they want Sayla.
And now the Paquito kind of shows himself in the top lane. I think this is the signal for EVO to go, and you can see them immediately jumping in. The Lord knocks them up.
Minotaur and Fury going to be knocking up 4 here. Carrot tries to go from the back, but gets caught out. He's caught in the middle of 4 now, and this is a fight that Asterisk have been waiting for. JH comes in. Kiwi commits the flicker as well. Can he get more? Jaces as well as Carrot, they're falling low. Carrot will not be long for this well. A mega kill for Bear with the jump in and the flicker as well. Bear, the MVP so far in terms of performance, making sure they wrap around EVO, and Asterisk take the lead.
In terms of positioning, right? We talk about the mage positioning. They want to get Sayla, and Sayla was just out of position. NetherRealm was not able to be popped at all. In fact, that man, Carrot and Jaces would just fall right behind just like flies, and they couldn't find Kiwi.
It took so much for EVO to break down the Minotaur, and even still, they have that real-world manipulation that they have to burn through. So even with 5 men on EVO's side, they barely managed to scratch the surface and take down any members on the side of Asterisk. And you can see the moment the Paquito comes in, that's when the tide starts to turn in Asterisk's favor.
They're trying hard at this point, but I don't think EVO will be able to push the message here over to the side of Asterisk.
Yeah, they will be able to deal with this Lord push and the enhanced creeps. No problem from the side of Asterisk at all. As they push the lead further, they do have a 2k gold lead, and the battle spells are coming off cooldown. JH forced to use the Daytona's Welcome, but still a short cooldown for his own life. At this point, I feel that Team Asterisk, they do have the map lead. They just need the lane priority.
And not only that, now JH actually does pick up the blade armor, so he's going to be even tankier against that Bruno. So the big question backs, how do you deal with this double tank frontline in the form of the Minotaur as well as the Borads? As you can see the items up here, a lot of item prioritization going towards being able to soak up the physical damage that's being output on the side of EVO, because yes, there is still a Faramis, but it's not exactly the most painful. He doesn't really have that DPS, it's just more of a burst. So as long as they don't get caught on position and there is the Minotaur as well as the Borads in the front line, I don't think EVO will be able to burst them fast enough. So it's really down to EVO to try to make an outplace to catch Asterisk off guard.
Oh, there's going to be a Daytona's Welcome on to powerful RWM going to be dropped as well. He is going to have his life saved so far from the NetherRealm, but it's too much damage. Asterisk, they're looking so strong at this point. They get 1 kill, 2 kills. Powerful falling low as well. He's not going to be able to survive. Bear chasing him down. Can he get the knockout strike here? Not going to be able to do so, but Kiwi confident in his abilities. Twist on the backlines looking for more as well. Carrot, he is not able to offer too much help. It is going to be JH who uses the retro to steal the orange buff away. And once again, Asterisk walk away feeling stronger than ever.
Yeah, 2-for-2 trade, but map control going the way of Team Asterisk at that point. And the orange buff did fall into the hands of JH early on. Still 12 minutes. I mean, mid-game stages for this Lord fight that is going to appear. It's going to be a handed lead for them, right?
Yeah, that was a better team fight from EVO than what I expected, right? This time around, they do put Chu on a bit of pressure, chase him away in the middle of the fight. They do catch out Kiwis on that eve, and that looked a lot more, even in some sense. Yes, the Borads were still standing strong, but at the end of the day, as long as you take out key members like Chu and Kiwi on the Nathan, as well as the Eve respectively, I think that's EVO's win con.
Yeah, you know what happened? Sayla got the NetherRealm off, and now with the Lord already being chunked down by Chu, it will be an extremely hard fight for Powerful, for Evil to go into.
Powerful gets chunked down again. Here comes the box as well. FMN falling a bit low. Chu gets the kill onto the Lord itself. NetherRealm going to save the day so far as they need a little bit more on the backlines. Bear comes in but gets caught. And the entirety of EVO will clean shop here. It is going to be a 2-for-1 trade. So far, EVO doing well to recover.
Yeah, that was a great recovery from the side of EVO. Bear just biting off more than he can chew, did get carried, but he had already committed his skills. And with the team not able to commit onto him, Chu already using the entropy for the lot, not enough damage.
Got still ultimates available for the side of Powerful as well as for Jace's. Can they protect themselves from the structural damage that this Lord offers? JH, of course, with the immortality, will be able to just chunk them down as he walks the Lord forward. The straw is ended. Evo does survive this initial Lord of the game.
Yeah, I can see a lot of respect on the Evo side, giving over onto the Barrage Daytona's welcome. Yes, granted, it was off cooldown, but you always want to respect the fact that it will be up online. So you could see the positioning of JC's, just making sure that he stays out of reach. And obviously, you also have Powerful standing in front of him, just providing that cover that the Bruno needs.
Yeah, and as we fall into the mid and late stages of the game, Lapu Lapu becomes more of a threat to Kiwi, more of a threat to Chu, as he can dive the backlines unabated, not to care about these controls that coming out from the Eve, coming out from the Minotaur, and that's going to be extremely scary for the side of Team Asterisk.
I want you to take a look at where Bear is at. Every single position he has taken is pretty threatening, because if Asterisk starts a fight, they can make the fight last long enough for Bear to rotate.
Yeah, he's always looking out for this flanking position, right?
Yeah, on top of that, like, the main target that he's trying to go for is that Bruno, right? Either the Bruno or the Farmers. We've seen in the earlier parts of the day where there was certain matches where the EXP laner was the key difference, being able to catch out the marksman, and you can see the damage of dealt coming out from the side of Bear.
Nice catch there. Daytona's welcome on to Powerful. Once again, the box is going to be set down. Bear gets the kill on the carry. There's no more setup. Here we go. Minoan Fury onto 2. Twist trying to jump in with the Bravest Fighter as well. Force the flicker out. A lot of damage onto Asterisk, but there is no killing blow from the side of Evil. There is only one member dying, and that's going to be from the side of Evil. Asterisk take another win and take one more step forward.
And you know, Bear, he did not move from that bush at all. Carrot stepped into that bush and Bear just plucked him off. And that was the team fight. The entire team fight was just Bear plucking Carrot off. Ah, that was just so many battle spells.
Going to be dropped here. They will force the issue here. They want to get this mid lane tier turret, and they will get it, but Powerful looking for the re-engage. Not going to get it. Shadow Stampede put to waste as well. Asterisk just all over the place.
Yeah, that's what an E brings to the table. The real world manipulation just drops it under tier 3. There's nothing much that Evo could do, but just try to clear up the wave. But even still, the positioning of Chu just makes it so tough for Evo to catch him out, right? He has the entropy. If anything happens, he just needs to use his Mirror's Clone to go into the back. And on top of that, like I said, at the start of the draft, he has a Minotaur and a Barats to cover his position, to peel for him, and that's what Asterisk is using to their advantage.
Yeah, and as we fall into the later stages of the game, he's going to have this on a 12-second cooldown, the entropy, and he's going to be used to take his as much objectives away as possible, and it's extremely scary to watch. We saw the mid tower already being chunked down. Imagine that damage onto one of your key target heroes. It's going to be very, very scary to walk into. And with that, you still have Bear, who's hiding in the bushes somewhere. And Evil, they do not want to fight into that if they are not prepared. With Jace's and Twist not having this amount of map control, they cannot just go in.
Yep, exactly. And this is the most honest fight you will get from both sides. All ultimates are up. Battle spells are pretty much there for both ends as well. Powerful here, making sure he's able to position himself so that the rest of the team can capitalize on the catch that will inevitably come from Asterisk.
Yeah, both sides just standing still right here. All eyes on Bear at this point in time. You know, Evil has to keep track about whether or not the Paquito will go for the backdoor. That is an underlying threat that's consistently throughout the game. And on top of that, Asterisk, they have the benefit of being able to soak this damage coming from Powerful.
Yeah, Conceal going to be layered in. JH is the target of choice here, but the Minoan Fury is still available. Can they actually catch someone out? Oh, there's a nice catch. A big kill on JH, but he does have the immortality as well. It's a 3-man stun. FMM making the saves for his team. Sailor falling a bit low as well. He's going to be the first one that dies on the fight, but the base is falling as well as they are tunneling vision on the side of Evil. There is no one to save the day except for Sailor. He does get healed up, but here we go. A nice catch and attempt, but this is the base probably barren at this point, and Evil have lost the fight again.
Yeah, Evil just trying to struggle through this. As now Twist, he will be going in, and he does find the catch onto FMM. The Lord being challenged at this point. The base is still being dealt with, but Bear on the flank, on the backside, will get figured out. Twist and Powerful, they're chasing him down right now. They know where he is, and the Lord still at it. But the base, Sayla has to stay there, the Netherrealm.
Remember, all of this is happening without Chu and without FMM, but look at how much damage the Barrage is taking up. The final slash comes in.
And it is going to be the killing blow here. RWM going to be dropped, but JH is no longer in this game here. Evo probably have secured the law for themselves. Can they make the comeback? They didn't have the best start. This is the best chance of the game so far.
Evil taking that extended team fight worked out in their favor, knowing that Bear's positioning has to be coming from behind. Very aware of the map positioning as well from the side of Team Evil. Extremely well done as they do take the Lord for themselves.
Yep, credit to Jaces. This is the best performance so far in the 19.5 minutes of gameplay. And Asterisk now, for the first time in the game, yes, the base is broken on the side of Evil, but they are starting to be on the back foot.
We did identify Chu and Kiwi as two key members on the side of Asterix in this game. And the key difference there was they did not have the Nathan. He was picked up in the previous fight, and that long death timer meant that Evil had the upper hand in terms of team fights. Granted, they didn't have Sayla on this farmers who was dealt with the responsibility of dealing with the backdoor, but Bear not being able to find a kill onto Powerful there just before the Lord fight also meant that Evil could secure the Lord that easily.
This is the best opening of the game so far for Evo. We are 12 kills apiece on both ends. This could be what makes or breaks the game for Evo. If they lose this fight, it could be costly.
20-minute game going in.
Oh, Bear gonna be pushing away Twist at this point. He's gonna try and make something happen for the team. Powerful on the back lines, looking for an opening to allow Evo to have a comeback into this game. They will get the tier 2 as a reward so far, but that's about it. That is the end of the aggression.
Yeah, Sayla, I mean, he's been doing a great job on this Faramis. I mean, we thought that he was getting picked off so early in the game, but that pickoff, you know, he caught Chu during that team fight. He was the main factor into bringing Chu back, just dragging him back on the Faramis. Then afterwards, he died, right? He died, but because he's the Faramis, he spawned back in the base to deal with the backdoor that was coming in from Bear as well. So very well done on the Faramis.
Yep, exactly. So we have to keep our eyes onto Chu. Powerful gets the catch on JH. FMM trailing behind, gets caught and stopped by Carrot as well. Can they make this work for the side of Evil? Energy Eruption going to be used. It's going to be a 4-man Minoran Fury. Asterisk just wrecked the board here. It is going to be a shutdown for Chu. He is going crazy. Bear joins in the party as well. This looks like the end of the game for Evil here. Just left with Jaces. One man against the world. I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
1v4.
Yeah, the key difference once again is the Netherrealm not being able to be popped by Sailor. Just ton of CC being put out there. And I gotta say, like Kin said, right, this looks like it's game over. I don't think JCs can defend the base for himself. And game 1 will go in the favor of Asterisk.
Very well done from both sides. It was a nail-biting game. We did not know till the end who was going to win. But then again, we talked about it. Win condition, you have to find Chu, you have to find Kiwi. Don't initiate onto FMM. That Minoan Fury, you are initiating into your own doom, and that's exactly what happened.
Yep, and this all started because of the map control that Asterisk has gotten for themselves. So once again, all of the teams understand how to get the win over Team Evil. Let's break the map first, paint the map blue, and then they will feel the blues.
Yeah, Team Asterisk indeed painting the map blue today. I mean, they did an extremely good job of coming back from a situation that they did put themselves into, right? With that extended team fight at the Lord, they did kind of throw away the lead, but they found the finish, and they are putting themselves at a 1-0 lead. So currently, Evil not looking too good.
Yeah, a bit of a dubious decision there to go for the fight, especially when Lord was lingering on the corner. You already saw the Barats kind of expand the retribution, and I think there wasn't really a need to commit into the fight. Granted, it was kind of unexpected. Credit where credit is due on the Minotaur to just jump in with the Mirror's Fury. But I gotta say, in terms of MVP-wise, it's a tough call to make.
Chu or Bear for me. It's either Chu or Bear. I mean, the way that Bear was segregating the fights, he was doing extremely well, but it's just that he couldn't find the key fight for the last. last one. And
it has to be Bear. I mean, the rotations he did was pretty sick. This Paquito was all over the place for the side of Asterisk, and he caused a lot of mayhem. Now, the moment he got his BOD, I think at that point it was game over because he was able to kind of burst down Jace's half his health with half his combo. And that's a big difference maker.
Yeah, I think one key difference to Bear's Paquito in this game as compared to how most of the other Paquitos play is that we generally see Paquitos going for a half damage build, right? You build a player half disease, maybe you build a Hunter Strike, and then you start to go into the Dome Eyes, and so on and so forth. But I think in this game, the way that Bear wanted to play his Paquito was someone that I just want to burst the backline. I want to catch out Sayla, I want to catch out Jace's, and if I can, possibly pick up Powerful if it's low on HP, and that's where you see the Sea Harbor coming into play. And I think that is something that Evo, I wouldn't say they expected it to a certain extent, but it's just so hard to deal with. That's why Paquito is such a viable pick, especially against a lineup with Evo where they look for team fights. You have to play smart against this kind of lineup.
I mean, they were trying to bank on the fact that they could survive the initial damage, right? Sayla with the Blood Wings with the extra armor as well. Same for Jace's with the Rose Gold Meteor. He wanted the extra shield for his life to protect themselves from the damage that comes from Kiwi as well as from Bear. But at this point, you know, the lead by Asterisk was quite significant. It was a pretty low kill game, right? But, you know, in terms of gold, it was a much bigger differential between Asterisk and Evo.
Yeah, and I feel that Team Asterisk, they identify the win conditions extremely well. Bursting down Sayla, making sure he does not have the Nether Realm available. And we do see Kiwi. He has an interesting item, right? The Brute Force breastplate coming out.
Just for additional defense and extra movement speed, just in case the Lapu Lapu jump on top of it. I gotta give credit to JH though. He soaked up so much damage. You deal these items, he had Anticarriers, he had Guardian Helmet, he had Twilight Armor, like everything was towards the idea of I need to soak this damage coming out from the Bruno. Yeah. And if I can do that, I think the rest of the team can follow up, and you know, we just need to look out for Twist jumping on our back line. If that happens, we'll just deal with the situation.
Yep, and one more thing, I want to just focus onto Carrot itself. He has taken everything with regards to sustenance on his emblems, but he still got bursted in one single combination by Bear. That's how painful Bear has been this entire game.
Bear, he did go for the full damage build. I mean, he's a Paquito after all, and Carrot is on the roam, so it's going to be hard.
I gotta say, there is still tenacity on the board. It could have gone for a tank emblem, so honestly, a little bit questionable, but hey, at the end of the day, you never know. If they had the lead early game, that build would have been enough to kind of catch the backline.
And yeah, look at that. I mean, looking at the stats, both teams were extremely even, and that was the tale of the entire game as well. You see, Powerful, he was always in the front line, dealing a lot of damage, trying to take away the key objectives as much as possible. And Jace is actually getting a higher goal per minute than Chu in terms of him having just the farm to deal with. But then again, you see the damage on Kiwi. Kiwi was unable to be stopped, unable to be found.
Exactly. So as a mid laner, if you're able to deal more damage than your gold lane, I think that's pretty impressive. So he is my inspiration for the day. 200 over 1,000 damage. You know, even overscaling Chu, who in this draft itself was meant to be the main damage dealer, right? But Kiwi doing such a good job, which is why I say unsung hero. Kiwi, yes, he's not the MVP, but hey, a win is a win.
Yeah, I think the threat here, or rather why, you know, the Eve did so much more damage than the Nathan was because Nathan's the star of the show here in Asterisk lineup. He's always constantly being the targeted one, and that forces him to use the entropy defensively sometimes. So that gives up more space for Kiwi playing the Eve to just do damage on the real world manipulation.
And
but
let's just take a look at the highlights over here. I mean, we do see JH going in, being the front line as much as possible. And there we have it. I mean, Sayla, he did pop the Nether Realm for the first time, but still, that Minoan Fury, that counter engage coming through from the side of Minotaur. Despite FMM going down, he got the job done. And this fight over here is the one that it looks a bit dicey for the side of Team Asterisk, right? But still, Bear coming in, and he does get the kill onto Carrot, but this was the final fight that was the nail in the coffin. You initiate onto FMM, and what do you expect? Of course, a Minoan Fury that knocks up 3 of your members, essentially taking all of you out, giving Chu a triple kill.
Now, there's one more thing you need to notice, which is Carrot never ever had the chance to vengeance all the way into the backlines to catch Chu. There was never a situation where that happened. He always had to deal with Bear, he always had to deal with JH, and that's where Carrot just had so much difficulty to set up for Team Evil.
Yeah, that was one time, right? That was one time where he managed to conceal in and then managed to get Chu, and that was the fight that they won. And that's what they had to do, but that's just my opinion. Let's just find out more from our professor off the desk, Professor Churros.
What's going on, guys? Thank you so much for an incredible game. If you want to know what Fire versus Fire looks like, that was the game to watch. But this was basically Bear's playground. And I say this because Bear was just all over the map. It was doing so much. Take a look at the draft just first. For Asterisk though, Bear was the insurance for that split push. Knowing that you're going to be facing up against a team like Evil, whose entire composition revolves around team fights, you need to be able to put one person on the offside, always pushing in, always giving that pressure so that Evil has nothing to do but send one person back so that you have that numbers advantage because of the rotation speed that Bear has. Let's take a look at the third Lord and how this plays down and how actually Asterisk lost this fight. Notice where Chu was and notice where Carrot is. Carrot has set his sight up on Chu. Always knowing where the Nathan is, always knowing where your win condition is, and that is what Evil likes to do, always targeting and always prioritizing that target. So once Carrot identifies where Chu is, you will be able to notice where Twist will be able to come into the fray and join in that backside. But there was a problem because Chu, once you get noticed, Twist comes in, he uses the entropy to get into battle when he could use the entropy to get back. This was where the breakdown happened because it kind of seems like Chu wanted that backup from the rest of the team, but that was the main breakdown. That was a misplay coming in from Chu. You have also, okay, I got that insurance, I got that split push down, let's put Bear on the long lane, just split push, you have someone go back. But this was something very interesting. You see, this is where Faramis is always picked, because knowing that you have Paquito right on top trying to split push, Sayla, knowing that he cannot recall in time and you lose the game, you die. And using his passive, proccing that passive to get back up into fray. So I thought this was a brilliant play. I don't know if this was scripted, but Sayla did a heck of a job getting into base and getting that defense very, very quickly. The second fight, this was the fight that took everything off. Notice where Chu is. Evil set their sights up on Chu. The same game plan occurs, but they fail to realize where Bear is. And there becomes Bear's playground. So Chu, wide open, they want to go for them. They change their target into FMM, and Bear takes down that backside. Always, always watch your backside. And that's the name of the game, and that's my time on Off the Desk. I'm really excited to see how the community teams get to play within match number 2, and will Evil be able to stay afloat on this one? Boys, back to you guys.
What? Oh, I was watching my backside. Churros was had me worried down there. I mean, I was afraid there was a bear behind me, you know. That was the name of the game for that series right there. And will Evil manage to fight back here? I mean, they did have the draft down. They did have the execution down as well. There were moments of life from them. And dealing with a team like Team Asterisk is not easy to deal with, especially with someone like Kiwi's positioning, with how Bear plays macro and micro as well, taking control of the map for themselves.
Yeah, I think one of the key pointers that we want to talk about was it all came down to the final fight. And I think one of the mistakes that Evil had, or rather one of the pointers that Asterisk had in the favor, was that the final fight took place in a very small choke point. And that's what you want as a Minotaur. That's where, you know, you can get everyone with Minotaur's Fury. That's a dream for the Eve to pop the real world manipulations. And that was fantastic coming from them.
Yep, I mean, talking about dreams as well, I had a dream just now during the portion where Professor Churros was explaining. I was actually busy spinning, you know, for my phone here. And as you can see, I did the 10 times spin, didn't really work out for me. But you know, you guys might have
more. Just gonna spin more.
You guys might have better luck here. Alright, so once more, the Exorcist series returns, bringing forth an extraordinary duo of Exorcists, each distinct in their own essence, right? So one, of course, is burdened by a great evil, forever yearns for the light, while the other, an Exorcist, possesses the ability to seal tainted power in his body. Now, who am I talking about? That's for you to go and find out, right? Amidst this intricate web, of course, the question really lingers, how shall they forge their own destinies? You have to forge your own destinies. Go and spin, press the 10 times button. It's just 450 diamonds. Really, really cheap here. And maybe, hopefully, you have better luck than me in this point.
Cheap for you, maybe.
Not financial advice.
Yeah.
We always
Oh,
know
yes, yes.
Yeah, that's the trend, right?
Cheap.
Not financial
Cheap
advice.
for you, maybe, but it's
disclaimer.
expensive.
But
for
I
me.
gotta admit, like, Assassin's skin line has always been one of the most beautiful ones. It's,
Oh,
it's
yes,
so
yes.
different as compared. They have that unique identity. Like that hair color, the details. In the previous time, I think we saw Granger, and now this time around coming in is actually no surprises here. The Hayabusa. What do you guys
And the
think?
Granger as well, yeah.
Favorite exotic skin?
I like the higher one, but I don't play higher. I will learn higher just if I get the skin. So Moonton, you want to give me another chance? Help me get the percentage up. Maybe I will learn higher instead.
But you gotta work for it. And speaking of working for it, Game 2, Evo, they gotta work for that win because I think it was very doable, especially for both sides. Obviously, a couple of misplays here and there. Asterisk did manage to walk away with that game. And I think a lot of it came down to the draft. And speaking of drafting,
yeah, we got the draft already underway. And there, again, we have it from Evil. They will be taking out the Chip. And from the side of Team Asterisk, they are taking out the Roger as well. I mean, we talked about Evil. They have to get their line in order, They have to put everything aside and try to win this game to bring themselves up in the ladder.
and now there's the question for both sides, right? Given that the game was so close and it could have gone either way, do you change things up just because you're switching sides right now? Because in my honest opinion, I don't think Evil put a wrong foot forward in the draft. I think it was quite well balanced on both sides, very straightforward, coming out from both RL19 for the side of Asterisk, as well as Powerful and Evil. So I think it was quite even. I would have walked out pretty glad whichever team I was.
I think at this point, it really is just a shift of perspective, right? I think Evo just needs to focus a little bit more about map control. And I think that would help to fix their gameplay a little bit. Not saying that their gameplay was bad or anything. It was just Asterisk knew the tipping point, and that came in the form of map control, right? So the moment the map became blue, it was just instant domination from the side of Asterisk.
Yeah, and the key to the factors was they let Bear run around unabated, right? That's what we usually see when someone picks a Paquito. There's always someone parked on the Paquito. There's always someone parked on the Paquito to make sure that he does not go too out of order.
That's why he's called the Paquito. Get it?
Parquito!
Get it, guys? Okay, bad jokes aside, boy, I'm really not made for this. I need Hollow on this desk right now. But coming into Asterisk draft, we do see the Roger and the Agila getting banned out. The side of Evil, the Matilda, Chip, and Harif. So quite similar to Game 1's draft, but this time around, Asterisk being on the red side, being on the second pick, they choose to ban away the Nathan, and that gives Evil the Loi, who's Sailor's signature hero.
Exactly, and this is the epitome of map control, right? Loi with the diversion itself, able to traverse the Land of Dawn at a lightning speed here, which means they can make plays across the map pretty quickly as well. Now, Aster is going to come in, Fredrin and Novaria, a poke composition and a soak composition as well.
Yeah, extremely scary composition coming out from the side of Asterisk, given the fact that they have both the Fredrin and the Novaria. Given that they have a lot of areas of control with the Astral Echo and the taunt from the Fredrin as well.
Yeah, I think there's two very good picks for Powerful here. You either pick up the Barats or the Buxia. I think these two heroes do really well into the Fedrin, especially with the Daytona's Welcome and the anti-healing coming in from the Buxia. I think those two are heroes that they always play. But Minotaur going to be secured first on the side of Evil as well as the Barats.
Isn't this what we saw last game? So
yeah. That's what I say. Like when you look at Game 1, there really wasn't any fault on either team's draft. It was really more of the execution. I think both teams recognize that. They go, okay, we don't really need to switch things too much. We don't have to go crazy and change things in a way that we don't want to. Let's just stick to our guns, and it's really down to the execution.
And will the winning team, I mean, Asterisk, they have room to play around now, right? They have room to play around now. so they can change things up, they can switch things up. And we have seen Bear play a multitude of heroes. We know his pool can stretch as long as the list goes, and now we do see the Edith out from FMM as well. It's really different from what he's been playing.
Yeah, but I really like this, right? Because Edith, I don't think they have a huge amount of burst. Yes, the dispersion, the duality procs from Loi will be painful, but the Edith is able to soak up damage as well. And when she goes into the Primal Wrath, you can be sure Evil will regret not killing off this Edith early in the fights.
Yes, now we do see the Yuzong being taken out. One of the key mitigating factors towards the Novaria. Very good ban from the side of Asterisk. Now the Hellcurt. Potential to be played by FMM, who did play an extremely scary Hellcurt as well. So there's the respect ban right there.
And the question is, do you take out the carry on the side of Asterisk? Right, you do have the Edith, you have the Fadrin, two very tanky heroes. This Edith could go either roam or an EXP. We have seen that happen before. Fadrin is definitely going to be the jungle. So I think carry is someone that counters that really well. But is that going to be the focus, or is that going to be a threat that they're afraid of? Because Evil, on the other hand, they have a very tanky frontline, and that's what carry needs in order to succeed in this draft.
Yeah. I mean, carry... It's extremely strong, yes. But I don't think that you want to ban out the carry too much. Yeah, because with the Novaria, right? With the Novaria, you have a vision. You have a lot of vision on the carry. So that means you can always disengage if you choose to do so. You are more worried about the displacement.
Yep, and they operate as a frontliner for the EDF and Fredrin as well, which means that, you know, they're more concerned about the entry point, the backline access, right? So they want to make sure the Novaria is kept safe, or even the goal laner, whoever they may pick. So I think, you know, the Arla ban suits what they're thinking defensively. Now the question is, Selena being banned out on the side of Team Evil, they don't want to have to deal with all of the shadows here, right? So
the vision.
Yeah, the vision game coming out from Asterisk is a pretty dangerous one at this point. Not only will they have the Novara in terms of the Astral Echo, they could capitalize it with the Abyssal Arrow as well if the Selena comes into picture.
Yeah, my eyes are still on the carry here. I think it works both ways. Both teams haven't really revealed their marksman here. I think carry does really well against all four heroes. The Minotaur, the Barats, the Edith, the Fedrin. And it is going to be carry now stolen away by the Asterisk. I would have thought that Evil would want it, but because Asterisk is on the first pick after the second phase of draft, I think carry fits the lineup perfectly.
Yeah, it deals well with the Barats. It deals well with Minotaur as well, as you said. But the thing is, now they have this gold lane matchup to worry about. I mean, carry, she does very well in the gold lane, right? But still, Evil, they can rotate out and they can put... Oh yeah, Harif is already banned out. I'm sorry. So Harif is already banned out. So yeah, I thought Harif was the pick. So they will be picking up Bruno to deal against carry. Still, I feel that the carry pick for them is very strong. Very strong.
And on top of that, in Evil's response, you know, I think Bruno is that pick. We saw the Bruno had a bit of a success. Yes, it was a very tanky Barras that he was up against that was played by JH in the previous game. And this time round, you know, I think it's really about how you're going to be putting that Khalid into the picture. We saw how Paquito had so much success in the previous game. Khalid is one of those heroes as well. You have the ability to split push, you have a decent amount of CC, amount of burst, and the most important thing is the ability to rotate across the map.
Yeah, with that being said, I think for Bear itself, right, I think that Edith will do well on the roam, and I think they could consider Lapu Lapu, or else they could go into, let's see, a Carmilla. Okay, interesting. Because of the blood looking like the winning formula here, because based on what's going to happen, Loi with the Divergent, yes, they will come up and show up in a group. And that's like perfect for the Carmilla.
I think it's about man fighting and the fact that Camilla can steal away the physical defense coming out from the side of Evil. That makes the Barat and the Minotaur slightly squishier in terms of team fights, but the question is, can they protect the carry enough? Because at the end of the day, carry is one of those marksmen that has a very low range, and you risk putting yourself slightly closer to the opponent's lineup. So if they can do that and they can prevent the Kali diving in onto the carry, I think, you know, Asterisk should be good for this game. But on the other hand, Loi does so well against the lineup of Asterisk as well, right? You got an yin-yang combo, they stick around, they're dead. So It's all down to execution again. Both teams looking very balanced in my opinion.
And with that, we move on to match 4, game 2, Evil versus Team Asterisk. Evil fighting for survival, down 0-1 against Asterisk at this point. Can they tie things up?
Yep, they have to exercise some demons at this point because as it stands now, Evil, if they lose this, they will be joining Exco at the bottom of the table.
Extremely hard look on them. Evil being one of the mainstays that we see in this MPL SG, right? And now in Season 7, they might be relegated out. I mean, Team Evil, they have to fight for their place right now. With both these teams on the lineups, right? It's extremely scary to think about how Carry needs to go into this lobby, but we already have
FMM. Gonna be forced to use the flicker here. One more hit will do it. Oh, Twist does use the flicker to join in. He gets the first blood. And Evo, finally a good first step. And there's more to come as well. JH getting caught out. Pens down in the middle of his jungle as well. He does get the retreat, but at the same time, Twist gonna force Bear away and they walk away scot-free.
Yeah, there was a big steal coming out from Powerful there. The retreat battle going in the favor of Evil, and that means that Powerful is going to hit that level 4 spike as compared to JH. A little bit of retaliation there to steal away that small camp, but the main important thing here is that we are starting to see a very aggressive Evil come out just because Sailor has that Loi, they have the decent front line, and Twist on that Khalid, the flicker, securing that first blood.
And this is taking advantage of the fact that FMM as a Carmilla doesn't have very huge survivability in the early games, right? Until the itemizations come, Carmilla can't stand face-to-face in a fight.
Yeah, Carmilla will melt in this early game because he does not have enough items to begin with. As a Carmilla, you want to scale up at least the first item before you get some form of sustainability. And he was nowhere near the creep waves, right?
Yeah, she's gonna need like a Dreadnought armor or a Silence Rope to at least stand up against a couple of the members on the side of Evil, and that's not gonna happen in the first 2 minutes of the game. Now, first turtle of the game will go into the hands of Powerful. At the same time, they're making another play on the top here. Camilla FMM being chased to the depths of the earth. Carrot this time gets the kill. It's 2-0 Evil. Very strong start this game.
That's why you don't want to give Sayla the Loi, right? When the turtle fight was going on, when they were taking the objective, Sayla was already planning the next step. He went to Dispersion right on to FMM.
I mean, the only thing you can say here is really just we have to say less because let's Sayla have the last word in and get the play. Once again, pressure by Powerful into the jungle of JH. Can he get the steal this time? Gets the chomp down. Daytona's welcome. Nice stun from this side of Carrot here, but he's going to be taken out. Powerful, not long for his well. Bear freaking out with the Primal Wrath here. It is going to be a recovery on the side of Asterisk. A big win as they cut down the lead.
Yeah, Carrot and Powerful going down right there. 2-for-1 trade. JH, I mean, he did go down first. Powerful will have the EXP lead still. And you have to note that while all that was happening, Sayla was laying down the law at the back. The only key redeeming factor that they had was Bear joining the team fight as Edith. And Twist was not there at all. If he were to appear, he might have changed things up.
Yeah, but this is just a momentary victory for the side of Evil, right? As the level goes by, itemization come in. Evil will not be able to fight as hard as they can against Asterisk because FMM will be able to tank through the damage as well.
Yeah, good timing on the Hearth Claw to come on JC's at this moment. Evil trying to apply a bit of pressure on top lane before the turtle spawns. We saw them use the relocate on that Loi. They spotted FMM on this Camilla, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, that gives a rough idea of how Evil wants to play this game. You know, they're always trying to find a pick-off with this warrior. I think that's exactly how they should be playing.
Yep, smart movement there. Burning out the flicker on Sailor here from the side of Asterisk. And this is going to be a key marker because the next turtle of the game is going to be spawning at this point. Let's take a look at the ultimates. Everyone is up on the ultimates, but Sailor now with no flicker might cost them this fight here. It's going to be a retreat battle here. Not sure who got that. Curse of Blood going to be laid down. That's a lot of damage onto Carrot. Uses the flicker. But here comes a wraparound. Bear gets them. And the diversion timing just so sick. But Carrot has to pay the price. He will be sacrificed. FMM going to walk away scot-free once again. Can he make a play on the top lane? Not going to happen as JCS looks to put a bit of pressure. In the meantime, Bear gets caught against Sailor. Sailor. He's going to get the kill for the team as well. Evo just making sure they have the advantage. Jaces finally feels powerful enough. Can he get the kill? Gonna chase down the slide tackle as well. JH gonna be forced to use the Brave Assault as well as the Energy Eruption to walk away, buying so much time. Evo once again playing the map so well. They get another win. Second turtle goes to Powerful.
Meanwhile, all that is happening. Yeah, Powerful just taking the turtle and then using the dispersion on top of it to get the purple buff. I mean, Evil is playing this map to a T, and Twist just holding onto the top lane is good enough. They don't want to give away key advantages to Asterisk while they take advantage for themselves. Evil are playing a great game of chess here.
Yeah, that was a good sequence of events, right? They go in, they steal the red buff away, they get a kill, they get the turtle, and then they steal the blue buff away. And Powerful is just like, he's kind of like a bazaar right now. You buy one, get 3 free, only at the cost of Asterisk.
And look at the dispersion.
Oh, JH maybe getting caught here. Gonna be using the slide tackle to chase him down. He's chunked down half health. Now, one thing to note, it's a 2-level advantage between JH and Powerful here. Powerful is level 9.
The invasions that we saw, we did see the emblems just now. We saw triple concussive blast on both Carrot, Carrot, Powerful, and Twist. And that's the name of the game that they want to. They want to invade as much as possible. They want this damage in the AoE, in this choked area of this purple buff, to deny it away from JH as much as possible.
What have they done to my boy JH? 3 jungle camps stolen. On top of that, he's forced to use the retreat just to secure the Little Wanderer from Aloy. So, very aggressive playstyle coming for Evo here, as they should be doing so. Bot lane already taken down the tier 1. They've got both turtles, and on top of that, top lane not looking too good for either side, but I would say advantage still in Evo's favor.
Yep, the timing is just too tight here. JH gonna jump in as well. Oh, look at that duality proc. There's no way they can do it. FMM caught in the middle, but Powerful forced to back away. On the backlines, Bear does catch eyes on Sailor, but it's not enough damage coming out from Asterisk. Evo looking to run away at this point. To flicker by FMM, a big one. He catches them with the Crimson Flower as well. The save comes in from Twist. Can they turn this around? I don't think so. At this point, it's a disengaged tool. Powerful left with half his health. They need to contest this turtle. This is going to be the final turtle, and I think Evo, they might have to give this up.
Yeah, Team Asterisk, very well done by Bear, managing to find the catch onto Sailor on the back line, as Kiwi was able to snipe him off. And that was the key there, right? You talk about Sailor, we talk about him having this free damage at the back, and finally, they find an answer.
Oh, they do get a catch on Carrot. If they kill him off, it's going to be a huge one for the team fight. Carrot melted down here. Chu gets a kill on him. Carrot, that's 4v5 on the backline to get the Daytona's welcome. But it might not be enough because Asterisk are just too far ahead at this point. They have so many members still alive, all 5. And at this point, Evo can only limp away. Is this going to be a defensive one? Okay, it is going to be a defensive measure here just to make sure the mid lane doesn't fall.
And push and pull coming on both sides of the team as Evo goes into the mid lane. Asterisk re-rotates back to the bottom. I mean, it's a game of 40 chess at this point. Evo, that map advantage that they had, all the creeps that they took, Powerful is still ahead. But in terms of farm, Chu has come online and is starting to join these team fights.
Yeah, I think Carrot didn't expect that, right? Members of Asterisk just gunning him down, and the fact that Carry was on top of it, there wasn't really anyone else to compete for Carrot. He is the tank after all. So with Carrot going down, that Minotaur going down, it's kind of like a de facto turtle going in the side of Asterisk. And yeah, that's I wouldn't say it's a misplay. It's just very good response from Asterisk as to responding to catching out members of Evo who have overextended.
And for the first time, JH looking at his purple buff and realizing there's no enemies there.
Like finally!
Yeah, finally!
I can take my purple buff.
I can farm, right?
Yep. One more behavior you see from the side of Asterisk is that the Carmilla always sticks together with Chu here, and that's a big play because if they catch out on Chu, which means everyone will start together, right? And that's a perfect setup for the Carmilla FMM to really get the Curse of Blood, and you know, Asterisk, they finish their food.
Powerful might be in a slight rough location here. I mean, 5 members of Asterisk are staring at him.
He's a big boy.
But he is a big boy. He is a big boy. If they go on him, I mean, Desert Dispersion, that can potentially come from your backside, as Churro said.
Oh, they might get caught out here. Gonna be using the diversion. Oh, the timing. Wait, they got caught. How did he get caught? Oh, he actually was the onward here, and this is a miscalculation on the side of Evil. They lose Jaces. That's going to be a big deal for them. Asterisk, they know the advantage. They will push the ante here.
Oh, that is unfortunate coming from the side of Jaces. I felt like that was a perfect play, right? You go in, you steal the red buff, and then you try to relocate out, but oh my goodness, Bear coming in at the nick of time to just flip Bruno out of the relocate, and now suddenly things aren't looking so good for the side of Evo because Asterisk, I think they know that JC is not there. This is the time to fight.
Yep, it's going to take him at least 12 seconds to come in. They trying to stop JH from taking the turtle, the Lord, but it's not going to work out. Powerful falling low as well. Can they get it? It is going to be JH who secures the Lord for Asterisk at this point. Evo trying to recover. Can he get it? Raging Sandstorm, but their CC immunity from Chu gonna help him out for a little bit as the taunt comes in. Twist does get the job done. It's a 2-for-2 trade so far, but it's still a big win for Asterisk at this point.
Isn't this deja vu at this point in the game? Like, this is what we saw in game 1, right? Asterisk kind of suffering a little bit in the early game. They recover very well. They win the team fight and they win the lot, but they get picked off by the remaining members of Evo. But Evo has more than enough to just take the lot. Wait, am I watching the same game all over again?
Yeah, we're actually watching a replay. Watching a replay. At Jaces, I mean, finding the key target, that was Bear. Finding the key target to take out of the team fight, and them segregating the team fight so well with Twist going for Chu in the backline, that just was the key to the victory, despite the fact that they lost the Lord. And they can deal with it. Dispersion.
Oh, I didn't really like
on the back lines. This is going to be a huge fight. They walk into all 5. That's a huge Minoan Fury. Can get the damage in as well. Kiwi gets a kill onto Carrot on the backside. FMM gets the Curse of Blood down as well. Powerful has to walk away, limp away because there is no more damage being offered. Sailor, the next one to fall. And Asterisk, they dominate the map once again. That dispersion looks so good. The Minoan Fury looks so good. But at that time, Asterisk just had more bodies, right? Evil was segregated out. And Asterisk, I feel that they have a handle lead on this game right now. With that Lord advantage that they had, they could have cleared it, but they went for the bigger play, and now Asterisk are 1k gold ahead. Slight advantage still, but if you think about towers taken, Asterisk, they have free roam.
Yeah, that was a very rough fight for Evil, right? I think if you look at if we do look at on post match, Bruno was zoned out by the Idif. Bear was doing a good job at keeping the Bruno away with the Primus Rough, and I think that was one of the reasons why Asterisk could stay in the fight. There wasn't really anyone that could provide enough DPS or burst either way to take down the Fedrin. And I think that is one of the key factors that Asterisk has identified. As long as we can zone Jaces away on this Bruno, we should be good. We should be able to outlast this.
Powerful gets caught. Now all 5 members collapse on him on the backline. That's going to be a Minoan Fury jumped onto tree, but the backline is not safe. Jaces left all alone. Bear chasing him down as well with the Primal Wrath. Everyone eyes on Jaces here. They just want to push him away. There's 3 members down and a godlike shot there. A snipe skill shot from the side of Kiwi. And this might be the end of the game if they get their way on the side of Asterisk. And the unsung hero, that is Kiwi, just landing so much damage. 7-0 at this point, just unaccounted for. This man is a ghost that deals so much damage to Raging Sandstorm on the Twist. He's going to try and save the day. He trades his life here to buy some time. Carrot as well. Sailor, they make it out just in time to deter Asterisk from trying to end the game at this point. But Evo, they are so far behind. What can he do now?
Yeah, very methodical coming out from Asterisk. They could have tried to force the game, but they take the safe route instead. And Hunt's Lot coming out and Lighten Lot coming up, no need to risk it. You know, we managed to get the tier 3 at the top. That's what we came for with the pick off. So we're just going to recapitalize and look at the damage dealt coming out from the side of Asterisk. Both the Novaria and the carry leading the boards at this point. I gotta say, those snipes coming out from Kiwi have been on point so far. And this is where the lineup of Asterisk has been scaling, right? They're scaling into the later game where Kiwi's poke damage is going to matter a lot more. Sailor don't have the burst damage. He does not have the burst damage to the point where he can burst someone down and the person is dead. But no, there's not that much damage anymore. Sailor is in the mid to early stages of the game. If he managed to land a duality proc, someone was dead. But now, even if he lands the duality proc, Asterisk,
in terms of FMM and JH and Bear, they can frontline extremely well. That duality will not kill them. Kiwi's poke damage would matter a lot more.
Yep, and to make matters worse, FMM has got his hands on the Immortality. Bear completed his anti-Cuirass. There's a lot of sustenance on the side of Asterisk. So right now, anyone that gets caught out by FMM is going to be dead meat.
Yeah, Evil, they have to hunker down on Sayla here. Sayla, he cannot get caught anymore. If he dies here, that's a potential team fight. Just gone.
We've been paying so much attention to Asterisk and how they have to protect you that Kiwi's been the silent hero in all of this. Look at this, he's been completely untouched throughout the game. He provides those long-range bursts that Asterisk need. And it's a very balanced drop, but now coming in, Lord crashing into the base.
Yep, Echo going to be dropped down as well. JH goes in, tries to stop Powerful from making the play. Bear uses the Primal Wrath. Twist will not be able to stop him for the time being, but they do get a kill. But right now, it is just one member down on the side of Asterisk. The base is being threatened here. Asterisk get more than what they bargained for. They get a kill. They get all 3 turrets down.
Yeah, and they do. They just get out after that. They got what they needed. Knowing that the extent of their lineup, that's very, very important. Especially for the side of Team Asterisk. If they committed any further, there's Sayla waiting for them in the back line. The duality will hit you. And just with that, Asterisk just show how much of a grasp they have over the win conditions. In these macro, micro late game decisions, they're doing so well. And Kiwi, yeah, we talked about it. 8-0.
I mean, we're in the month of May, but it feels like Christmas is has definitely come early for the side of Asterisk, right? You take the 3 turrets, you get carrot for free, and right now it's going to be just the map red this time because Asterisk was on the red end.
Yeah, just about, 10 minutes ago, we were talking about how Evil was doing so well in the early game. You know, we talk about the relocates coming from Sayla, being able to find those pickoffs. But now the Asterisk has farmed up. You know, Kid, you mentioned the Camilla needed time to build up those defense items. And now that all of them have come online, both Asterisk and Evil, we are starting to see a very different, style of play. Not style of play, but a very different momentum coming out from both teams. Asterisk now on the front foot, having a lot of map control. And to be honest, it's rough to watch because Evil had a good start, but they haven't been able to convert that lead into objectives, and now it's starting to bite them on the back. Asterisk having a lot of map control, and the vision coming out from this Novaria.
Yep, exactly, and the fight is always split. Asterisk knows that, hey, we are not supposed to group up as 5, we are going to split the fight, and that's what Bear is doing perfectly, while FMM supports him as well. And at this point, unless Evil pulls the steal of their life, I don't see how Asterisk is going to lose this game.
Yep, I mean, diversion still available for Sayla, but he's not able to use it. And look at JH.
Look at every bush. It's all covered by members of Asterisk. There's no surprises available or waiting around the corner for them.
Oh my god, JH! Oh, the anxiety here. He catches Twist in the middle as well. He catches 2. Bear jumping in, but here comes Sayla. Where's the damage coming in? There is no more damage. Asterisk, they're cleaning up. Powerful, forced to use the Winter Truncheon. Not going to work out for them as well, as it is the last stand. Jason uses the Winter Truncheon. Not going to be there for him. Asterisk, they clean up, and it is the end for the side of Evil. Oh, full 5-man wipeout.
As 2 members, I mean, Jesus, he did get some form of, answer back. But of course, with all 5 members of Evil down, Team Asterisk will be taking it. I mean, Asterisk 2-0. Just as I predicted, man. I'm so happy. And there we have it. Asterisk will be taking it 2-0. Congratulations to both teams. They played extremely well. Even Evil on the back foot. They were doing so well in the early game, right? They had the Loi on Sayla. That's why you don't want to give Loi to Sayla. But, I mean, after they adapted, they found that, yeah, Loi is in this very, very aggressive positions. And we know Sayla, he's an aggressive player. And once he was out of position, they just made full use of the Edith. You were talking about the diversion and the catch on the Bruno, right? Edith just flipped Jace's over in the middle of the diversion and in the middle of the play. And that was the key turning point for this Team Asterisk. That little mechanic that changed the game.
Yeah, Ben did a fantastic job at zoning out, both the Bruno and even catching out members of Evo when every single time he wants to use the relocate. So I think that was exceptional gameplay. But credit across all the members of South Asterisk. I think they all played their part really well. We saw that Chu had the Purify online. The moment the Minoru Fury came out, the last slam hits the ground, Purify, and he just gets that damage going.
I gotta give it to Bear though. I gotta give the MVP to Bear. Is that Kiwi? Oh yeah, Kiwi. Yeah, Kiwi's good too.
Yeah, it has to be Kiwi, right? I mean, he had the cleanest game ever. 1-1-1-1-1, 11-1-11. What a KDA to finish the game with. I mean, he was...
he is the one.
Yep, the god of vision, right? For the side of Asterisk. The echoes were on point. The Star Shatters were extremely painful. It tore apart the entirety of Team Evo as well. And 95% kill participation. Not only does he provide vision, he provides you the pain as well, right? So Evo unable to deal with, exercise the demons. In fact here, the itemization by Jace's constantly changed. He was, rotating between Rose Gold Meteor, Wind of Nature, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, and you look over the side, we spoke so much of Kiwi being able to provide the burst. You look at Evo's lineup, none of them had a lot of magical defense. The only one I could see is the Radiant Armor on the Minotaur.
And so, Oracle maybe?
Yeah, Oracle if you want to consider that any such, but it's not enough. The burst coming out from the Lightning Truncheon as well as the Glowing Wand combo from Kiwi was huge, was immense, and I'll be excited to see how much damage he's put out that game. But boy, that game was scrappy at best in the mid game, but once all those items on the members of Asterisk came up, they completely took over the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and it was a game of timings, right? It was a lot on the timing where Evo, they found their pace in the early game. They just denied JH's jungle to a point where he could not deal with any buffs at all. And then Sailor, he was landing these diversions time and time again. Very well done from the side where he managed to burst it down. He managed to find a safe position, but eventually, when Bear manages to join the fight, that became a problem for Sailor.
And the thing about Idif, who's played by Bear here, is that as the later the games goes on, the higher the defense, the items goes up, the more damage it deals. That is the scaling that Asterisk were looking for. You had Chu, you had Bear, and you had FMM who had to get to the late game, and boy did they.
And you look at Bear's itemization, right? He was not focused on handling Jace's at all. He was focused on Sayla. His main priority was go for the Athena shields. Once I get the Athena shields, I'm good. Then let's just go for Sayla. Let's jump him all the time. He can't burst me down anymore. Once he can't burst me down, yeah, that's the game.
Yep, I mean, if you take a look at the composition on the side of Asterisk, right? You're looking at a counter initiation. Let's soak up the damage, and then we return it to them. But the way Asterisk played is, you know what? Offense is the best defense. No, we're not going to wait for you. We're going to jump right in. And Bear did so much work together with JH. I mean, that last bush positioning by JH put me in a state of anxiety because I knew that was coming. I knew Evo was going to get wrecked the moment JH was there.
Yeah, and the triple concussive blast, right? We talked about it at the start of the game. Carrot, powerful, twist. They all three had the concussive blast. It did secure them the early game, but it did not give them the sustainability needed to carry on forward. Once they started losing in terms of team fights, I think it did not give them the value needed, especially going into Asterisk's lineup here.
Yep. Yeah, we spoke about it. The amount of damage that the Novaria put up on board, the carry of the team, 173,000, excuse me, 173,000 damage dealt by the Novaria alone. And I gotta feel pain for Evo here. It's really tough no matter what kind of build you go up for, because you have Chu who's dealing a lot of physical damage, and then on top of it, you have Edith as well as the Novaria dealing magical damage. Like, what kind of build do you go for here?
I mean, at this point, it's pretty clear Asterisk understands the state of the game, right? They expected a blood buff, and what a way to end it with the Carmilla as well, using the Curse of the Blood to really just wash away all of Evo at this point. It's a painful one for us. Evo has been a core for us, but now let's take a look at what our highlights of the game are so far.
No slam. Nice one. The Lapu no spell already. Lapu I think have flick, yeah. Pick up. I know actually, yeah. Careful alert. Yep. I'll tear it, yeah. No, hey, watch. I stun. Low. Nice. I'll tear them, Hey, knock out.
Nice one.
Hey, go. Wait. I'm there. Nice one. Nice cover.
They coming.
Brush here.
FML 掉了 FML 掉了
10.
Okay.
Hey, watch the Barat. Barat. No in. Kali got ulti, careful. Kali. Hey, the ball. I got ulti already. Hey, can out now.
Hey, don't leave me behind, eh?
Bro.
Kill him.
Go for blow.
Nice one lah.
Hey, go. Hit dollar.
Wait, I know entry. Wait,
Yeah, clear
wait first.
You can clear me, right?
Sorry. I thought. Ulti.
I jump. Oh, me.
Hey, on the Bruno.
Twist. Nice one.
I recover first.
Bruno.
Sela.
Yo.
Nice one.
Hey, Sela.
Minum.
Oh, good night.
Nice one. Chill. Top. Careful, Kali ulti.
Good night indeed. And I think Chu was very, very worried, right? Hey guys, don't leave me behind.
Don't leave me behind, man. That's communication from a team that has been playing together since the qualifiers.
It looks like they're having fun. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't sound like a qualified team. It feels like they've been here for a really long time. They sound like veterans themselves, and they're like, we're just here to enjoy. Let's just go in the motion with it and just take it all in our own stride.
Yep. So of course with that we say a new crowning to Asterisk, but right now I want to crown Professor Churros. Give us some knowledge, man.
What's going on, guys? And right I do here with off the desk, Professor Churros here, just saying, it's how do you know when you're done? The new dogs would tell you so. And in the Battle of the Community Heroes, Asterisk really takes the cake on this one. Even though in the second game they struggled just a little bit, they really pulled themselves together, just pulled themselves back, had a little bit of patience, and just trusted in the entirety of that team. I want to go through 3 very, very crucial stages which basically won them the entirety of the game 2. For this one, let's start with the draft. For the side of Evil though, they have to bank on Twist. An early game hero dealing lots of damage. They want to go into the jungles just being a nuisance and try to invade as much as they can. That's what they did in the early game. That is their win condition. But they just couldn't change their pattern so that Asterisk was unable to identify where they're going to go next. In this series, it's the one where, Bear hits a nice onward and then pulls Jace's back into position, even though the diversion was in play. It was very interesting, and I want to pull that back again. It's sort of like if we take a look at the flicker plays from a lot of these setup heroes like Franco or Ruby, it's like landing your skills and they will end up where you end up. So it was just the timing that was really impeccable, and I think it was just a little hint of luck, where Jace's hits a nice onward in with Jace's and pulls him back into that position, and the rest, as we know, is history. So this was a very, very brilliant play. Take a look at the economy for both sides. You have 28,000 gold on the side of Evil and 25,000 gold here on the side of Asterisk. And this one kill onto Jace's and taking out the win condition for the side of Evil just brings them up by 2k gold. And so this creates that deficit, or closing in on that deficit for a lot of these team fights. This was the second fight that won them the entirety of the late game. And this essentially becomes Asterisk's late game playground. Notice where FMM is, and notice how they read Sailor like a book. They know where Sailor is going to be landing that diversion. JH enters first, FMM quick to follow up, protecting and leaving that line for Chu and Bear to deal as much damage as they can, throwing down the Curse of Blood, and then basically essentially turning that single target damage into an AoE damage. And that is true damage from a carry to question. So this was just a very, very incredible team fight that happens again and again and again, throwing out Curse of Blood, giving Chu and Kiwi that time and space, turning their single target damage into an AoE splash damage. So here you see Kiwi just very luckily pulls into that back, avoiding the Minoan's Fury, and then just shooting down those Astral Echoes, keeping Chu safe, protecting the President, and then eventually winning them that game. I really love this game because it shows how the teamwork and the camaraderie from community heroes come into play in the professional scene. And I want to hear from the players themselves. So Cheryl, who do we have for us today?
Thank you so much, Prof. Now here I have True Hao beside me. So why the change of name? It was Howski and now it's True.
I don't know. I just feel like
It's a very used name. Like there's last time also got True
No,
in
it's
Stella.
'cause-
There also got CHUU.
No, it's because my name is called Chu Hao. That's why.
Uh-huh.
Then I was like getting bored of Howski lah. So basically I just put Chu.
So you abandoned Yunski,
Yeah.
the Ski brothers,
Yeah.
and ended up with True.
Like he rather homeboys. That's why.
So no more friend already.
I don't know. See whether he like me or.
Yeah, still friends in real life, but foes in game only, right? All right. So when it comes to Asterisk, it's a very unique and rare team because it's rare for a qualifying team to perform so well, so much so that you guys are almost at top of the table or even top of the table right now. So what do you think gave you guys this competitive edge? Is it other teams estimating you guys or they don't know much information about you guys?
I think it's just the brains of FMM. Like, he's just smart. Then he tell me what to do.
Only FMM, what about RL19?
RL19, like he predicted everything. Like the draft. He's the smart man. Yep.
Right. So there is a major shift in terms of your performance and you really shine right here in Asterisk. Like, what changed?
It's basically like I'm closer to them than other than Stella. Because Stella, we only like offline train every week. Then we scrim 3 times a week around there. Then for Asterisk, like we basically train almost every day.
Right. So what do you have to say to, all of our viewers out there to garner more support for this up and coming, wonderful qualifying team that we have? Pull votes. Support us.
Wun Xiahao would like to get interviewed next.
Sorry, who?
Wun Xiahao would like to get interviewed next.
Oh, really? Can I that call for next interview? All right. So wishing you.
He said that he's angry at me.
Oh, okay. So wishing you all the best right here in this journey, and we'll see your wonderful performance in playoffs. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chu. So yes, ladies and gents, that was Chu right here from Asterisk. So with that being said, with the results from today, will we be seeing a shift in the overall standings? Let's take a look. So here we have the overall standings and the great divide is now here. Team Flash, our defending champion, draws the lead further with 13 points to their name. RGSG and our new qualifying team of Asterisk are now tied neck to neck at 10 points, followed closely behind at Bleed Esports with 9 points to their name. In 5th position, we have Vanguard Esports with 8 points, Homeboys SG with 5, Evil remains at 3, whereas Axco Esports also remains at 2. Now, the divide shifts further, but of course, we still have 2 more days right here at MPL SG regular season. So with that being said, let's take a look at tomorrow's match schedule. So this is the matchup for tomorrow for week 3, day 2. Now, opening up the show, we see Bleed Esports going up against Homeboys SG, opening up at 10 a.m. For match 2, we see Evil crossing swords with Vanguard Esports at 12:30 p.m. And for match 3, we see RSGSG duking it out with Exco Esports at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, Asterisk will be going up against our defending champions, Team Flash, at 5:30. Now, as the day progresses, we're gonna get a more firm results of the overall standings and see who will head on over to achieve their playoff aspirations. Now, before we continue, remember to follow us on all of our social media pages, especially on Instagram at mpl.sg.official to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action. So once more, my name is Cheryl, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth Partner, Scape. Partner in Esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.